power of the dark side.
May the Force be with you.
We are believer もっともっと強くなれるから今その絆を信じて開く寒い夜に涙さえも枯れてゆく孤独は心に縛るジレンマに潰されそう自分じゃわからないリアルで確かな強さは弱さを認め合うことでその扉開き出す僕ら未来のために誓う何もしないで生きていたくはない全てこの切ないだけで払って We are believer その光掴んで for century もう迷ったりはしない立ち止まりはしない Never lose Become braver 時を超え I see you really live or friends 今希望の旗を立てて違いのお姫様本当の自分見せられずストレスが加速する足が震えつまずいた時そっと上向いたら信じられるその言葉が聞こえるの負けないともっと強くなれると誓い何度不安の闇に落ちかかってもここで紡いだ絆の矢払って We are believer この勇気見せるよ We stand up ほら溢れ出した想い止められない想いでかちゃBecome brave飛び出せ Fly for a dream 今この絆を背負って僕ら未来のために誓う何もしないで生きていたくはない全てこの切なにかけて払って We are believer その光掴んで for century もう迷ったりはしない 立ち止まりはしないネバールビカムレイバー時を超え明日へ with me life of friends 今希望の旗を立てて We are believer この勇気見せるよ These friends are home ほら溢れ出した想い止められない想いでガチャン Become brave 壁を越え飛び出せ Fight for a dream 今この絆を背負って Always on the way. At least you tried. Well, I can't get more excited. Get going now. Let's make our debut in this land. I can be faster. Any luck you could run from this? Run from this? You have slain an enemy! Mega kill!
Like a blizzard, we march on. We will survive! Taste the frostbite! Back off! The snow shall rain. Taste legendary! Taste my royal station! Taste my royal turret is under attack! Imperial justice! Imperial justice! Leave it to me! Taste the frostbite! Taste my royal station!
adventure starts here.
It's such a nice day for a picnic with friends.
Let's go out and play! This way, my little friend.
This game is just like a walk in the park.
Pretty kitty, happy kitty, a cute friend of mine.
What should I draw today? Purin or a pudding? Greenery and flowers below, sky and clouds above.
Hey, Dex, Beth, do you like it here?
Sweetness spreading. Finding more models for practice.
Hello, friends.
SEXI!
Poor little Melissa. Her mother has become an angel, carefully watching over her from above. But even a guardian angel can't protect her from all the ill intentions in this world. Her half-sister is a big bully. And finally, Melissa decided... Oh! Huh?
You must pay for what you've done!
Oh, really?
Avenge me!
Get ready, guys. Well, the best is yet to come.
Help!
It's getting late. Let's end this quick.
Let them go! Otherwise, I will kill her!
Now, you're working my last nerve.
Aha! Here it is!
You don't know the power of the dark side.
May the Force be with you.
Thoughts between
Mega kill! Monster kill!
that's all too easy.
Legendary! First blood! Mega kill!
Much fear in you.
Legendary!
We are believer もっともっと強くなれる子は今その絆を信じて暗く寒い夜に涙さえも枯れて ために誓う何もしないで生きていたくはない全てこの切ないだけで放ってWe are believers その光掴んで for century もう迷ったりはしない立ち止まりはしない Never lose Become braver 時を超え明日へ Really life of friends 今希望の旗を立てて違いのお姫様本当の自分せられずストレスが加速する足が震えつまずいた時そっと上向いたら信じられるその言葉が聞こえるの負けないと
Is Team SEXI versus Extraction. Team SEXI holding the star-studded lineup of BTK Shark, BTK Zia, who's playing gold lane, and for those that haven't been following, that's what he's been doing recently. We have Sir Bossy and Best Player on that team. Definitely a monster of a team. But they are going up against the second place champions of the last North American Community Tournament Christmas. And that team is Extraction. Extraction's kind of fallen off the map a little bit, I would say. We haven't seen them play in any tournaments or any events for the past 2 or 3 months. But they are back and they also look very, very good. G, are you ready for these games tonight?
I am, man. I'm ready. It's always fun to see EXN and Team SEXI play. It's definitely going to be fun. The new meta is crazy. Even the casting or seeing last game, just how long games can go and how fighting intensive they can be. What's your take, Frisky?
Oh man, I'm super excited. Like you said before, they were second place, so I'm very excited to see if they've grown. Honestly, the team, they've grown, they got better, they got used to adapt to the actual meta that's here now, and to see if they can put their footing back in and let them know that, hey, don't forget about us, we're here to win. So let's see if they can go past second place this time.
Yeah, the teams are just doing ping checks now. They got to make sure they're ready for these games. So just give it a little bit of time. We'll be starting very, very shortly. And I'm ready for this. You know, Team SEXI, we saw them in Season 2 of the North American Squad League, and they went undefeated the whole season. Then go into the playoffs. The new patch comes in, a huge meta change for a lot of heroes, and they get double swept. They get swept, go for the third place match and get swept again by Area 77. But, you know, I've talked to some of them. They say they're ready. They say they are taking this tournament. And, you know, they seem confident. They seem confident that, you know, they were talking about how these games will probably end fast. Let the other teams know, you know. So I'm excited for it. I think we're going to definitely see a big clash. And the question is Extraction going to be rusty from not playing in any of these events in the past few months? You know, yes, they are second place champions. Yes, they've done well in the past, but do they still have that in them?
No, exactly. I think they do. I know that we've seen a couple slip ups, stuff like that. Teams metas are changing. Things are going crazy in the world of Mobile Legends. So I just know as the time's going on, people are picking up. And it's definitely, I know it's gonna be great.
Yeah, it's definitely. I mean, I think it's gonna definitely be a exciting. It does on a lot. looking at some of these teams, I'm excited to check them out. You know, we have a little bit of info on some of these players. We know that Zia's been really favoring this Wanwan, and even before the recent patch on her, even before anything like that, Wanwan was destroying things, especially with Zia on it. Like, nobody was really playing it, but anytime Zia came in, especially when Shark lined it up with a Lolita, able to get that stun in, able to make sure that Zia can get those weak points. I mean, and now with the most recent patch on Wanwan, we're seeing him play it even more. Before, it was kind of just a niche pick that they pulled out of their pocket here and there. He really preferred to play the Beatrix or some, you know, when the Clint was very powerful, he was rolling into that. But now with the recent patch on Wanwan, I mean, those ultimates are coming off a lot more often. I can say that much. So I'm excited for that. I'm excited to see what Shark pulls out of his pocket with now with Grok becoming such a priority pick. My guess is most teams are going to ban it, but if it does fall into the hands of Shark, that is going to be a tough game.
Yeah, no, definitely. And we actually have a really good setup of what these teams like to pick and where they like to go. So we're gonna transition over to that and give you guys a little show and talk about what type of characters and heroes and what type of lanes they like to play.
I think something we definitely have to watch out for. Zia on the Wanwan. Nicolette, you know, the Yve has been very important for her. It's been very important for a lot of heroes. But one thing, you know, we see the Lao Yi here, right? Or the Lu Yi. We see the Lu Yi here, and of course, it's definitely not a meta mage pick. But I think the reason it's there is because Nicolette has been forced to use that sometimes. The Yve gets banned, the Farza gets banned, the Kagura gets banned. Several mages get banned out, and this is kind of like her back pocket pick, and she makes it look wonderful. The diversion ultimate from that Lu Yi, like the positioning I've seen Team SEXI do with it, from positioning down to the bottom lane, using Shark with the conceal play and just jumping on top of 2 or 3 members, catching them off guard, or getting into a quick team fight, taking away 2 players, and then repositioning over to the Lord with the teleport. It's definitely she makes it work so well and so mechanically that you don't really see a lot of teams do it like that. And it's just such a fun, even though it's not the most meta pick, it's just a fun hero to watch Nicolette use, especially the way they use it.
Nah, definitely. And I mean, the Wanwan pick, the mage pick, I mean, we're going to see, most of the time, we're probably going to see, if not a Kagura, or like you were saying, T-Rex, a Lao Yi. And I mean, just the ability of all 3 of those mages, they just have complete control over all of the map. And then it even comes into like even Zia with the marksmen, you know. It's going to be insane. Bossy, I think the XP lane can change quite a bit. And in combination of with Shark, it's going to be pretty crazy. So we'll all see. What's your take, Frisky?
Oh man, like I said, I'm excited. Like I said, seeing people with like that, the Lu Yi with that back, it's like you said, a back pocket pick. It's good when you play. I'm always a fan of not going straight with the meta, because the meta will eventually get banned. People will ban those players that they know you have. But if you have something like that Lu Yi that's a really good, very powerful, and versatile, that can support your team in repositioning, and that can actually deal tons of damage if left unchecked. And I think Nicolette, like, I've always been a fan of Nicolette, so I think like she's going to be a very important into this game, and I hope to see the Lu Yi honestly in this.
I think one thing that, you know, we've been talking a lot about Team SEXI, but to bring up Extraction a little bit, I Can't Retchy on the jungle, definitely a much different jungle pool than what we see from Best Player here. So a nice endgame possibility with YSS. Yes, he is not as popular in the meta currently, but still a solid pick, especially if you're ending for some endgame potential. The Granger also not an S tier jungler. We've even seen best player pick up the Granger sometimes when some of those jungles get banned out, and they make it work. But I think one of the most important things I want to focus on is this Sicilian pick from Sophiria. And a lot of teams have been falling onto the Sicilian pick. Some teams are even banning it. Some teams are choosing it. And it just really guarantees the end game. And with the recent, with some of those last patch notes on him, he even scales a little bit faster now. He can even hit some of those spikes in the mid game, let alone if he's able to catch a kill or something in the early game. So that could possibly be a huge win condition for Extraction. And I'm wondering if Team SEXI is going to ban off the Sicilian, because it's true, you don't really want to have to deal with it sometimes. And Team SEXI knows that sometimes they like to take it to the end game. And if a Sicilian's on the field, it's going to give you a lot of trouble in that end game. And I don't think I barely ever seen Nicolette pick up that hero, so it's not something that they really use in most of their compositions. So it might be a possible ban we see here, maybe not game one, but if that Sicilian does get put on the field and it earns Extraction a win, it's definitely something we could see in game 2 or 3.
Yeah, no, I mean, all of them are solid picks. The Sicilian's insane. I think the biggest, I mean, their XP lane on Extraction is almost all of the correct counters for Nicolette. So it's sometimes you can kind of see that some of these people on Extraction can be really good counters to some of the strong people on even Team SEXI, you know, being in the mid rolls, and then even Shark. All of them they're just gonna have some fun time. The funny thing is Extraction is the jungles I can't retry. That's,
yeah, definitely a name. Hopefully he does not live up to that name. You know?
Right.
Hopefully you can retry, because we know best player has a nice retry game. We know there's a lot of players tonight that have a nice retry game. So when it comes down to that 5v5 in the Lord Pit at 22 minutes, you better be able to hit that retry correctly. I mean, it's something that last night we saw like 2 or 3 Beatrix snipers come in and from Mark Cutie on Area 77, and it was just pure insanity from the bush, stealing Lord or stealing Turtle. So definitely something to watch out for. But we don't have much more time to waste. These teams are ready. We've done our ping checks. Let's jump into this draft right here. It's going to be Team SEXI up against Extraction. I hope you guys are ready. Private, if you had to give it to anyone, who do you give it to right now? I mean, not Private, Frisky. Frisky, I'm sorry, it's been a long weekend. He's like, I'm not going to say anything to that. Frisky's like, I'm not responding to that.
I was like, maybe because Private's in the chat. So I was like, maybe he's talking to Private. But no.
I did the same thing last night with G. I did the same.
But I'm actually I'm going to be Team SEXI. Like I said, I'm going to give it to Nicolette. I think she's going to pull through. And they just have a really good core kit with them. I think, all in all, their comp, and I want to say, I'm not going to give them and say they're not rusty over there, but I just got to go with my gut feeling, and that's going to be Team SEXI.
Most definitely. There's that Sicilian ban I was talking about. You know, and again, plenty of teams have been banning it. Plenty of teams have been doing that. But I think it's just like we have to. You know, it's not it is becoming a problem. It's becoming more and more of a problem for a lot of teams, especially teams that don't want to play it. So they take that thing out right away. The Valentina ban coming from Extraction, we have seen Nicolette on that also, and it has been monstrous.
Yeah, and I want to say, like, just of what we've seen recently, just even in the first season of the tournament here, is that the end game is key right now. It's crazy how thick everything is, how thick people are in the game with the tank meta, and having a Sicilian on the field is tough. And then the target ban of a Grok and the Valentina, all 3 of those are really just nice bans.
Oh yeah,
Most definitely.
I can definitely see, like I said, that like Sicilian, just his in general, having him, like say in the 20 in the like the 20 mark, and you're trying to get Lord and things like that, his overall damage that he can do, like that's very versatile. It can hit everyone. You don't want no strong AoE damaging champions in those situations like that. And same thing for Grok, like I said, he's been buffed in this tank meta. Like he hurts, and he hurts harder than ever. And I can understand why people would go ahead and get him out the way, go ahead and ban him, so you don't have to even think about those walls coming up and blocking your way, and that just smashing into it. And I think it's good pick so far. We see Beatrix as well has just now got banned.
Your team is banning.
Yeah, I mean, the Beatrix definitely. I mean, Zia's been really. When we first saw Zia come into some of these tournaments a few months ago, after M3, he comes in. He's been playing for Team SEXI a little bit over here, and we all expected him to play Mage because that's what he played over in M3. And he comes in the gold lane, starts playing these Beatrix, and I'm talking about he picks up. I remember watching the first game of him on gold lane and casting for it, and this was right after Beatrix got the nerf, so we were all kind of worried that it wouldn't be that strong. And Zia, I'm talking about after he played that Beatrix and just shredded through the other team with it, other teams started picking it back up. Because I think a lot of teams were kind of worried that, we're like, is it still a bannable pick? Is it still a prio pick? And Zia proved that it definitely still was if you knew how to use it. So Extraction not wanting to go against that, but they are going to give up this Yuzong over to Serbasi. They did ban out the Esmeralda, so he doesn't choose that. Serbasi does like to glue, but I like the Yuzong pick. It's a nice, it's a good EXP laner. It's a well-rounded role, and it's not something that you really show too much of your hand with. And it can counter a lot of things that people like to prio, like the Eve that's open right here. If Extraction wants to pick that up, they have to worry about Serbasi with this Petrify Yuzong.
No, and I mean, all of them, again, Yuzong's tough to deal with, and handling anything in the mage role that requires any type of control. So I'm wondering if they're going to possibly go for a tank here, or some type of CC control here to control the match. There we go. The Lolita picks has always been a strong pick in this game, and a Selena, so double CCs. Lots of controls going on here. What do you think, Frisky?
Yeah, like I said, you said the keyword lots of control. Like I said, Lolita, and with her, you got so much CC over the map. You got able to snipe, and you got so many possibilities to just slow your enemies down, to control where they are, to just push them in certain directions, even if you wanted to do that and use it to control an area instead of just wanting to go in one spot. So I think this is going to be really key, and I wonder if they're going to use something to either counter all of this control that the team has, or if they're going to bring their own amount of control. As you see that they have picked Cho, which he can isolate, but I don't know if that's going to be able to enough to withstand all of that control.
Yeah, Shark on the Cho is very nice. You're able to output some aggression back, but like you said, with that Selena, like the abyssal traps in the bushes that you normally use to try to invade, you got to watch out for that arrow. So, and then also with the Lolita, who gets that level 1 stun immediately, so it's definitely going to help slow Shark down in the aggression that we normally see him bring. He's normally always in the enemy jungle, especially on Chow, because he just knows he can juke around, bob and weave, do his thing, keep vision, and just harass the enemy jungler. But he may have a little bit of problem, and Sophia, one of her top picks was this Selena, and we know how aggressive Selena can be, what she can guarantee in the first several minutes of the game. So you land a stun on if Nicolette gets hit by a stun, if Shark gets hit by a stun early on, it's almost a GG.
Yeah, I mean, and you're also looking at Nicolette grabbing that Kagra. I mean, that was a solid pick. I mean, she's just always able to get out of almost every CC. The thing is she going to be able to get out of multiple CCs? Is she going to be able to dodge also the Selena and the Lolita here? So that's going to be I want to say one of the key win factors is how well Nicolette can dodge these CCs and get into controlling the game in that back line. But we'll also see what Team SEXI likes to go for to control maybe more back line, and we'll see what goes from there.
Yes,
go on.
We have Clint. We're looking at these. I'm just looking at these bans. Like I said, we saw we had a lot of Uranuses yesterday as well. A lot more Uranus play, and we see that Uranus is now banned. And you got Clint. Clint is always a reliable ban when it comes down to it, because you can't deny his damage and his burst ability, especially towards the end game, because he can also not as snipey as others, but he can get you from a long way away.
Yeah, and they're really just hard focus. I'm wondering if we're going to see the Wan ban after this and just hard focus on Zia. You've taken away the Beatrix. You've taken away the Clint. Let's ban out this. I mean, that's my thought process. Take out another marksman. I got a feeling they're focusing down. They go for the Kimmy here. Definitely a possible fallback for best player, but I feel like kind of a miss ban would be a decent counter against Karina, possibly able to kite, you know, when she comes towards you, kind of just keep firing shots and keep your distance. But I kind of feel like the Kimmy was an off ban. My guess is we do see Zia lock in this 1-1. Another EXP, I like the Phoveus. It will cause havoc for Shark. So getting rid of some of those EXP laners to slow down Yasuo here. So both teams, the only ban that kind of threw me off was that Kimmy ban there, G.
Yeah, I mean, I can only imagine it's to possibly to help out the Karina, maybe even the Selena, but both of them really have really great like exit, so it's not too bad there. So it is a weird ban. It is a weird ban. But maybe it'll come to the play with these last 2 picks that EXN is trying to pick up here, that they just don't want that Kimmy to counter their marksman. Your take, Frisky?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, because even in any rank play, you really don't see Kimmy banned like that. And my first thoughts went to maybe they know something that we don't. Maybe they know that one of them could possibly have a pocket Kimmy. Maybe one of them know, like you said, they just know that, hey, Kimmy will hard counter us, or they just kind of letting the field play out, letting them see who they pick, and just betting on themselves, and so that they can, if not win this game, so they'll know for next game who to ban and who's their top priority.
But hold on a second. Best player locks in the Fanny here. I don't think I've watched best player play Fanny in a little while. I mean, while we did see a Fanny last night, was kind of, and it was up against a similar comp, you know, a tanky XP laner. You got the Lolita, and then you have this Karina, who the Karina may end up just building tank Karina here, especially against the Fanny, which is what we saw last night. And Area 77 almost lost that game because of that. Fanny just wasn't really able to get the picks that she normally would. So maybe, I mean, who does she really have to target right now? The Selena and whoever the gold laner ends up being. Maybe you can capitalize and get something early on the Karina or on the Lolita, but it's not going to be easy.
No, I mean, it's going to be a tough one. And I mean, I kind of can always come down to the player as well. You never know what's going to possibly go down. But we're still looking at such an evasive team on EXN that I don't know if a Fanny is going to be a huge decision factor here. But we'll see it. And Alice. Interesting.
I mean, they banned all of the gold laners for themselves also there.
They did.
You know, they could have definitely picked the Brody or something like that, but with Zia picking up the Lunox for the gold lane, which I think is a nice pick, especially against the tanky Glue. If I Can't Retry decides to go for a tank Karina here, you know, she's going to be able to melt through some of that. So why not bring in the Alice, bring in a bit more sustainability? The only problem I see from Extraction right now is they have no real range. They are full on dive, get in your face. We got no marksman. We got no one shooting from the back line except for the Selena. But for Selena to commit, she still has to run in at some point. So, I mean, they are a complete dive comp right now. In comparative, we have Nicolette, who's going to be able to keep some distance. So, I mean, I feel like it's kind of tough for Extraction. They really have to maybe push in early here because they don't have any real end game big damage. They're going to need to capitalize in the beginning of this game.
Exactly. And I mean, I want to say, like, it's going to be tough for Extraction. I mean, even, I don't know. It's a tough decision factor here. Frisky, what do you think possibly the win conditions for each team is?
It's going to be looking like, for me, just with these picks, as we've all noticed, that there's no legit marksman and no one like that. And I think it's going to be an all-in. Like you said, it's a dive comp. It's going to be who can get a actual single target pick, like what's going on right now. They're trying to get this pick. It looks like they will get it.
That is rough for Extraction, but a nice arrow coming on to Nicolette. Can Sophia than anyone get the finish? Not quite able to. Nicolette able to play back Shark, keeping a little bit of distance. I Can't Retry almost goes in for it, but decides not to, hesitates, moves back to red buff. Let's not try to get too aggressive early on. Did another arrow land onto them? No, so close. Nicolette able to flicker out of that one as Shark protects Nicolette with his life. A nice play from the side of Team SEXI there, Frisky.
See, as we were saying, that's what it's going to come down to, getting these picks, because if you can get a pick and just get one person off the team, I think it's going to come to that mid game, and it's going to come to everyone going all in on either the towers, getting objectives, and getting that gold lead, because you don't have that initial someone that can do high damage to your tower. So I'm really excited to see how this actually ends up going out. We have a fight going out with Fanny.
Oh, best player comes in, gets the kill, make that a double choke, and I can't retry go down. This is a tough position for the side of Extraction right now. Only 2 minutes in, already down to almost 8. I mean, we're creeping up on a 2,000 gold lead here, G.
No, definitely. And man, again, one of the win conditions I was really saying is that Kagura Nicolette is going to have to be dodging all these CCs. It's going to be nasty. Like, it's double CCs in the center here on Nicolette. And we're seeing it there. Dodging that second abyssal arrow was so key. Nicolette could have went down in just the first couple minutes here. So this is like a crazy bout that's going to go down. But we do see that Shark is trying to set some things up. And I mean, is that going to be key when you have half of the team with CC in the mid here?
Oh, and a nice way the dragon on to Choke. Choke might go down. The umbrella locks on, and Nicolette gets that kill. Another beautiful play from Team SEXI there, Frisky.
Oh my God, this is amazing. Like, it's so exciting to see it is going like this so fast and so early. And what's more important, because I know early game is key for a lot of things, but mostly for me, it's about that morale. And if you're getting shot down, you're 4-0, like you said, within the first 3 to 5 minutes, that's going to hurt the morale more than anything. And I'll just hope that Retribution, they can get through this and they can persevere and keep going.
Yeah, and they're pushing in even more as Nicolette comes in with that umbrella. So Furier might be able to get out. Choke Mamba misses that Luminal Blast, and Sir Bossy goes down in the top lane. I Can't Retry able to secure a kill up there as they continue to battle it out. But it's these little things, you know, you mentioned Nicolette being able to get out of that shot in the very beginning. You know, those little mechanics, those small moments where you don't die and it's so close and you're able to keep the lead on your enemy. And Team SEXI does that so well. It's, you know, whether, hold on, Nicolette hidden by that Abyssal Arrow right as we're talking about her. She will go down there. But so EXN making a bit of a comeback, keeping the gold lead at only 1,700. Best player now firing back, hits that cable. Not quite able to get the finish, though. These teams are coming in hot, a lot hotter than yesterday's games.
Very, very. But we looks like maybe sets happening down here.
Oh, yeah, they chose
the dragon.
Would they get caught?
Big Luminal Blast onto Shark. Zia hits the light ult just to get away. Aseong chasing down, does hit that first kill. I don't think she's going to flicker in there. But again, no kill for the side of Extraction. Frisky.
Oh, man, it's exciting. Like I said, they're all testing each other right now. It's definitely a filling out process still. But I wonder if this is going to come in and bite someone in the butt. We see down bottom, look like Cho is probably going to get... See, they're down bottom. They're really doing some good work. And that lane is just, I don't know how it is because they're escaping with little to no life. But I just think they just don't have the damage down in the bot lane to withstand the Cho damage, and the output that Cho and Lunas can put out together is really strong.
Yeah, and I mean, what I'm seeing here is that it looks like both just, oh my God, just Fanny coming in and absolutely decimating the Selena. And dude, they're just everywhere. EXN is everywhere on this map, and I don't think they have control. The gold lead's definitely there for Team SEXI. And just like, look at these plays.
Another way, the dragon. Luminal Blast does come in though. Shark will get stuck onto that tower, but down goes Aseong, and Shark is still up. I Can't Retry trying to lock in, chasing him down. He does flicker to that tower, but Choke with another beautiful flicker of himself. Not able to get the stun. Shark with the recall showing off. I Can't Retry caught him between all 4 members, and best player close in, gets that kill. Shark will go down for some of that taunting, but overall still a good trade. Zia though does get stunned up. He is able to hit that light ult, come out. Choke may just go down here. The umbrella misses, but Zia ends up getting the kill.
Man, I want to say Team SEXI has him to play. It is.
Yeah.
This is some crazy battling happening. It's just non-stop. And then, oh my god.
Oh man, they are. I don't know about and
They're just
they
everywhere.
just have no range. They have no range, and you got to go into Shark right now.
Yeah.
If you want to engage, you got to jump into that way of the dragon kick, which means somebody's got to bite the bullet if you want to make a play here. I think their only real opportunity is try to maybe bait out Shark, bait out a play. Shark though coming back in with the Jukondo. Choke will get knocked up. A nice way the dragon to knock them away. Decides not to follow up, but still really just protecting Zia right now and making plays while doing it, Frisky.
Yeah, see, that's really smart. And what we worried about that damage output. Speaking of, it looks like Fanny's gonna. Okay, maybe she's. Yeah, Fanny's going in. For it.
Oh, he does go down a little overextended there, best player. You had the right idea, but the sidesteps just came in, Frisky.
Oh man, yeah, it was overzealous, but nevertheless, they are able to. We wasn't expecting Fanny to come out and do this much work this early, but this is where she truly shines because she is a high damage, and you want to do that before your tanky champions like this can get any health on them. And if you do that and neglect them of gold, it just snowballs into a horrible effect while getting your team buffed. And I just think that they're playing phenomenally right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's only just about a 2K gold lead. Nicolette is excelling at what I wanted him to do, just being able to get out of there, get that backline poke. But the Team SEXI is just giving so much trouble to EXN right now with the combination of Shark and Fanny.
I'm going to message Nicolette right now and let her know that you called her a boy.
Oh, did I say it?
Yeah.
She is not a catfish. I can guarantee you that. I've talked to her in a VC. She's one of the best mage players in all of NA. I'm not going to lie. And I almost said the words female, but the reality is she's one of the best. She is just an amazing player. With a nice light ult, down goes Choke. That Alice pick is not seeming strong right now. Zia every time just able to light ult away, and not only that, but they've given up some of their late game damage by going for that. Best player in the back line though, a little caught off, able to get away because Shark and Bossy are here to help out. They do get that kill, another 3 members down, and now that 2K gold lead that G mentioned earlier, it's looking like 5K gold, G.
Man, and this is what we were looking at. Just the control that Team SEXI has on the map and the constant pressure they're putting on every tower, and the micro plays of just laning has been the key to their success right now. It's just been constant battles. I just don't even think like Karina's had a chance to be able to make it into any of the big team fights. And oh man, this is crazy. What's your take on this, Frisky?
I was looking, I just noted that they were able to lock down Fanny for once, finally, and that may be the key that they need to do, is try to lock her down with glue and then just try to negate her from the match if they can, because she's picking off everyone, and it's like no one is safe from her. She's able to go and get everybody and damage them really hard. We see the taunting, the light taunting, that honestly will get under your skin and again will lower your morale, get play in head games, and that's what you have to do when your opponent is on the ropes. You have to keep them on the ropes, and I think that's what Team SEXI is doing right now.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I can say is Extraction's still holding on decently. I'd like to take a quick look at the items real fast. I'm wondering if I Can't Retry has been going for some of these tankier things, which he is. So there is some still possible late game potential, but wait a second. In comes Choke, best player going in that back line, locked onto Sophiria, will get the kill. Can he make it out with his life? I Can't Retry on the trail, not able to catch him, and they take out Choke along with it. A 2-for-0 trade going into the hands of Team SEXI here as they roll on to this Lord G. Yeah,
Dude, that was our first time actually seeing a full 5-man fight, and it was just nasty. I mean, the Fanny right now, the Fanny pick is actually going crazy. Best player is insane. The combination of Shark and best player, there's just, they can't do anything. I Can't Retry. Can he escape with the Karina? Does make it out.
Oh,
Yeah, but in comes
Use
Bo.
the dive.
Line. What a nice flicker with the stun coming from Ace Young. A bit of a battle. Winter Truncheon does come up. Can you last after that? Bossy locking on, able to get the kill. The double kill falls into the hands of Zia. Sir Bossy not wanting to stop. Yasuo able to outplay, gets a trade, but it's still a full team wipe for the side of Team SEXI. They said that they were going to have a quick game, and we're at 11 and a half minutes. This game might already be falling into the hands of Team SEXI here.
I was
Man.
sitting here thinking, I was like, they did not wait for Lord to.
What is she doing? I just feel like dying today. I know I landed the arrow, but I want y'all to kill me. That's what we just heard from the side of Sophia. They do get a double kill though. Sir Bossy, Shark off the map along with Zia. I can't retreat chasing down Nicolette. Can she lock on Zia with the second skill out? Best player's here to help out though. After taking that blue buff, he's gonna take out I can't retreat and save Nicolette from another day. And those are the things that matter. They're always there. They always have each other's backs, Frisky.
Yes, that was like I'm glad they didn't quit. I'm glad they just didn't let that go. They fought and they came back a little bit. Maybe they can hold this off. And like I said, they had each other backs. Also on Team Retro, we can't neglect what they've been doing. But we see Fanny is in there just decimating everyone, getting their health low, and see if she better escape right now.
I don't know. That was a little iffy. That was a little iffy.
I think
G, huh?
overzealous.
I think that they're just playing really, really wild right now.
They're having fun.
They know they got the choke on right now, and then they're just having a little bit of fun. That's what
Would you
it's
say they
like
have
here.
the choke on choke right now?
I think
Would
so.
you say that?
I would
you
say
that?
so.
But Ace Young does come into the back, forces that Winter Truncheon because the ultimate comes. Here comes Luno Blast. No flicker though to help it land. We do get a nice lock on onto Yasuo, onto BTK Shark, trying to get out of there, but members of Team SEXI are going down. Sir Boss and Zia have been taken out. Shark Nicolette on the run now as best player comes back onto the map. So some of that tankiness that is finally coming up from the side of Extraction is helping out a little bit in these team fights. But again, there's going to be I just feel like there's going to be too much damage from Zia and Nicolette here.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what I've been seeing is Zia is 10-3 right now. Like, definitely one of the best plays right now is the Zia is just absolutely melting people when they don't even notice. And then all of a sudden they're losing health and the Fanny just comes right back in and just mops it up, you know, or just either or Zia comes in and mops up when the Fannies dive in. It's just constant diving. But I do think Team SEXI needs to calm down here. Fight for this Lord, pick it up, see if they can get a little bait going. Let's see who can get the Lord here, Frisky.
Yeah, that's what it's coming down to. I'm looking and I'm seeing that Choke, speaking of Choke, has they have their flicker up there, and they're going to be able to actually, I know they're going to be ready to use that flicker combo to try to negate them getting this, but you also got all these lanes being pushed right now, and they're in a tight spot. Do they try to get Lord, or do they protect their base? And it looks like they're going to go for protecting their base over securing the Lord.
Yeah, I don't really know if they have the capability to siege, though. A bit of a concealed play, though, from Choke Mamba. Nice flicker, Luminal Blast, and members are falling. Zia taken out as we see AC Young flicker into that back line. Best player also down. Choke Mamba a little bit low, but Shark, Sir Bossy, and Nicolette must run away here. Shark with a nice way of the dragon to try to buy a little bit of space, but Yasuo comes in, gets the stun, locks on. Another flicker from AC Young onto Shark. Nicolette and Shark both brought down. It's a full team wipe for Extraction. Lord does go towards the base of Extraction, but still, what a play. This is what we are here for, G.
This is something like Team SEXI has to watch out. EXN's not playing. Even like this would have been devastating if the Lord was on EXN's side right now. This would have been a game changer. Swapping to the side of EXN. The gold is now almost equal. I think it's going to come down to best plays. That Lolita hitting that blast and just seeing them out of nowhere was so smooth that it turned the tide. Stopped Zia, stopped the Fanny. They couldn't do anything, and then they just collapsed on them.
Yeah, it definitely did a good, it reset everything. They were able to get that team white, which allowed them to handle Lord, handle the buff minions, and things like that, and basically reset the board. And like I said, the goal lead is now back to comparable being with each other. And now you're seeing the buffness of these champions, the thickness of these champions.
Big
As
way
I
the
say
Dragon
that,
best
oh
player.
wow!
Now
Delete
let's
it.
stop messing around. Team Sexy's like, all right, let's not be too crazy. Let's get back to the strategy, make picks, let Shark open up the field a little bit. They are coming in, a wave of minions down the middle, and with Extraction down a man, they have to be careful here. They have to make every movement count. Best player not making that movement count will go down as he dives too far deep onto that home base. Sir Bossy with the Black Dragon, but another beautiful way the Dragon onto I Can't Retry, but the Luminal Blast locks on once again onto Shark, but they're still able to capitalize and get another kill onto I Can't Retry.
Nice.
Make that choke Mamba also. Sofurier a little too deep, able to get the kill though onto Sir Bossy, but Nicolette finds her slacking in the top and gets the triple kill for herself, but Yasuo wants to keep pushing forward as Zia uses that light ult to try to move around. Nicolette with the Maniac. Will we see a Savage? Yes, this is a Kagura we're watching right now. This is Nicolette. This is what she's here for. Like I said, one of the best mages in NA, making the play for Team Sexy to take home that base.
Don't
Ooh,
doubt.
I got
our
chills,
girl.
boys.
Don't
Wow.
doubt our girl.
Wow. What a
Man.
game. What a game. And this is what I was telling you guys in the very beginning when we were looking at picks. Nicolette was going to be the key play. If Nicolette could get out of all of those CCs and dodge them, the damage could be done, and it was done. So this was crazy. Crazy.
Let's take a look at some of this. I mean, speaking of Nicolette, she went 10, 3, and
13.
10, 3, and 13. I mean, MVP, well deserved. I mean, normally I like to talk about who got the MVP outside of what Moonton says, because sometimes Moonton's a little sus, you know? But Nicolette, a well-deserved MVP, coming in with a Maniac at the end game there. Best player, you know, he was able to put down some nice pressure in the beginning. Yes, he gets the silver here, but I feel like he also did great. The only player I can't really say shined too brightly this game was Sir Bossy, honestly, but I think he did his job. He held down that top lane, he made it count when he needed to, still able to do something, but 31% hero damage from Zia. So, I mean, right now the mages definitely hold the gold lane, and Zia and Nicolette definitely holding down Team Sexy right now. Shark also, though, with some great plays and 66% team fight participation, Frisky.
Yeah, like Team Shark, Shark definitely he did his job early in mid game. He was isolating, he was taunting, he was getting. You can tell they were getting upset. They were trying to target him, and he was able to get away in several different positions. He was able to reposition their key fighters, and it was really good. Like we were talking about, just people who just didn't shine so bright. And I would have to say for me, it would probably be this game would be Alice. The pick itself was kind of iffy. And Alice just didn't, to me, shine too brightly. She did a little bit a late game where she was able to actually get that health back and do damage and do things like that. But by that time, it was already too late. The lead was already too far. And I just hope that they learn from this and that they can actually change their position, change their play strats, and we'll see what's happening next game. That's what I'm excited for.
Yeah, I'm excited for it as we jump back to this caster's desk now. Game 2, Team Sexy came out so strong in Game 1, but I have to say, I really feel like they just won that in the draft overall. So hopefully Extraction does something a little bit different. I don't think the Karina pick was back. I don't think having that nice tanky front line was bad. They just needed some damage for those end games. They were able to get some great sets. They were able to make some great plays if they just had a little bit more damage. Maybe if they had the Clint, if they had the Beatrix, if they didn't ban out all those Marxes, even the Brody, someone to kind of, waft around, do their thing, pick people off, like we saw Nicolette doing, like we saw Zia doing. And that was what was lacking, I feel like, in the composition of Extraction there. So hopefully they bring something different here. I know these teams are ready. Do you guys think that Extraction comes and brings this to Game 3, guys, as we're about to go into this draft?
Oof.
Whew. Look, right?
Oof. I don't know. It's gonna be really, really tough here. We're gonna see in what they can possibly pull through. We know we've seen Extraction just like they can play. They came to play. It just was a combination of, like what you were seeing, T-Rex, is the combination of the picks and the drafts. like you gotta watch out. Like we now know you might want to ban a Lunox. It might be a little bit too strong. And stuff like that. I think EXN could be just playing and feeling the field, and then they might come back. That's the hope. That's what their key. If they're trying to do anything, that is what they're gonna try to be doing here, Frisky.
Yeah, I think that's what we should see. What it should be going on. I think they can. They need to go ahead and ban who they need to ban. And what I'm afraid of, if they ban that Lunix, it leaves someone else available, and that's what it's like. It's hard to realize. So, do you get something to counter the Lunix and just to play for that Lunix, or do you ban the Lunix and open yourself up for someone else or something else to come in and you don't know how to handle it because now your back's against the wall. You're all or nothing. You have to win this if you wanna advance to the next game.
Yeah, they definitely. I mean, they have to. And you mentioned banning out the Lunox. I don't think that's the play. Because what do you just at that point? Are you still going to ban the Beatrix? Are you still going to ban the Clint? Are you going to just zone off Zia, which may not be a horrible idea? Maybe just kind of really focus on one. They have to do something here because if they lose this, they're not going to the semifinals. So there has to be something different. They are taking out that Chow, which I think Shark. We were worried if Shark on the Chow was going to be as effective in the early game with Superior on the Selena and the level 1 stun from Lolita, but he showed that it definitely still was very effective. So they're gonna give that up. The Grok also taken off. What do we see the Lolita picked up from Shark this time, or something a little different?
I want to say yes. I mean, Shark again showed us that Cho's still huge, insane tanks. The Way of the Dragon is just so good at being able to pick off and get in there, and we know Shark can do it. But we also know that Shark and Lolita, they just weren't able to pick that first. They just didn't want to go for that first. They went with the Yuzong first. And then let EXN pick that up. So maybe Shark's feeling more of a Cho this go around. But we'll see. EXN did not like the Fanny. They did go ahead and ban the Fanny. They said if we're gonna be doing anything, we're getting that out of the way. So we'll see. What do you think the first pick's gonna be, Frisky?
Oh man, you got Yasuo. So this is gonna be Esmeralda. Is that what you're thinking? Yeah, she is free. Esmeralda is free right now. So
I mean, it's definitely a possibility. I don't know. I haven't seen enough extraction, so I don't know what their normal prio first pick here is, Frisky.
Yeah, that's something. Are they going to pick for someone else? Are they going to pick for themselves? But it looks like they're actually going to go with Yuzong. Okay.
He did come in clutch. He did come in clutch in the last game, like during that last push during the Lord, like coming in as the Way of the Dragon and just absolutely destroying them. So we'll see.
He does do well against certain picks, and he is just a well-rounded EXP laner. Again, like I said for Sir Bossy when he picked it up, it's similar to several EXP laners. You're able to pick them up, and there's not too much you have to worry about. Sir Bossy is going to come back with this Esmeralda himself, a solid pick, and definitely one of Sir Bossy's top 3 picks. So the next question is, do they lock in the tank yet? Or do they put Zia on the gold lane already? Right now it's definitely very open for the side of Team SEXI. Shark coming in with the Franco, though.
Oh, the hooking boys. That's what we're going to be seeing. Some good hooks.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Shark and his hooks and some hook flicker combos and some annoying things with your getting, it's going to be fun to see hook plays coming in and how he's going to interpret that and how they're going to try to counter Sharks, see if they're going to be able to do this. And what do you guys think? What do you think Choke is going to do now?
I mean, there's the possibility. I don't know if he's going to go for the Lolita again. They just showed that it's not always a viable pick. Yes, it's good. Yes, it does work, but you might want to pick something else up here. Possibly Hylos to deal with the Esmeralda, you know, something with some nice CC to lock it down. I was thinking also maybe the jungle Basha, but I can't retreat ops to go for the Karina instead. I feel like the jungle Basha would have been nice there. It's already a nice counter to Esmeralda, and we know how aggressive, but hey, I mean, but best player really just, he must be feeling comfortable tonight. We haven't seen him pick picks like Fanny and Ling in a long time, and I am enjoying watching this right now.
Hey, listen, I mean, it just might be good pings nowadays, you know? He's pulling it in. He's pulling it in. Maybe hit a move on, you know? Who knows?
Yeah,
But I mean, just the overall picks right now are on to Team Sexy side. Again, they're gonna be so maneuverable that it's gonna be really tough. It's gonna be really tough for EXN again. And I mean, dealing with this Lilia is gonna be it's gonna be tough. But we don't know what Nicolette's gonna go with here. The win conditions are still on either side. I just think EXN needs to watch out for BTK Shark. Just we seen what Team Sexy was doing last game, and they just kept getting pick after pick after pick. So we'll see. What's your take, Frisky?
I was looking at these band, and we were hyping up the Lu Yi earlier, and we see that Lu Yi won't be able to shine this game, but I think that's favorable. I would have done honestly the same thing. We see a carry ban, and we know that carry can come in, and that late game carry is one of the most devastating things she could do. People don't realize that slight CC and on top of her actual her marksman ability, her attack speed is very crucial, and that she can just wipe out any team, the tankiest of tanks. And then we also see your big tricks. We were talking about how you seeing snipes last games and our other seasons. So it's like it's gonna be something really special to see what Zia pulls out here, and I'm excited to see who these last remaining champions are gonna be.
Yeah, I mean, one thing we're seeing more gold lane picks coming from the side of Team Sexy here, and the Lu Yi is getting banned off for Nicolette, but I feel like the Kagura would have been a better ban than that. You just got shredded apart by the Kagura. I did like the Lilia pick because it is going to kind of maybe slow down that Esmeralda a little bit, especially if you get that AoE, you get that Ice Queen wand, you kind of help slow down the engage from them just jumping down your throat. But now you have Nicolette, who definitely outranges the Lilia, who definitely can catch her off guard. So Team Sexy comes in with that answer for themselves. I am a little worried about best player on the Ling up against this Yuzong and showing that Ling so early when there's definitely a few decent counters that Extraction could pick here, G.
Yeah, and I was about to say this. The Clint wasn't banned yet. So seeing a Clint's going to be... I was hoping EXN was going to pull that through. Coming in with a Kufra, amazing. And now Zia just being able to lock in the Wanwan because she knows that she's not going to have too much of a trouble since there's not a Lolita this time. So this Wanwan and Kagura and even the Ling, to be honest, like they're all going to... What? Nicolette just changed with Shark?
No. Oh, wait. Is that
What's
real?
Going on? Hold
That
up.
is real.
Is this real?
Wait a minute.
Nicolette playing the Franco? What? Shark playing Are we gonna have to reset this game? What just happened? They're not gonna reset for this.
No.
Let me say one thing. Nicolette is jumping on the Franco. They feel comfortable, and these are the things that Team Sexy, this is one of the reasons why it's fun to watch them, because when they are ahead, when they feel like they just skill gap you, they like to have some fun in their games. And right now we're watching Nicolette, the Kagura that we just watched in the last game, pick up this Franco. Shark's gonna be on the Kagura. One thing I can say about Extraction this time is they brought some late game damage. They brought in this Clint for the gold lane, which as long as you can keep him alive, Clint is a great win condition for a lot of teams. Nicolette, though, trying to pull a Shark, taking a bit too much damage. We'll have to run away there, Frisky.
Yeah, I'm excited to see. Like I said, they had to run away, but it did its job. Nicolette did the job and was able to pull him away. But I see they're trying to still protect it, and all that is doing is just pulling them away from other lanes. And this early game is going to be very important. And I love seeing Kufra play because I love Kufra. And there's a lot of CC, but then you have, like say, you have Zia on 1-1 who can escape your CC. You have Lilia who can escape CC. There's a lot of CC, but there's a lot of we can get away from your CC, and I'm very excited to see those mid to late game fights because of this.
Yeah, definitely, definitely something to watch out for. Sir Bossy in this EXP lane, but we already have a first blood. Zia getting it, locked on to Choke, and he keeps pushing forward. Sophia now on the run. AC Young doing some nice burst damage, and this is what you got to watch out for, that Clint. If he's able to catch you off guard, he can get a kill real quick here, G.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just going to be one heck of a game. I'm actually pretty excited to see what kind of Kagura plays we can see from BTK Shark here. But I still think, I mean, if Zia can pull some things off here, it almost gets taken out by the Cho there, but makes it away just by a hair. It's gonna be interesting. Are they gonna be fighting over for the turtles? Are they gonna be actually like clutching objectives this time around? Team SEXI was just absolutely controlling a lot of the game last game, so I'm ready to see what goes down here. What's your take, Frisky?
Oh man, like you said, I'm taking a look at chat, and it's so funny. Franco was able to get out. Nicolette is able to escape, but Lilia is trying to come and capitalize on that damage. Just couldn't do it, but it left herself open.
Oh, Shark with the umbrella. Sophia now using those black shoes to try to get away. Zia trying to chase out, but Nicolette will go down in a quick trade back, though, from Zia, taking out Sophia, then locking on to Choke to send you back to the base. But the thing is, while all this is happening, we got Best Player securing the turtle for his team, locking down those objectives and doing what's needed, putting them at a small gold lead. Not as much as last time, but a good start for Team SEXI here.
Oh yeah, this is very great. Like I said, they switched it up. Everyone is like the chat. We're all kind of on our toes now, kind of confused because of that change with Nicolette, and everybody's like, "What's going on? What's going to happen?" And it's going to make this way more exciting. And I think that even happened to the opponent team. They don't know what Team SEXI is up to. They don't know what's going on, and it looks like they're actually going to get caught out with this. See if that 1-1 ult, that buff we see is coming into play.
Oh, but a big Tyrant's Rage on a Best Player to help stop him. The Tempest of Blades goes off, lands right on top of Choke, gets the kill, and in comes Shark with that umbrella, doing a bit of damage to AC Young, with Sophia now chasing down. Doesn't have those black shoes, so don't get too far, but able to get the kill onto Shark. Definitely seen a better game from Extraction this time. A nicer comp, much different than last time. I Can't Retry in the bottom, trying to put some damage onto Sir Bossy, but that Esmeralda may end up being a problem as we get a bit farther in this game. We're still early on, but I'm excited to see Sir Bossy at the 10-minute mark here.
Yeah, and I mean, that last play was crazy. We are seeing EXN actually doing some rebounding on what they did last time. And it was just they lost out on a lot of the objectives, kind of was roaming a little bit too much. Everybody was everywhere. They're kind of sticking together now and actually getting sets. So I think they're actually focusing on a lot of the key micros that probably failed them in the first go around. So let's see if Team SEXI's problem or their win condition that they failed to meet was swapping BTK Shark with the Mage. But we'll have to, time will only tell.
Here comes the Tempest of Blades, locking into that mid. Coming down to Lilia. Zia, though, in the top, able to get a kill themselves, so that's 2 down across the map. Make that 3. Team SEXI moving in. Best Player, a kill for himself. 2 falling into the hands of Zia. That puts Zia at 4-0 right now on this 1-1. Definitely a good position for Team SEXI, Frisky.
You gotta keep your eye on Nicolette. That hook was amazing. And being versatile like this as a player in general is just so good. It's just so good to see in any team comp, to where your team can have each other backs in the sense to say, hey, are you not wanting to play this? Or let's switch it up and keep them on their toes. And that's what we're still doing. And they're able to come out here and they already got them on their backs. And I wonder if they can come back from this. It's only 5 minutes, so it's still anyone's game. But as we can see, they're going down deep on Yuzong, and it looks like he's not going to make it.
Oh, Best Player able to get that kill. You know, I want to see some more rotation from Yasuo. He is holding Esmeralda back, but I feel like in some of these fights, come up for that turtle, come up to the mid lane. That's what the Yuzong is good for, hitting that Black Dragon. But Zia now cornered between 3 members. Can she get all those weak points? Fighting, bouncing around, trying to get the outplay. Will get taken out though from I Can't Retry. A nice try from Zia, but not able to make it.
Yeah, that was a slight mistake on her part. She was trying to go for Kufra to get that last hit so that she can ult, get away, get a couple of kills while at it, instead of turning back and maybe focusing on someone else that was behind her. And it just, it just came down to the moment of like, hey, it happens. Sometimes you get taken out, which is not good. She's still 5-1-1, so she's still good to go on the board.
I'm wondering if they're feeling too comfortable with Zia being on this Wan, but I mean, again, this is what we were seeing in the very beginning, was the key micro plays of just controlling all the lanes, always pushing. But we got something going on here.
Yeah, big Tyrant's Rage. Choke tries to get out of there, but not quite able to. Yasuo coming in with that Black Dragon as Zia hops, chasing you down one hop at a time. But the burst damage coming from Aseong definitely looks dangerous. They're going to have to be careful for that Clint. Tempest of Blades does go off, though. Locking on to I Can't Retry. Yasuo now forced to go back to base as I Can't Retry does some nice damage on a Serbasi and forces them to back off to that turtle pit.
Man.
Oh, yeah.
It's been something else here. I think it's just coming down to all of these micro and macro plays, man. Just they've secured every single turtle. They've already taken out all 3 of the first inhibitors here. So we'll see if they can keep it going. I don't know if EXN can pull some of these things back. They're gonna have to, like you were saying, T-Rex, stick together. Team fight is the key here for EXN to actually get a victory.
Yeah, they have to get some sort of set, and right when he's about to hit the Tyrant's Rage, a nice suppression from Nicolette. Zia gets that kill. So, not the ideal was there, but they have to execute it. Extraction needs to execute a little bit better here. That's it. They just need to kind of make those plays count. Every time that Choke goes in, he's getting stopped or he's getting caught off guard. Choke needs to maybe play at some more angles and wait for the ambushes a little bit more instead of forcing the engage just right there. Down goes Aseon. A little bit of an overkill. The hook, the Zia fire, and the ultimate from Shark. They definitely were going to get that kill there.
That was nasty. What's your take on that, Frisky?
They're pushing in on all lanes right now, and they're going as a team. And you would think on paper, like said, like there we go.
Another big ultimate from Zia. Is able to help Serbasi secure that kill onto Yasuo. I Can't Retry, slowed down. Serbasi and Nicolette circling around. Zia continues to pick away at that bottom tower, but now I Can't Retry turns the table, zones in onto Zia to get that kill as Aseon sends them running. The red buff gets pulled from Nicolette. She is just nonstop. She's like, I'm gonna run around and hook every buff I see, just in case you want to go for it. Best player locking on Choke, maybe making a play here. Best player is able to get it. He doesn't have. Once again, Choke caught up from the suppression of Nicolette. Tempest of Blades coming down as the mega kill falls into the hands of best player there. Aseon trying to run away. The damage is still nice from him, but he has to watch out for Shark. He has to watch out for some of the players on Team SEXI as Yasuo chases them down and keeps them away from that tier 2 tower, G.
Man, this game's just turning into a slaughter fest of EXN, man. It's 4-13 right now. This is gonna be rough for them. I don't even know. They're gonna have to wait for the late game here now, so that the Cho and or not the Cho, the Clint and the Lilia can actually confer here. But they're locking down I Can't Retry right now. Franco, Shark, all of them just constantly just locked her down and sandwiched I Can't Retry. And I don't think it's gonna be a contested Lord this time around.
You definitely won't retry this game. I can't retry. Not on this Lord, because they're taking you out first. A rough game, 4-14, 7,000 gold lead to Team SEXI right now. They are definitely dominating. Not a single, let's point out the fact too, not a single tower has been taken yet.
Frisky, what do you think about this?
Yeah, like you said, like not a tower has been taken, no objectives has been taken. Um, Kufra has been trying to get these sets, and,
Oh my
and he just
god.
got a really good set right
Oh
there.
my.
Oh, that's what is
That's
needed.
big.
That's
That
what
was
is needed. These
huge.
big sets like this, but it might be a little too late because you see, Esmeralda has free reign to push bot. You have Lord coming in pushing top. You got the buff minions, and you still have 1/1 available. So I wonder if it's just too late for any of this comeback or any of this fight. What do you think, G?
I mean, if they make, like we said earlier, if Choke can make a play that matters, you know, we just saw a nice team fight from them, catching 2 members of Team Sexy off guard. With the Clint, they're going to shred down this Lord pretty easily. Same thing with Superior. They do have the comp to be able to stop sieges. Here comes the conceal play, though. They decide to use it on someone else. Choke in this bush as Sir Bossy waits. The rest of Team Sexy moving their way around this red buff, but a nice hook onto Choke once again. The suppression comes in, and Choke will go down. Yasuo also taking some damage as Shark tries to finish him off with the ultimate, not quite able to, but a beautiful hook from Nicolette once again, and make that a double kill for Shark. Kagura, whichever hands it's in, is definitely on fire tonight as the rest of the members come in. This could be game 2. Tempest of Blades comes down to I Can't Retry. A full team wipe in the game will be a 2-0 sweep for the side of Team Sexy.
My gosh.
That was more devastating than the first game.
Victory!
Like even that was astonishing, and that was great, guys.
Wow.
That was
Just-
definitely intense.
Do you think they just made this game a practice game? Like, they just swapped Nicolette and BTK Shark. Like, I just can't let that go not announced. Like, that blew
it's
my
true.
mind. Like, you had to catch that. Like, I was like, wow. Just wow.
And you know what we talk about too? Like whenever we see certain teams kind of fall apart when a certain player is forced into another role because a sub has to happen or something like that. That is something I feel like we never have to worry for the side of Team Sexy. You know, let's say Shark can't play one day. Well, you just put Nicolette in as the tank. Or let's say Nicolette can't play one day and they have to use a sub. Shark can just rotate to just about any role. All of them have such variety. All of them. And not only that, but their synergy whenever they switch roles is also just so smooth. I mean, it is definitely it's just a breath of fresh air to watch, and that sounds so cheesy, but it's such a nice thing to see. Team Sexy will be going into the playoffs right now, and they're going to be going up against one of the teams that come up next, and up next we have a team that I've started to grow very fond of over the past few months, and that is the Simpsons. And then we have another team similar to Extraction. They have played in some events before, back when Pico was doing the NACC and Assassin Dave, and some of those tournaments were happening before. We have Team ETHEREAL. So again, they've looked strong in this tournament. They've made it to the top 8. Let's see if they have what it takes to go up against a team like the Simpsons that has been playing very, very regularly in events like these, Frisky.
Yeah, see, that's what it's gonna come down to. Like, I wonder if there's gonna be a case of maybe someone is a little bit rusty. Maybe is the rustiness is something that's coming in, as we saw what happened with I Can't Reach Her. It like that rust, I think, played a key part. But like I said, the Simpsons, they've been playing these. They're used to it. This is another thing for them, another day in the life. And I wonder if ETHEREAL will be able to take a look and see what happened last game. Just kind of learn from, even though these aren't the same player, just kind of learn, just kind of get a feel for where they are at now in this competition, and to try and put something out, and that will make some good quality game, and that's what we want to see.
Yeah, nah, exactly. I can feel you there. It's going to be interesting to see what possibly can go down into this next game. Frisky, man, what do you think EXN could have done better in that last game to possibly even turn around what was going on in that game?
It honestly, it felt like they were just a second or two behind. It felt like they were just a second or two slow. There were several moments where Kufra was trying to do some sets or trying to pick some sets off, and it was just it felt like a frame or two away from hitting like any of the characters, anybody that was on their screen. And it's like, I don't know if it was maybe a little bit of lag, or just maybe sometimes you get a case of the slow finger some days when you're trying to do these plays. And it just felt like they were behind a little bit in every aspect. And they had, like I said, they had great thoughts. They had great, hey, let's do this. We can see it. We can see it unfolding. Let's go attack this spot together. But they just all weren't together at once, or they missed the bush just by a slight bit. And you saw Team Sexy was already on it. They were on it. They were together like glue. So the synergy was there. So when they were picking somebody, you saw at least 3 people on one person. You saw you saw them doing that. And by the time, like I say, got to late game, they had so much gold, or they had so much equipment, they had so many core items that it just didn't matter, and it was just a steamroll.
It was absolutely, and I 100% agree with what you're saying there. Like, it was just, again, one of the toughest games that they could have come through. EXN, I mean, as you could see from Team Sexy, they just were, again, like I was saying during the game, their micros and macros, they were just constantly laning, controlling the flow of battle. And then even if they died during a lord, it's still like they didn't even need the lord. They were literally constantly controlling the lanes so hard that the other team EXN couldn't even control their own. And then when it came to them controlling the lanes, they were controlling the flow of battle. Like every time, the Franco, the Cho, they just were always diving in and actually had the ability to be able to get picks. And then every single one of those early game picks, it slowed down EXN. And then it was, to me, I felt like the flow of battles were perfect. Team Sexy, they knew what they came to do, and they blew it away. But without further news, we're gonna go into our first giveaway of the night.
Woo!
Woo!
Giveaway. Woo!
So
yeah, make sure you guys have those. Be prepared. There's a link in the description of the Facebook stream and the YouTube stream that it's labeled for the giveaway. You shouldn't miss it. I'm pretty sure it's towards the bottom of the descriptions. And what you're going to do is you're going to go to that website and type in the code that you're going to see pop up on screen here soon. So make sure you got your pens ready. Make sure you got something to memorize this code. If you got 2 phones, that's even better because you're going to have to leave the stream to put in this code. So be prepared. We're going to put that up right now. G, let's roll that giveaway.
The giveaway is there now. This is a good giveaway here. I mean, you're getting 100 diamonds and 20 magic dust. Again, like what T-Rex was saying, write down this code and put it in on the link.
Yeah, we're going to leave that up for a little bit while we get some of these next teams readied up. Those games with Team Sexy and Extraction ended very fast. The next game is not scheduled for a little bit, but we're going to try to get these teams in here a little bit early, get through these ping checks. And like I said, you guys were talking about the Team Sexy versus Extraction game, and I hate to say it, but Extraction just looked a little rusty. And Team Sexy, yes, they had a bit of a bad playoffs in the playoffs last time for the NASL, but they definitely wiped off that dust quickly and are back at it, and they just gapped them. There was definitely just a player diff. Teams, like you said, just control over the map, everything from A to 0. They had all of their bases covered. So, I mean, they are definitely a team to watch out for, and whoever wins this game we're about to watch is going to go back up against them. So hopefully we see someone strong come out on top here that can give Team Sexy a big challenge.
This dude, I caught it. I couldn't believe it. But one of the things that have blown me away, and my mind is just absolutely blown, is just seeing VTK Shark and Nicolette swap roles. To me, it seemed like they were just going into that game, just trying stuff out. Like they just felt so comfortable that even if they swapped to another role, it was like GG, and again, maybe they felt that just from the very first battle, just the very first go through. They were like, listen, we're going to try something new here. What's your take, Frisk?
Oh man, it was great. It was just overall, even though the game didn't last as long, the action was quick, it was swift, it was intense when it was going on. And I think overall, that's what we wanted to see. We want to see the action. We want to see the overall explosion of battle. And it was, and just the fun is the showmanship. Like we like the little showmanship, and that's what Team Sexy was doing. They were showing off. They were showing off that, hey, we are here. We are better than before. We have become more cohesive. We have become more of a unit. We have become learn how to play off of each other. Like I said, we saw that late games, last game switch. No one saw that coming. Nobody did. And the fact that they were not only be able to do it, but to do it so well. And because this is not saying that team I can't Rectory isn't a good team or they're not a good team. No, they're good. They are good players. But the fact, like I said, this gap was so big, and I believe on top of just the player gap, but also the morale that you hit from losing, the morale to see that they are, the lack of better term, they are shining on you. They are, toying with you. You seeing them do all the taunting. You seeing them just play around, and when you can't do nothing about that, that hurts even more. And I think just all of that overwhelmed them, and it's like this game is not only about how fast your hands is and who you know and what you know, but it's how well you can take that mentally. Because if you can't, you can see what happened. You can fall like they did.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, I don't I I don't think it came down to the overall, like, just the picks. I think because at the end we could still see that they swapped roles between BTK Shark and Nicolette. So that kind of shows me that they felt like familiar in any role. And then just EXN, just even though they were using the Karina and the Yu Zhong, similar picks from the first round, maybe could have played through. I mean, the guy's name was I Can't Retry, and he was playing a Karina. So who knows? Like, I mean, the Karina pick was a little rough in the first go around. Maybe being a little bit more diverse and switching it up, just because of how you've seen the flow of the first battle. And then the best player going with Ling. Just overall throughout the whole game, I seen Ling controlling Karina's jungle. Like, Ling was constantly, he didn't even go into his own jungle first. He immediately flew into Karina's jungle and was constantly stealing all of the jungle on that aspect. So I mean, GG's to Team Sexy.
That's what all we can say at the end of the day is GG's, because some days are better than others. We all have our days. Some days are off, some days are on. And it just looks like, Team Sexy were on the day. They were on it. And now they can be comfortable knowing that they got this win. And then they can look at this game versus ETHEREAL and the Simpsons, see how they play, see who's playing what, get a feel of what's going on. And then they're going to be even more ready for their game at the final, so the last game of the night.
Yeah, and I mean, we, like you were saying, we have ETHEREAL and the Simpsons coming up next. So it's gonna be, I'm gonna see what goes on here. I've seen the Simpsons play a lot in the league that we cast on the other side of things. So I'm hoping the Simpsons is coming to play. I don't think I've really ever seen too much of ETHEREAL here. So we'll see what goes down on this aspect. I know the Simpsons they've had practice in the tournament area. They're gonna be coming with the ability and the knowledge and hopefully the lineups of what all of these other pro teams are doing in North America. So if ETHEREAL is one of the random picks that we're finding here, we're gonna find out and see what goes down. Frisky, if you had to pick between, are you gonna go for ETHEREAL or the Simpsons?
Oh man, if what we know now is from our last game that having your knowledge and not having a little dust or rust on you, it will affect you. I'm going with the Simpsons on this. The Simpsons have been playing, they've been doing this for a little while in the actual, just being up to date on the tournaments, knowing the meta, playing in the meta of these tournaments, which is slightly different than your regular ranked and things of that nature. So I'm thinking they know a little bit more about what's going on. And
Yeah.
ETHEREAL, like you said, I'm not too well versed on them. So I wonder what they can actually bring to the table. I wonder if the Simpsons done any check on Ethereal, because we know Ethereal has probably checked out the Simpsons, because we know they played before, that we know they've been doing this. So I'm very excited to see how Ethereal is going to tackle or handle coming in and hopefully showing up and bringing and stepping their best foot forward in this match. And I'm excited for this game. I wonder if it's going to be a clean sweep. I wonder if it's going to be a little maybe a fight for it. But overall, it's going to be a good game just in general.
Nah, exactly. I'm still blown away. The clean sweep of Team Sexy. My ideal is who's gonna win this next game. You're voting for the Simpsons. I'm gonna go with Ithriel. I'm gonna say that someone I have no idea about is just gonna come in here and blow my mind like a BTK Shark and Nicolette switch. Just absolutely, just boggle my mind. This is what I want to see. I can't wait for it, to be honest. It's gonna be great. We're seeing a lot of cool plays. Again, like I was saying at the very start of our the NACT here, that the metas have changed. The new season started not too long ago, and everybody's still in North America getting the feel. We're watching MPLs. We're trying to learn and see what we could possibly get done on our side of things. North America is not too big in the esports genre, and this is the start. So I can't wait. I'm hoping a lot of the people here came prepared, and yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy to see that. The battles on the first game was crazy. First,
I think we definitely see some good games right here. One thing we got to point out too is the Simpsons, West players, ETHEREAL, West players. So everyone's going to definitely be playing at their peak here, and it's something I'm always excited to see. Cole World is the jungler on the side of the Simpsons. We know he likes to play some of these high mechanical heroes, like the Ling, like the Lancelot, things of that nature. So I'm excited to see how he does. Simpsons have also really been falling into this Edith pick for either their EXP lane or their roam. A lot of times we will see it on the roam, so it's something also to watch out for. Not a lot of teams are running that, but they make it work so well, especially those first two levels. You have the knock up, you have the stun. I mean, you have a lot of CC, and if you can play that aggression off, especially with Cole World behind you on something like the Ling, it can definitely work very well into your favor. So I think that's definitely something we want to keep our eyes on. Chesu is going to be the mage for the side of the Simpsons, and from what it looks like, Selena could be a possible pick for Chesu here, or even something like the Natalia as a support, a mid lane support, or an off lane. Definitely another team that does like to move their teammates around. One day Vanguard's playing the Franco, playing the Grok, and the next thing you know, they move someone else over. Blazer comes into the mid lane with maybe the Edith or something like that. So a lot of variety, just like what we saw from Team Sexy. There is a lot of variety from the Simpsons, and I just feel like that comes with them playing so much recently, putting in so much hard work for these events and playing so regularly. So it's definitely a team I'm excited to watch. Not to count anything out from ETHEREAL, they're just a newer team and we haven't gotten to know them, and they have done a lot to get to the top 8. So I also hope the best for them. I hope that if they take this win, they can give a huge challenge to Team Sexy and, maybe possibly win that. And it's just so nice to see so many new teams coming in, new teams trying to get their names out there and show off. So it's definitely going to be an exciting game of what we're about to watch here, Frisky.
Oh yeah. So you said the key word. Even though they're new, they've done their thing to show their merit. They tested their goal. They got here for a reason. And I hope that they impress everyone. I hope they impress the people. I hope they impress the viewers. I just hope that they impress themselves and they do their best that they can with this opportunity that they have created for themselves. And just overall having both these teams play some good games and hopefully just shine a better light on the NACT just to get us going. It's just a good feeling to see so many competitions backed up by MLBB, so many competitors, so many teams more teams joining, more teams coming in, newer teams coming in. That means it's just so much more fresher blood. It's seeing a revitalization into the mobile scene over here for North America. And I'm hoping just games like this with teams like these will keep happening, and we'll just have a great match. And I hope it doesn't go too short, like we saw the
Like
last
the last one.
yeah, I want to see a little bit of fight. I'm not complaining if it does, but I know, like yesterday we
Yeah,
had
you should have been
multiple
here
games.
yesterday. We had like
Yeah,
all best of threes. It
yeah,
was
I
a
watched.
long night.
I watched a few of them because I even asked you. I was like, "Hey, what happened?" Because I laid down because I'm like, "Oh, they are going at it," and it's different picks, different teams, but it's still good to see that it's such a different variety of players and team compositions. Because, like I said, from yesterday and today, it's like night and day with how these teams have fought, how these teams have approached the laning phase, the battle phase, the everything. So I'm excited to see how this game goes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
You
and
know, it's been one thing that's changed up in the past, like since the newest patch. You know, there was a moment there where, you know, even me as Cass and I was starting to say that the turtle objective was dead. Like a lot of teams were opting to gank the gold lane immediately just because of how crucial the gold lane was, how important it was. And maybe it was just the teams going against each other. They knew that the gold, you know, like the Zias, Dog Tour for TSU, some of these other players on other teams, you know, like how important those gold laners were and how much of the team they carried on their shoulders. So a lot of teams were opting to just gank gold lane and skip turtle and try to get a full thing of gold plating, get a gank, and maybe even take the tower in the first 3 minutes. And one thing we haven't seen at all this tournament is that the turtle has been a major objective in the first 2 minutes. You know, in the first 2 or 3 minutes, it's been something that a lot of teams have been fighting on. So it's another change up, another thing of and it just goes to show how fluid some of these games can be, and what are you willing to give? What are you going to take back for it? What kind of trades are you going to make on the map? And it's been definitely an interesting thing to watch how fluid Mobile Legends has been in the past 3 months with so many different picks coming in, leaving, coming back, the way the teams are rotating around the map, what's important, what isn't. I mean, things have just been constantly wheeling over, turning over, getting thrown up in the air and seeing where the cards fall. And it's made this past couple months very exciting to watch these games, to watch some of these top players make these moves and make these decisions in each game.
yeah, no, and again, that after seeing last night's, seeing tonight's, just the very first game, I'm hoping, just like Frisky said, I'm hoping that we're gonna see some like going to threes, you know, or even like I just don't want to see a full sweep of the tournament, you know. So I'm hoping everybody's brought their A game. We've seen Team SEXI clearly brought their A game. They came in sweeping it. So Frisky, do you think these other teams are ready?
Oh yeah, they have to be. It just got to a point like we were saying earlier, and it all comes back to being able to do your team composition and things of like that. The meta has been changing and shifting so well, and that could be big ups onto the MLBB team, because these buffs and nerfs that they've been implementing on all the characters have been really well, and it hasn't been just a target on one position or one character. You've been seeing them change people, like just so many, about everything from 1/1's buff to you seeing the tanks getting buffs, you seeing nerfs and buffs all around, and those slight things changes the dynamic of the game of who's going to be picked and who's not going to be picked. And things
Mm-hmm.
like you said with the turtle objective, you can see certainly that it can provide that extra exp, that extra gold, that extra little bit of shield that can allow you to do more riskier dives or things like that. But also, you see where people just neglect that and go straight to the goal lane, like he was saying, to get the ganks. So you've been seeing so much happening, and everything has been so fluid, and you get so used to seeing one thing, and you're expecting that, and then you're the be it the opposition, the other team, it switches it up, they flip it up, they do something different, and you're all off guard because you wasn't expecting that. And it's good to see that the health of the tournament scene, of the health of this high caliber plays, is to that level to where it's just not basically a carbon copy of each game from one to the next of all being be it the same champions, the different rotations, the same play style, the different rotate, going from next game to next game to next game. It's something different. Every team is doing something different because that's how they play. That's maybe how they learn, or that's how they know to sometimes to think outside of the box. And it brings such a good feel to this game to see it be so different, so contrasting, but to be able to keep, you have to be on your toes when it comes to this point. And I'm just ready for these teams. I'm ready to see if Ethereal is going to play something more comfortable, play something more meta, or ban something more meta, or they're going to go balls to the wall and just say, hey, we're going to do our thing. And that may not be the meta, but you don't know how we're going to play this. Because like you said earlier, the champions do not make the team, or they don't make the game. They don't win games. It's how you play with those said champions. And we've seen that a lot, to where these people are amazing on champions. They can switch champions up on you last minute and throw you off like Team SEXI did. And the boom, there you go. You have crazy hooks going left and right, and no one knows what's happening. So I'm just excited to see what ETHEREAL is going to be, but I believe the Simpsons will pull it off.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely there's definitely a lot of variety here. And you definitely don't see a lot of the same exact things every single time. And that is definitely it's a nice thing to watch. It's refreshing to go from one team. And even when it comes to junglers and some of the picks, some of the interesting picks that we see. Yesterday we saw Insomniac with Lord T, who loves to use that offlane Fanny and makes it work so well. And just the variety of everyone in the server as they're bringing such different things to the table. But in talking about Team SEXI, they definitely sometimes just seem a league above the rest. I think whoever wins out of this game and goes up against them next is definitely going to be a challenge. But I just want to talk hypothetically here for a minute. Let's say Team SEXI wins tonight, and they're going up against Area 77 in the finals. Let's just say that happens, right? Because in my eyes, that's a dream game. That is an exciting game right there, and that is something I think a lot of people will be excited for. And if someone does beat out Team, let's just say the Simpsons are really on their A game here. Anyone that beats out Team SEXI in the next round is definitely earning their spot in the finals. And we've seen something like that. We've seen things like that happen before. We've seen some of these, quote unquote, unbeatable teams fall when the time comes. So, I'm excited for it. We do have a few minutes until this game starts. We're going to jump onto the waiting screen for about 5 minutes, get some of these ping checks out of the way, and we will be back up in just a minute, guys. So go get some water, use the bathroom, do whatever you need to do as we get ready for the next game of the night.
A sweet adventure starts here. It's such a nice day for a picnic with friends. Let's go out and play! This way, my little friend.
This game is just like a walk in the park.
Pretty kitty, happy kitty, a cute friend of mine.
What should I draw today? Purin or a pudding? Greenery and flowers below, sky and clouds above.
Hey, Dex, Bats, do you like it here?
Sweetness spreading. Finding more models for practice.
Hello, friends.
Say cheese!
Poor little Melissa. Her mother has become an angel, carefully watching over her from above. But even a guardian angel can't protect her from all the ill intentions in this world. Her half-sister is a big bully. And finally, Melissa decided...
Melissa!
Oh! Huh?
You must pay for what you've done!
Oh, really?
Avenge me!
Get ready, guys. Well, the best is yet to come.
Help!
It's getting late. Let's end this quick.
Let them go! Otherwise, I will kill her!
Now, you're working my last nerve.
Aha! Here it is!
You don't know the power of the dark side.
May the Force be with you.
Mega kill! Monster kill! Legendary! First blood! Mega kill!
Much fear in you.
Legendary!
We are believer もっともっと強くなれる子は今その絆を信じて暗く寒い夜に涙さえも枯れてゆく孤独は心に縛るジレンマに潰されそう自分じゃわからないリアルで確かな強さは弱さを認め合うことでその扉開き出す僕ら未来のために誓う何もしないで生きていたくはない全てこの切ない手で手払って We are believers その光掴んで for century もう迷ったりはしない立ち止まりはしない Never lose Become braver 時を超え明日が really life of friends 今希望の旗を立てて違いのお姫様本当の自分見せられずストレスが加速する足が震えつまずいた時そっと上向いたら信じられるその言葉が聞こえるよ負けないともっと強くなれると誓い何度不安の闇に落ちかかってもここで紡いだ絆の矢払って We are believer この勇気見せるよ Visions of hope ほら溢れ出した想い止められない思い出がじゃ believer その光掴んで for century もう迷ったりはしない立ち止まりはしない Never lose Become a waver 時を超え明日へ with me life of friends 今希望の旗を立てて We are believer この勇気見せるよ These friends are home Oh now
All right. We are back on and we are ready to go. The teams have been ping checked out. In this game, we have ETHEREAL versus the Simpsons. I'm excited for it. I know G and Frisky are excited about it for it because you know what happens after this game? We get to watch the winner of this go up against a team that we just saw annihilate the second place victors of the North American Community Tournament Christmas season. So I'm excited for this. I don't want to even waste any time, G. Let's just jump into this draft. ETHEREAL will have first pick, first band. Do you think that we're just going to see some normal we're messed up on the tournament lobby? It's gonna be coming actually in just a minute. While we were doing the ping check, we had to set it to just 6 bands because we had to make it fast. So we're gonna be rebooting this lobby in just a second and we will be back. So what I was gonna say is, do you think we're gonna see some target banning from ETHEREAL? You know, do they want to get rid of that Ling? Do they want to get rid of some of those options for Cold World Frisky?
I would say yes. I would definitely agree that your first you want to target. You don't want to do a filling out. You don't in that sense of this stage. Like I would target what I know that Cold World is good at. I would target those key bands that I know that hey, we need to shut this down. So let's just not make it an option on the board. And I believe that's what we're going to see. And that's what I hope we're going to see because once you do that, not only do you force your opposing team to play their best or to play with their best or to bring their best, but it makes it make or break. It's like, hey, they banned my main. Can I play somebody else? You see things like that's happening, and I'm excited to see if we can have one of these two teams bring something unique and amazing to this next few fights.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna find out here. You know, like with is Rex has ETHEREAL ever been in? They haven't been in your league, have they?
They have not been in the North American Squad League just yet. I don't even think they applied. Their logo looked familiar. And I almost want to even say, so one of them messaged me earlier and was like, we're not ETHEREAL Eternity, which I never called them that. But maybe it was ETHEREAL Eternity that was in the NACC. And so maybe they are just a completely new team who have made it to the top 8, which I mean, it's not surprising. There is a lot of decent players here. So I mean, hopefully it I think hopefully they do well against the Simpsons. Hopefully we see a best of 3. That's what I want to watch. That's what I enjoy. But no, they are all new players to me. I know none of them by name. I have not gotten to know any of them. And hopefully they bring the smoke this game, right?
I'm gonna be rooting for him. You know, Frisky's already over here. He's going for the Simpsons. I'm gonna definitely go for them. And you know, like that's what we want to see when we host these types of tournaments. You know, we want to see like some new NA team come in and become a BTK. Someone just blows right through, just shows us that North America is not coming to, you know, just play around. Like we're trying to be real, you know. So we'll see.
What better way to do that than go and beat BTK, Shark, and Zia? You know, what better way to do it than to you got a quarter, you know, 2/5 of the team right here, and members of that team like Nicolette, I'm pretty sure was BTK way back in the day. Sir best player, I want to say was Gosu back in the day. Like these aren't just randos matched up with Zia and Shark. These are, like I said, when I say it's a star-studded team, I mean it is a star-studded team, but we have gotten that lobby reset. So let's see who wins out in this first game. Let us know in the chat what you guys think. The Simpsons or ETHEREAL. Hold on, don't start. One of them left. That's the worst.
Yep.
I've done that one before too, running a tournament lobby. Somebody leaves all of a sudden, and you accidentally started
You hit the
after you
target.
already had to reset the tournament lobby. And for everyone that's been bearing with us through the past day and two, and on the second day now with some of these technical difficulties, we really do appreciate it. We are honestly, NA is doing its very best to put on the best events possible over such a wide region. We got Frisky from Texas, something like that, right?
Yeah.
Me all the way from Florida. G's from somewhere far up there. I don't know, Maryland or something. I don't know, Missouri.
G's from somewhere.
Somewhere out there. And then we got players from all the way across the country right now. 2 West Coast teams ready to fight it off. So let's jump into this draft, G. We're ready to go. I'm excited for it. And like I said, we switched it to 10 bands, right? Yes, we did. All right, let's transition over to this draft. It's going to be ETHEREAL up on the first pick, first band, Frisky.
Oh man, this is what's gonna be it. Lilia, right off the jump. That's what we see getting banned, and which is really good. Lilia is still a strong role, still a force to be reckoned with. Like I said, we've seen her get out of several situations with the Sicilian going next. What do you see going on in here, G?
Hey, listen, I mean, the CC, Lilia, great mage bands. Those are some of the mages you definitely don't want to be facing. And this could be, I mean, hopefully ETHEREAL is trying to target some of the Simpsons, Hopefully they've came into this game, into this tournament, doing their homework. Apparently no one wants to play mages this round. Because all of them are getting banned besides Karina there.
I mean, mages have become a very powerful role. It's some people used to always say words like support mage, things like that. But at this point, like what we just saw from Nicolette, MVP, most kills on the teams, one of the most important players on the team for that first game. And right now with the Yves, the Sicilians, Lilia, so many powerful mages that can decide the tide of battle, and it's just another one of those changes. I never would have thought I'd see 3 bands coming out, all mages, nothing else. Those are heroes that can carry the game and that a lot of teams just don't want to have to deal with. The Masha also taken off the field there though, Frisky.
Yeah, it's looking like I said we got Masha out. So we're seeing your mages banned. We're seeing key roles that could be in the actual jungle getting banned. And I'm trying to see. I'm thinking maybe they're gonna also do another mage. Like, look, this is 3 mages right down the middle, and I don't want to say concerned because, like I said, mages have been very powerful this whole season, this whole round. But I wonder which mages will we see. Since we got like your metas, your main ones already banned, but we look like we're gonna get a Grok pick, which we didn't see last game at all because he was banned the whole time.
Both times, Old World picking up a Boxia. That I wonder what is ETHEREAL gonna like return with, and because I mean Boxia can just jump right over the walls, so. The tank's gonna be a little rough. Just depends on if they can solo out the teams there. So this is interesting.
Definitely looks good, and this is a pick that we haven't seen much tonight. We didn't see it much last night either. I saw a lot in the preliminaries. We saw it a lot in the previous playoffs, and I mean the Basha jungle is just—it's one of those jungles that when someone picks off rip, it doesn't really stress me out too much. I'm not like, oh, why'd you show your jungle so early? So because it just gives such a nice early aggression. Yes, you give up the Grok, which I mean he's just strong right now. He is just something. That you don't always want to deal with, but the question is Bujoy gonna pick up this Kufra, which would mean in turn that Grok would be going to the XP lane, Frisky?
That's what it might be, because it's looking like you see him just sitting and waiting. I wonder if they're gonna do the whole wait to the last minute. I'm gonna select someone else just to throw you off. But if that happens, oh no, we're gonna have just 2 thick boys on this team right now. And like I said, I think Grok is going to be holding it down in the XP lane, which is going to be very interesting.
I mean, I've played against many Groks in the EXP lane. He does have execute. It's going to be a challenge for anybody that comes against his wall and his stun. Going with a Kagura is a really great pick. We've just seen that with such CCs going on in a lot of the meta here, that she just excels at getting away and getting out of all of the trouble areas there. So we're gonna see. I mean, we don't know what ETHEREAL's mage is gonna be or their jungle just quite yet. So hopefully they're coming back. I mean, there's not too many mages left in the pick here.
And that's what I thought. I thought the Simpsons were really just going to go full blown and like, listen, they already got their mage locked in. They picked up the Kagura. It's a solid pick. Now that we've already taken off the Eve and the Sillin, let's just keep it going. Let's, you know, take out the Lui. Let's take out anything, the Farza, and just really push the mage on the side of ETHEREAL to the limits. Let's see where how deep your hero pool really goes. But they do decide to take off the Ling, which not a bad ban. One thing I can say that looks nice from the side of ETHEREAL right now is they have this nice tanky front line. If they decide to opt to put Grok for attack damage, like an attack damage build, especially since it's in the XP lane, I'm not crazy about it, but it still can be viable. But either way, he'll still be a bulky front liner, and with that Clint in the back, you've definitely locked in some nice endgame security. 2 nice walls to put in front of that Clint and that Basha Frisky.
Yeah, like I said, that wall will definitely be there to protect, but it's something that I'm kind of nervous about because so far that wall can be used against them. You have the wall that can be jumped over or maneuvered over with Kagura or with Baxia. Even like Brody can, he has a slight dash ability that can go through things like that. So I wonder if it's going to come into play, but you have also the potential for some great combos with that wall. And with Kufra, with setting up the wall, that you can basically have a permanent stun anywhere, doing tons of damage, blocking them all from their team. There's so many capabilities that can be done with this combo. So it's going to come down to execution, which is always about, it's really not about the champions, it's about how you use them. And we're seeing with these picks, it's going to be interesting to see what's going on. What do you guys think about it, G?
I mean, an Aurora might be one of the first I've seen
in a while.
In a long time. I mean, Allow Yi would even be a good pick here.
Or Farza?
Or Farza, you know, like still heavy hitting mages. There we go. I was like, don't play us like that.
I mean, of course, the Farza's kind of scary here. A lot of people, you know, the Kagura counters the Farza in a sense. You can get in there, stunner. Even with the Basha, the Farza's going to have to be careful on her positioning. So there is some issues for it, but I feel like overall it's definitely a better pick than the Aurora. One thing I do have to wonder is Bommy picks up this Hayabusa, which there are some decent targets for him, but I just feel like Cold World on this Basha should be able to possibly get the better of him in the early game, and especially if we see the Basha be extra aggressive, come into that jungle. And now we also have the Angela, who is gonna pair up so well with that Basha, just coming in. Once that Angela hits level 4, it is game on for the Simpsons. We are giving into this game. You know, the question is, Frisky, like, with the Clint, with the Brody, with some of these lineups, I feel like both teams have definitely brought some early game, some late game. I think what the real wild card here is going to be is that Grok in the EXP lane here.
Yes, I think we're all kind of, I don't want to say nervous, but we're very anxious to see how well they play, what they bring. Are they going to be more, like I said, on the attack side, or are they going to be more your traditional, just try to beef it up and hold it out and wait for a play? But it looks like they're already engaging up there, and whoo, got to get out of there, Grok. Look, that health is already hit down to 25% basically, and it's a good reset. You already see just slight engagement when you got Cooper going in the actual Angela, and they're fighting over the little scrub in the middle lane so they can have that bonus speed.
Did you just call that Little Wander a scrub? A scrub? I think he's offended right now. Vanguard is forced to run back to base, hit that recall, and go home. And that's one of the issues with the Angela. You can't be too far out there. You're squishy. It's going to take you a bit of time to lock in a few tank items till you're very helpful to your team, G.
Yeah, and I mean, we're already seeing some really good combat and stuff going on here. I really, if we're gonna kind of look at and see what maybe the win condition of these two teams are, I definitely feel like ETHEREAL is gonna have to hold out just a tad bit and execute in that mid to late game. Their early games a little lackluster, having to deal with a Grok, having to deal with other things like that. So we'll see. We'll see what they kind of come up with. Oh my God. Farza just absolutely taking that pick on to Benedetta there. Oof. What's your take, Frisky?
Oh man, I'm glad that they gave that kill to Farza, because for them, I can see they want that Farza probably to get fed, to get those core items fast so they can apply that damage while everyone else can get in and get the items later. But it looked like actually Boxy got the Lord. And so that shield, that gold that's going to go in is going to help the overall team. And you got Angela going in on them, and they might be taking a full engage right now.
Feathered airstrike does come down, but I think the blue buff does go in, hands up Cold World, but he does go down for that as Bomby re-engages. Vanguard, Daggers, and the rest of the team are able to get a kill onto Greg. So it's a 2-for-1 trade. They do get the blue buff, but they lose Cold World, their jungler. So right now, Bomby doesn't have a kill, but he is going to be a little bit ahead of Cold World here.
Nah, and I mean, we'll see how some of these other plays come out. I think Grok might have just a tad bit of a problem with the Benedetta up in the top lane. But again, Cold World, he might have took a L there, but I think he's gonna pull through here. Uh-oh.
Yeah, big engage onto Daggers, does use those torn apart memories to try to go away, but Smooth Operator keeps it smooth, gets the kill, but goes down for it. Ashley Boy coming around into that bush, uses that feathered airstrike, does get the kill onto Daggers there. So it's another 1-for-2 trade going into the hands of the Simpsons here. But overall, still a pretty even game, Frisky.
Yeah, you can see it's this game is definitely very slightly slower than what we watched last game. They're giving them, it's a lot more of a filling out pace. They're not all grouping together. They're not all diving and going in once one initiation happened. They're letting them play out. They're getting a feel of the actual opposing teams, and then they're actually going in and letting the lanes play out. So now it looks like we're going to get towards it. We're almost at the 5-minute mark. So you know things are going to get ready, hot and heated. They're going to have their core items. And you got them already invading into their jungle, slightly pulling back and forth. But I wonder what this Boxy is going to get into. What do you think, G?
He tried. He did take the blue buff once again, does get this kill onto Greg there. And this is the problem that I said that Bomby's gonna have against this Basha. That's the second blue buff that they have lost. They are gonna try to take Turtle here. Smooth Operator able to secure it, but still it just seems like Simpsons is taking a bit more of a presence, being a bit more of aggressive. It is working. Bomby under the tower does get hit by Chesu's umbrella, so he's forced to flicker back away, and Cold World now eating up at more jungle from the side of ETHEREAL.
And I want to say the biggest things that we're seeing here is, again, just the Simpsons is managing their lanes so well, being able to actually get into these combats and not have to super worry about their lanes and get some control here. Cold World going in on the Farza, just couldn't execute it there. They pop ult and everything. Looks like Farza's going to control the lane with her ult there. So we're going to see it's 3-6. So, man, being ETHEREAL, they're just gonna have to watch out for these certain picks, and they're gonna have to work together to be able to get it. I think the Kufra is gonna be their biggest play here, and being able to get some of these sets on these onto the Simpsons.
Yeah, he's going to need to try to do something. One thing I want to talk about a little bit, that Benedetta against the Grok. Now, Benedetta, not a super popular pick for the EXP lane right now, but I mean, from what it looks like and the more I think about it, I feel like it does do good against that Grok. She's able to dash, phase, and not damage. Wait a second, in the bot, we do have Cold World coming back in. Bujoy with a nice Tyrant's Rage, able to lock down onto Mantap with a kill. Still happens. Chesu, though, will get struck out from the execute of Grok. A nice feathered airstrike to help keep the Simpsons out of their jungle. But there is another blue buff going into the hands of Cold World Frisky.
Yeah, as we can see what's been going on here, even though that engage happened, and you would think right off the gate, what oh, they just got 1-for-1, they just got the blue buff, but something happened. The bottom tower got taken, and now we see top tower got taken. They are still able to create these engaging moments in these positions of the map to where it negates somewhere on the map. You saw that the bottom didn't have anyone by it, and they were able to capitalize, and Brody got that. They got the turtle. They're getting these objectives and putting them in position. I don't want to know if that's the inexperience of ETHEREAL, or if it's just the experience of actual, they come here to play. The Simpsons they know what to do. They know how to handle these big fight moments, and they are controlling them, and I wonder what's going to happen next. Gee.
Yeah, this Angela Boxia combo actually is coming in clutch for the Simpsons. I'm not gonna lie, Angela she's 2-0 already, and like paired up with the Boxia, they just have so much speed. You thought they were fast before, but
ooh, but a nice feathered airstrike on a daggers there. That was good. I mean, that's Ashley Boy definitely doing a good game here, G.
Yes, and I mean, it's just constant invading of the Simpsons. And like, even look, Cold World's right there. They could have possibly tried to get the pick on him there, but he was able to just avoid that in all its essences. So we'll see. Again, it's coming down to the macro of the game, and then we can just see that the Simpsons again have a little bit more experience. The picks are good. Seeing the combination of this Boxia and the Angela is just absolutely nasty, but we might see a 4-man on Benedetta. That's one thing she excels at, is just kind of pushing the lanes and controlling it.
A little bit of kata from Greg here. May go down. Cold World able to close in, get that kill. Another good play from the Simpsons. We're now looking at 9-5, a 4,000 gold lead. Mantap in the bottom, trying to move in onto Smooth Operator, able to sidestep Bujoy and get away safely. And now Cold World back under the jungle. For a second, I thought he was going to take the red buff too there, Frisky.
Yeah, I saw him rolling in, and what we was talking about, him being able to jump and use that ability to get in and out of different situations easily, to jump over walls, to get over and reposition themselves, and to create panic and disarray in the back lanes. And as we saw with this Angela, we've been highlighting her lately, and it's like, you don't see traditional picks like this no more. You don't see your traditional support marksman lanes like that, and having her not even concentrate on your marksman, but is staying on Boxia because she knows he's going in deep, and that ult, as we see right here going on.
Yeah, a little bit of play. Ashley Boy finally getting taken out. Benedetta able to catch that. We do have Bommy up in the top, a little bit of chip damage onto this team. Not able to get a kill, though, as Cold World pushes forward. Vanguard with his back and daggers firing shots away to clear this wave. You know, I want to point out, they didn't even wait for the Luminous Lord. They didn't wait for the Evolved Lord. They went straight for it right at the 8-minute mark. They know what they need to do here. They know they don't want to deal with that Clint in the end game. They don't want to deal with Ashley Boy on that Farza doing some insane damage. So they want to try to close this out as fast as possible.
And they're starting to synchronize lanes here and probably about to go in on these guys. Let's see what they could possibly do here, T-Rex.
Bommy trying to run away here, but again, Angela on top of Cold World is giving him, he's already tanky, he's already able to be so aggressive, and then with Angela on top of him also, it's just rough. They decide not to go with the Lord, but they are going to take away this mid tower. There's not much Bommy can do. He does try to push in. A nice pick from Greg with the rush, but he does get taken out. Feathered Airstrike comes down. Chesu will also go down. A beautiful Tyrant's Rage onto Cold World, and he's taken out. Smooth Operator now coming in, able able to get the double kill into Bommy's hands. Is he going to get the triple? Dagger's able to stop him in his traction, get away so that he can go back to base. So no tower for the Simpsons. Smooth Operator continues to push forward, not letting that recall happen, forcing Daggers to spend even more time just trying to get his health back. Mantap a little too deep, trying to get the engage. Bommy under the tower, not able to secure the kill. That is rough. You know, do you stay the extra second or do you go back home? He decides not to and forfeits over the kill, but still a good pushback from the side of ETHEREAL there. 100%.
I mean, what we've seen there was what I was kind of saying. As we take steps into this mid to late game, we're gonna see some insane plays. We're gonna see the Hayabusa now starting to get a little bit more damage, hit a little bit harder, and it's just gonna become down to well-placed shadows and well-placed ultimates. So let's see if this one almost wipe here at a Lord push for ETHEREAL, if they can take this and actually move this on to winning the game.
Yeah, it looked like they got a little bit maybe overzealous. They dove a full tower, and Boxia is very healthy right now, and with the Angela ult can take and withstand a lot of damage. But that scaling damage that the tower will end up putting on you, you can take your first 3 or 4 shots as is Boxia, but when you get 5, 6, 7, and then you get ulted by Kufra into the wall as well, you're going to take a lot of damage. And I think they dove a little bit too quick, but it looks like they're actually now trying to contest Lord.
Pushing for this Lord. Bujoy does get the knock-up onto Mantap, but in comes Bommy, followed up with the Tyrant's Rage, able to get that killing spree. Daggers and Chetsu both down. Lord going into the hands of Bommy there. ETHEREAL making plays. Mantap is in the back lane, able to take out Ashley. Wall comes out from Grok. Gold World, not as tanky as he thought he was, does go down. It's 3-man wipeout, 3-for-2 trade, and a Lord for the side of ETHEREAL. And this is the worry. I think this is why they went for that first Lord so fast. Smooth Operator, yes, he's only got 1 kill, he's only got 1 death, but he is doing some nice damage along with Bommy. Mantap with the re-engage, Angela on top of him, but still the shield is not enough. All he did was clear the wave, but she wants to keep pushing forward, doing a little bit of damage onto Bujoy. This may be a risky choice. The Lord is now here. The rest of the team pushing forward as ETHEREAL opts to move back. They took a tower and they've opened up some space. Not only that, but they've essentially evened the gold field.
And it's kind of hard to tell right now on the side of ETHEREAL. They're all kind of working as a unison again, and I told you it was going to be coming down to the combination of this Kufra and the Grok, but we can also see that Hayabusa is doing some really good here, being able to get those kills and turn this mid game slightly around towards ETHEREAL here. What Cold World is going to have to do here is kind of always pair with that, get an easy pick. Man,
that is big. Another pick onto Angela. And now we're kind of seeing the downfall a little bit of the Angela, how it's just so squishy. And yes, it does work wonders with Cold World and some of those engagers, you know, maybe even Mantap, but I feel like Cold World should be the only target for that right now. One thing I see lacking is not a whole lot of group CC from the side of the Simpsons here. So nothing to really give them those big play opportunities like what we've been seeing from Bujoy.
Yes, it's very, like I said, they can't make those plays where there's one big play that happens that puts the team on the map, or that it puts everybody in the perfect position or reposition them. They have a lot of more solo, isolate, trap type of composition going on, or picking off, and that's the kind of, it's hard part because they're not being separate. They've been rolling in four or 1-man teams, and now we see them getting a slight engage, but they see it, they test the waters, they go back out. And it's going to come down to a actual engagement, I think, a full team engagement. Even though they are up in towers, we see the Gold League is practically even. And this can still is anyone's game, and maybe dependent on this next Lord. What do you think?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we're seeing, like I was saying, T-Rex pointed out a really good thing here, is that they just do not have any CC. They have CC from Boxia. If he runs into him, or even the Brody, but that's such close CC that it puts you in such a harm's way for being such a squishy team. Angela ulting early. I don't know if that was a great play just yet. Looks like everybody's coming in, T-Rex.
Oh, but a big pick onto Ashley. That umbrella comes out. Kagura, though, Greg comes around, gets that wild charge. Dagger's taking just too much damage. May also be taken out here. Bujoy chasing him down, but over by Greg. Now the rest of the Simpsons have locked on. They get the mega kill. Bommy just might be next as Mantap and Vanguard try to lock in, but a nice side play over back to that shadow, closer to the Lord Pit. Able to move around, but Retchery still on the field for both teams. Cold World is at a cooldown right now, and Bommy is not. Is this the moment that they really want to force in onto this Lord? Bommy playing the wall, moving around the side. Mantap does move on to him. The ultimate does come out. Bommy, we have a bit of a standoff here. Forced to use those shadows to get away, and the Lord goes into the hand of the Simpsons.
Wow.
Yeah, that was just too. It was just too close. I saw them waiting. They were trying to edge in, but they just overpressed the Lord. They just had they got there first, honestly, and they were able to hold that position. And that going back, Farja having to go back to get health and to come back to the fight. And by the time they got to that point, it was too late. We saw her just sitting on the edge, and they couldn't really engage on there. And they did the smart play, the right play. Sometimes you just have to give it up, dial back, collect your jungle, and just hold off and hope your defense is strong enough to the onslaught that's coming in top right now with this Lord.
Hayabusa used his ult on those minions there to control that mid lane push, so they're only going to have a left and right lane push with this Lord here. Let's see, T-Rex, what's going to go down here.
Yeah, we do have Lord coming in, about to crash on an inhibitor. It is Luminous, so they do get it, but Smooth Operator's gonna melt that thing down like butter. Bujoy now cocking up, ready to go, decides not to push the pushback. So this is once again, Simpsons not able to get any material off of a Lord. Maybe this time they can push in. Ashley Boy does have that feathered airstrike, so she's ready at any moment to strike. They finally take that tower. So, I mean, you get one tower out of that.
1.5.
The problem is 1.5. It's a hard team to siege against. You know, you have Ashley Boy, who's, if you do break through, if you do try to push in too hard and you get caught off guard by that feathered airstrike, it's going to be trouble. If you get caught off guard with a wall in a wild charge from Greg, that's another problem. And not only that, you have Smooth Operator sitting in the back line just melting you down. I want to take a quick look at the items. You know, has he gotten the Malefic Roar yet? Some of those things. He's got the Malefic Roar. He's got the Blade of Despair. He's got the Endless Battles. I'm a little iffy about the Scarlet. Definitely not something you see every day from a Clint, but he's just going full damage right now. No Thunderbelt, nothing like that. We are just going to come in and try to hammer this home on Clint.
But it's been helping, and we've been seeing it melt not only the champions, but also things like when they get sieged by the Lord and using that combo to wall off the Lord, wall off those minions, because that could have been the actual top tower, but that wall that he put up blocked the minions, it blocked the Lord, and it was melted. And I think if he just stayed back in that back lane like that, Smooth Operator will be a smooth criminal and just steal this game from them. And I think that's what's going to happen. Maybe if they keep playing like this, it looks like everyone is resetting again, getting in position, pushing the lanes to force the actual team to go back. And hey, somebody either got to protect bottom lane, or we losing that and we losing the actual Lord again. What do you guys think is going to happen on this play?
Man, it's definitely going to have to be a contested Lord here, but it's just going to be a matter of who gets a pick first. T-Rex.
Bommy does come in, does some damage, makes the play, but again, this is just, we're putting the feelers out, and this is what's good with Cold World on this boss, is you can do that. You can, you know, do your rounds real quick, you know, but Mantap, a little too deep, does take some damage. Chesu may be taken out. The Winter Truncheon does come in. Bommy does get away as Chesu and Ashley Boy trade off in the kills. Another engage from Bujoy. No Tyrant's Rage. He is going gonna possibly flicker away from this. Still has the immortality, but Smooth Operator comes in and starts cleaning up, doing some work, playing it cool, keeping it smooth, but not smooth enough. Cold World takes the Lord and is now on the prowl, locking onto Smooth Operator. Bujoy also there, but still no Tyrant's Rage, but the damage from Smooth Operator just too much. A full team wipe, double kill going to Greg. I didn't expect that. I did not expect that.
Exactly, you were right. Yeah, that was just a all opening moment. They were, like I said, we saw the Smooth Operator was able to stay in the back lane and melt him down. That crit damage was just too much, slicing through the health like butter, and it may come down to the point to where this could be it. Even though the top lane is getting pushed, we're just going to see Grok wall off the Lord at least 3 times before he gets to him, so they don't even have to worry about that. So if they can make this reset, I wonder what they're going to do to try to better themselves, because now they see that we cannot afford to let Smooth Criminal just be back there and get us. We need to find him, pick him off somewhere when he's alone, when he's separate. But will they ever have that opportunity, because Grok is sticking to him like glue?
Yeah, it's definitely tough. I mean, at this point, it's, we're at the 21-minute mark. This is what I was worried about for the Simpsons all this time, is that Clint. Clint can just, he is literally a win condition all on his own. But they don't only have that, they also have Ashley Boy. And it seems like Chesu's really been targeting Ashley. A lot of them, Mantap also, really targeting Ashley. But that's a hard pick. I think you need to split up your efforts a little bit, because if Smooth Operator can hang out, it doesn't matter if you take out Ashley. It doesn't matter if you take out Bommy, because what we just saw is him and Greg and Bujoy can definitely carry this team on their shoulders and completely wipe out the Simpsons if they get the right positioning, if they have enough time, if they're able to. Cold World definitely misplayed a little bit up there, but wait a second, Mantap taking some damage. Angelo coming in just the nick of time. A tower shot will fire back onto Bommy, but all of ETHEREAL, in the beginning it looked a little rough, but they're looking good right now.
And that's what I was saying from the very beginning, is that they really needed to come into this mid to late game, and that was their win condition, and they're pulling it through. And I think what Cold World needs to do is kind of back off.
Yeah, a bit of a feathered airstrike. Chesu does use that Winter Truncheon on right in time. Vanguard taking some damage. The wall does come out. No wild charge, though. A nice Tyrant's Rage, though, onto Daggers and Cold World, but they're now pushing forward. Greg is taking out Daggers. Knows this may be his chance. Ashley Boy goes down next in another knockup, but Smooth Operator in the back line able to pick off Mantap, but Daggers finds an angles, flickers to the side, and takes out Smooth Operator. Bujoy will go down next, and Bommy is all alone as the rest of the team pushes forward. Look at him sitting in this bush, trying to get the back line. Does get second skilled and deleted. This could be it. Cold World now under the inhibitor. Make sure he clears out both those waves. Do they have enough time? We're at a 40-second death counter. They have one Canyon minion. They're going to finish the game right here. Game 1 going into the hands of the Simpsons.
That was... I was actually suspecting that ETHEREAL was gonna do the comeback there and get it to come through. So that was interesting to finally see. And then the Simpsons just pulling it through there and absolutely smashing the dub there. Man,
that was crazy. They were able to they got it around. They were able to pick them off one by one, and it just seemed like ETHEREAL were kind of like filing in one at a time, because they weren't all together. And you saw Bommy actually just sitting there in the back, because he was like, okay, he saw this happening. It was just one by one. And then they actually were able to isolate Smooth Operator. And once Smooth Operator was gone, I knew it was done, because they didn't have, like I said, it was a high death counter, and they wouldn't have had no one to be able to actually defend the base or defend the actual Lord. There were just so many situations where you needed that damage to be there for those 40 seconds. And we saw that at the end of the day, he was left alone.
Definitely. Yeah, they just got a little caught off guard there. I think Ethereal got a little too engaged. Yes, you did start winning on top of some of those team fights, but you still got to keep it smooth. You know that you just weren't dominating that game, and that's a problem we see from some teams. You know, you have a moment where you start to make this big turnaround in the end game. You get that late game composition, and it's finally online. But that doesn't mean you can just start getting crazy. You know, don't push too deep into the enemy. Don't just think that you can play like it's an early game advantage. You still have to keep it on point, because all it takes is that one mistake for the Simpsons to capitalize on top. They got out Ashley Boy, they got out Smooth Operator, and then it was just a wrap. But we are going to jump into game 2 now. Simpsons will have first pick this time, so I am excited to see what they do with that. Jumping into this draft, game 2, let us know in the chat who you think is going to take this. We've posted a poll on the YouTube channel. If you're watching on Facebook, just type it up. Shout out your favorite team, the Simpsons versus Ethereal G.
Yeah, and dude, I hope, T-Rex, I hope that they actually, I hope that they showed that they were trying to play for late game. The Simpsons knew it from the very beginning. You knew it from the very beginning. We've seen it. They took that Lord very, very soon before it was even enhanced to be able to do something here. So I'm like, no one threw out anything that was like absolutely blown away besides that Clint slipping through the line. So Ethereal is going to have to pull in just a little bit more to be able to pull that win in from the Simpsons.
Yeah, that was a very interesting game. It was a little longer than our last game, so we were able to see it come into fruition. We was able to see what these characters, what these these players were playing at, how they were going to do when they had a full set, basically a full stack. They had all their items. I think everyone was basically fully equipped with their core items and everything. And it just came down to positioning. And when it comes down to a lot of stuff, your basic core things are your core main mechanics. It's not the flashy plays or anything like that, though those do help. But knowing your game sense, knowing when and where to be, knowing to be with your players, because you saw that they had a good set on Brody that last fight, but their team was not around to capitalize on that. And I think that bit them in the butt towards the end, and maybe because they thought, hey, let's just fan out real quick, everybody collect some gold, get some experience, clear the waves. But during that brief moment, and when they actually tried to engage on something, the other teams, the Simpsons, they were all together ready to capitalize on that. And we saw it happen. And hopefully with these bans, we see things are happening. We see the land is being shaped. We haven't seen no bans. You didn't see a Brody ban. You didn't see a Clint ban. So I think they're going to, I say that in Masha, Vanguard with Masha just changed it all. What do you think about this?
I mean, we saw the Simpsons be aggressive last time in the early game, and now with this Masha, we're going to see some more invades, more taking of the blue buffs. This lined up was something else from Cold War. I'm wondering if he's going to go for something like the Basha, something more bulky and sustainable, or since he has the Masha, does Cold World finally decide to pick up the Ling, the Lancelot, one of those more mechanical, dashy in heroes? But as we can see, they have plenty of compositions. They're ready to go. So the Esmeralda is the answer back. Smooth Operator once again on this Clint. So yes, the Masha's a good pick, but we know that the Smooth Operator knows his way around Clint, and we know how strong Esmeralda can be in the XP lane.
Okay, we got a Dire Roth against an Esmeralda. Yep, good answer. A Lunox,
another good answer.
Might be the answer to this Clint. And it's an answer to Esmeralda. So
yeah, it definitely really is.
We're looking at some solid counter plays here. They did once again. Veil. We don't see Veil too often.
Definitely not too often. I guess he may do good against. There's been times where, I remember one time we were watching Ghost of Eugen play with the Valley, and he picked the Veil, and I was saying how it was just a horrible pick, and he proved me wrong. So I mean, it does have its niche situations. We are seeing some bans come in, though. Cold World not going to get to pick that Basha, so we might just get that Ling I was talking about here, guys.
You're just like, knocking on some wood, hoping for that Ling. We did see a Ling from the very first game of the night. And then they banned it.
I'm out of here, guys. I'm done.
Right.
T-Rex is done.
Oh, man.
I want to see a Lancelot here. A Lance.
Lance would be decent also. The Lance would be decent also. But I feel like... And
they're like,
go
keep
for
talking.
Where that would be good, why you're able to get past that Esmeralda, you're able to pick on these squishies, really, and especially, like, Veil does have some nice damage. If you want to go for the CC ultimate, you also have that and everything. But he's going to be a prime target for someone like a Lancelot. In there, yes, you have the first skill stun from Lolita, but you got to be able to land that. You got to be able to catch up to him. So if Cold War decides to lock in this Lance here, I'm seeing some nice, just like last time, big early game aggression against late game burst damage,
Oh, Roger. Okay. I'm liking it, but Roger's not going to have too many easy picks.
No. Daggers. That's about it.
And that is because Daggers can still get away from that. And then you have, like I said, it's so much way that he can escape, but he has a nice, good front line because people think Vanguard Masha, they might think that Masha might not be a little or tanky enough or anything like that, but those 3 layers of health and that lifesteal, once it gets revving up, she can last a long time. And if they concentrate too much on her, you have Daggers right there in the back just to wear them out. I'm just excited to see what's going to go ahead. You have a lot of CC for one team, and while the other team is more, hey, we can get out of the CC still. You got Lancelot able to get out of CC. You have Dairos, his latest buff, he can do things to get out of CC. So you got some stuff to happen, and I wonder how Daggers is going to do on this Bruno.
Yeah, definitely not the most meta of picks for the gold laners, but Daggers, I mean, he's comfortable in a lot of different roles. He has a decent hero pool, so he knows what he's doing. He knows what he wants to do, and Bruno can snowball and can do that. One thing from the side of Ethereal this time is there is a bit more CC. Yes, Bommy may have some trouble locking on, but if you can get that stun from Lolita, if you can get that second skill knockup from Ashley Boy, and then also the Fallen Star Moon from Greg, definitely a lot of possibilities for these team fights. But let's take a look at Vanguard, and this is what we see from the Masha, always invading into that red buff right now, just harassing Bommy with those 3 bars of health, not able to take the red buff, but still able to get away from this. And can she nullify CC with one of her skills? Because it looked like Bujoy hit her and it just didn't stop her.
Yeah,
the speed up kept her moving. That must have been what it is.
Yeah, you're right. That is at that point, that speed up just is enough to almost like negate it, you would say.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of like you say, it kind of threw me off too. I was like, wait, didn't that happen?
Did that not hit? Like what? Didn't I swear she just hit her? Yeah. Vanguard, though, still keeping up the harassment, locking on to Bujoy. Can you pick something as Chesu comes with the backup? Ashley does not have the knockup just yet, and Vanguard continues to harass, not able to take that blue buff, but enough to send Bujoy back to the base, G.
Yeah, and I mean, we're going to see again, I think on the side of Ethereal here's a slight in-game play here, especially with the Clint and the Veil. I feel like the biggest thing that they're going to have to do on Ethereal is this Veil, in order for him to succeed, is they're going to have to get assists and kills in order to move fast. And then Dagger is just absolutely getting annihilated by almost the whole team up here, and Roger securing that kill. So, they're pulling off what you were talking about earlier, which is trying to target this gold tower, and they're just absolutely destroying it. Masha trying.
Vanguard, though.
In the thick of it.
literally 1v4 in like, listen, I'm just gonna keep clicking my attack button, keep on chipping away. But yeah, this is good for ETHEREAL. You get a nice early game kill onto Roger, which is exactly what is needed. You know, feed the Roger, get him an early, 1 or 2 kills. But here comes Cold World with the puncture in, doing some nice damage on Abami. Chesu will get stunned up from that Bujoy, but Vanguard here to help once again. And I got a feeling Cold World's going to be able to take this red buff. Not able to take it. It does go into the hands of the Clint, I think.
I don't know where it went into.
Wait, did he get...
No, Cold World did get it. It was just a bug. It wasn't showing up at first.
Okay.
Bomby now moving on his red buff is still a good aggression and good play from the side of the Simpsons after taking that death in the gold lane earlier.
Yeah, this is really nice to see. Like I said, they're selling out. They were able to do a lot of gold, a lot of damage on that gold top tower to chip away at that first gold, extra bonus gold or that shield gold, however you like to see it. They were able to do that, but it's kind of still evened out. The gold level, they're about a little over 1,000 in actual damage. They're going in on Mantab Yang, and it looks like they might actually get this because they are diving deep.
Bomby on the trail. Does get the kill. That's 2-0 for Bomby. And this is exactly where you want Roger to be. This is the perfect position. We're worried about him getting the targets. And yes, he can't do it alone. But with Bujoy getting that stun up in the top, though, Vanguard continues to harass. Able to get second skill, but he's going to catch up. Lock on to Smooth Operator. Oh, and a big outplay from Smooth Operator. But Cold World under the tower gets that kill back. First kill on the board for the side of the Simpsons.
That was nice. That was intense. He did not want to let that all go to waste while trusting in daggers to actually do enough damage to look like he's doing, taking this tower out. But they dove deep, and it kind of want to say a tower and a kill will end up, I think that flips out all right. But that was an amazing play. It just shows you how strong Masha is to be able to go that far, to dive that far, to be under tower, to take that many shots this early. She's going to be trouble in that late game.
And man, Cold World is just constantly, all of them invading. T-Rex, it looks like maybe
might have a little
something's going down here.
Bujoy with the push through, and the kill does go down onto Bujoy. Daggers keeps some distance damage, uses that ultimate to get some more chip damage onto Smooth Operator and Ashley Boy. They're going to walk right under this tier 3 tower, wait for these minions to come as Vanguard zones away Bomby, and they're going to melt down this tower. And this is one good thing that Brody can do. He does some nice tower damage, even in only 5 minutes. He is just bursting them down. Even with that death, he's already putting some nice damage output. And even though ETHEREAL got those early game kills, the Simpsons has always had the gold lead here, and Bomby might be biting off a bit more than he can chew. He is able to sidestep. In comes the Luminal Blast with Cold World. Before he goes out, I'm taking Bomby with me.
Man, dude, they're brawling back and forth. Neither team wants to give up, and it's just a great show. A great show right here. It's just a trading after trade of towers and kills. But, I mean, we're still seeing that the Simpsons does have more gold, but I think it's going to come down to, are they going to go for this first Lord and kind of push it in just because of how much in-game the ETHEREAL, again, has it once again.
Yeah, this ETHEREAL, like we were saying earlier in the last game, one thing we could not deny is that Smooth Operator play with Clint has been great. And again, he has been coming in with heavy damage, melting a lot of targets, doing what he needs to do. But will that be enough? Will he have the support he needs from his team? We see them going in right now, and they actually had to back out, laying out that damage. They're going to be forced to play more defensively, and this is putting them right where they want them, and they're able to get this free tower. The Simpsons is having control. What are you going to think is going to happen, Rex?
I mean, at this point, like you just said, Simpsons have control. Once again, they have nice control over the map. ETHEREAL does, once again, they have Smooth Operator. We saw how well he can do in the late game. We do have a pause coming in for the side of ETHEREAL. Let's jump back to the caster's desk as we figure out what's going on with these teams. But this, pause isn't always bad. We get a little bit more time to break down this game, a little bit more time to talk about what's going on here. And like I said, Smooth Operator, you have Greg on the Esmeralda. You have Smooth Operator on the Clint. You have plenty of options for some end game sustainability and end game damage. The pick, and I mean, I wasn't crazy about the Veil, but he is 0-3 right now. Yes, he doesn't have a kill. He doesn't have, but he also doesn't have a death, which means he's at least farming up his gold. You know, he's at least making sure he's getting these items, and towards the end game, Veil can do some insane burst damage. So I mean, we almost counted ETHEREAL out last time. They did end up losing, but they could have taken that game if they wouldn't have misplayed some of those last fights.
Yes.
So once again, we could see a comeback here where we are 6 minutes in and there is a lot taken, but we know that they have the capabilities to force it into the long haul.
Yeah, and I mean, with Veil having 0 deaths and 3 assists, that's where his passive starts building, which makes Veil even faster, which paired with a Roger, the rotations are going to be insane. And then if cooldown starts to happen, then it's going to come down to a combination of Veil's Tornado hitting and seeing if they can, Roger and him can create some insane combos here. So I can't wait to see it.
Go. So
all right,
let's get this game back on, get back into it. Let's stop looking at our beautiful faces. Let's get back into the land of Dawn here as Team ETHEREAL tries to fend off a defense against the side of the Simpsons here, Frisky.
Oh man, yeah, this has been really good. This matchup has been way more competitive than our first team ups that we had, which is really nice to see. Though we're getting these longer 20-minute games, we're seeing a lot more plays, we're seeing a lot more give and take, and we're seeing a lot more out of ETHEREAL. I think they're going to do something. They're gonna prove themselves with this game. I think they know what they need to do. They know what has to be done, and it's all going to come down to will they be able to do it with this correction on whatever happened during this pause. Hopefully, everything is set right, and we just have a good one. They're staying together. It looks like they might be already setting up for Lord, maybe, but it's kind of, you still got a minute practically. Maybe they're just trying to pick somebody off, but you can tell this moment where it looked like Bowman is going to try to go ahead and take his jungle out, but look at this up top Rex.
Whole world just bobbing and weaving on this Lancelot, making plays all over the map. Now he's going to push in, steal this red buff, and there's nothing that ETHEREAL can do about it. They're just going to starve them out, you know, and Vanguard's going to go back over this blue buff, keep eyes on that, and maybe slow down Bomby from getting that as we see Cold World go back to his own.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just the small micros that are kind of helping things in the map here, and looks like we might see a displacement of Roth here. Is he going to be fast enough to get a wave? They are 100% setting up for the first Lord here. They won it at the 8-minute mark.
Vanguard getting knocked up, walks right into it, but those 3 health bars are definitely a lot. The Luminous Blast doesn't take Chesu because he uses that light ult, and just as they're setting up for the turtle pit, the Simpsons are, no, this is ours. We know we have the advantage. We're going to push you back. Greg trying to play around the wall here, and Cold World says no to Turtle. I'm coming in, but they all get knocked up in a huge lineup of CC, and this is what I was talking about. This could be the problem. They walk right into the ambush of Ashley Boy and the rest of the team. First Lord will go to ETHEREAL, G.
That dude, what a crazy backup gank. Just that everybody in that one bush paired with the Veil not being able to anticipate the CC of the Tornado and having that huge knockup. The combination of Clint and him and Roger is just being nasty right now. It does seem a little tough for the Simpsons.
You got to be careful in the one thing about the Veil is you do in those tight spots, you know, when you're fighting in the jungle and when you're going into the enemy jungle, you do need to be careful because it's a lot easier to aim that tornado, that second skill, when everybody's cooped up in one little spot. It's a lot easier to make sure that ultimate lands when all of you walk right into a tight little cornered off spot next to the blue or red buff. So it's something that the Simpsons have to think about it. They can't all group up so tight, especially when the Veil is on the field.
Yes, I really think they need to learn to either, if they're going to do and play aggressive like that with this Veil getting as he is, they need to build magic resistance so that they can withstand those massive burst of damage in that CC, and it looks like they might pay for it now. They're going in, they're staying on the engage and pressing onto the attack, which is what you need to do. You got the buffed up minions, you had the Lord, you got the momentum going in your favor. I think the Eternal, they need to stay pushing right now. They don't need to go back. They need to stay here. They got all these going forward, and it looks like they might try to do something with them grouped up. What do you think, Rex?
I mean, there's definitely Ethereal is playing it correctly. And we already, like we saw last game, Smooth Operator can definitely carry. So, I mean, can definitely output the damage. Bomby, sitting at 3-1, also not too shabby himself, can get those finishes when the damage comes in. And Vanguard walks right into the knockup, but she's just a little too tanky. This is what the Masha does well. We do have a little bit of poke, a little bit of push, and it looks like the Simpsons maybe having to force back. Greg with the Falling Star Moon, Cold World taking a bit of damage, and Bomby goes into that wolf form, cleaning up once again. The kill does go into the hands of Bujoy, but another beautiful Luminous Blast that locks down and secures the kill onto Daggers. And this time Ethereal is forcing into this inhibitor with Mantap and Cold World on their own to puncture through, but you get locked down, and Smooth Operator may just be able to get the kill. But a nice comeback from Chesu onto Greg, able to wipe out, so they get a nice defense there, G.
Yeah, that was a great defense by Simpsons.
Yeah.
They gave the combination. The Lance was able to just dive in there, get out, and just barely make it with 0 HP, you know. Just somehow living on to life. And he just barely made it. But again, this is something we're coming into. This Lunox is going to start hitting a lot harder if they can definitely dodge it. They do see a Lord coming here, T-Rex.
Yeah, and they're going to take that, but wait, Bujoy with the Luminous Blast, not able to lock it in soon enough. And Vanguard once again just zoning everyone off. Mega cut off here, a missed Falling Star Moon from Greg there. Every time
Vanguard.
I say Greg's name, I'm just Greg coming in.
Greg.
I mean, I like it. You don't really see many normal names, like normal human names, right? You don't see a lot of Gregs in Mobile Legends. But so every time I'm just like, Greg coming in. It's definitely a interesting part of this game also.
Yeah, seeing the names is always very fun. But with that, we got the actual major push coming now from the Simpsons. We have the Lord push, we have these buffed up minions, and we're gonna see they actually might be able to burst it down really fast. They're actually getting defense items now, as we can tell, going to go another pick, but it looks like you're just waiting, and they don't need to let it get too close because it was gonna go and melt down to half health automatically on that top tower.
And they are going to push in here, the puncture in with the roses, but a Luminous Blast comes back and locks down Vanguard and Cold World, but Vanguard does not care. He's going to dash onto the tower as the Lord pushes into this inhibitor just a bit farther. Greg in the back line taking a bit of too much damage. The Lunox just melts her down, and another kill goes into the hands of Chesu, but now we are seeing Ethereal push back. Bomby wants to try to get a kill, gets a hit in the face from Daggers as Dagger roll over and takes this mid tower. The Bulwark shield does come out, and Daggers is forced to back off for a second, dashes away as Bomby keeps on pushing in, creating more space for his team, and another good defense, but they lose an inhibitor, and teams and the Simpsons continue to take the lead in this game.
Yeah, this is again, this has turned into a back and forth bout. We can see that the Simpsons only has 6 kills compared to Ethereal's, but it looks like we're gonna have to pause. We got something going on in the game. Going back to the caster desk here. Man, what a back and forth game right now. I mean, we're looking at the gold lead. No one really has too much of a gold lead, and it's coming down to who's playing who and who can get the sets. Daggers is having a little bit of a problem. The same thing with the Dyroth here on the Simpsons side. I think they're starting to fall off with how much maneuverability and damage Ethereal has. But it always comes down to who could possibly get the better play. What's your take, Frisky?
Yeah, I was thinking that exact same thing, honestly. It's going down towards that later part of the game to where that movement speed is getting the best of them. They're not able to actually get in the back line to get the picks like Veil, to get the picks like they need. You got them safe and secure. And whenever they need to cycle through, whenever they need to move around, they're able to do that better, it seems. And it's like if they keep this up, it could actually be the end for the Simpsons because we've been seeing them hold their own now, and it looks like they can hold their own very well in the fights. And it looks like it's gonna come down to that pick off of that one of these teams can do is someone can get either too greedy, like we've been seeing Vanguard actually going into like 4v1s. We've been seeing these different happenings going on, and if they can capitalize on that, or maybe they can actually get the defense to withstand those from Vale, that's where it's gonna come down to see who's gonna take this game.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
All
I
right,
mean,
we are ready to go back in, so let's jump back into this game. And I mean, the gold lead dead even. We got Ethereal, actually, I think with a few hundred gold of a lead, but that's nothing. But even though, and just like in the beginning of the game, the Simpsons just seem to kind of be controlling the map. They seem to be setting the pace of all of these fights. They seem to be setting the pace of what Ethereal do here. And we don't really see Ethereal's just kind of like waiting for the team fight and hoping to win it. We don't see a lot of macro play from them. We haven't really seen them, make any big plays for themselves. It's been very reactionary, which, yes, they have a comp for that with Ashley Boy. You want to kind of let them come to you and try to get the knock up, but you still need to make sure you are you're doing something in these lanes. You're covering all your bases all over. And if they don't, they're going to lose out in this game.
oh my gosh.
Oh, Smooth Operator gets some nice damage, though, onto daggers. So they do push them back, secure the gold crab for Bommy. Lord up in just 10 seconds. Can Ethereal take this one, Frisky?
Oh man, this is gonna be secure. They have a little bit of time before daggers get back, and I think they might know that because they are being very aggressive, trying to push them away, and they're trying to antagonize the Lord and get him pushed out. But he just goes off. But that was able to actually get them to push further away. So that was actually really smart on their team, and I think they're trying to pull them out just so they can get a good, get them to come in on them and get them to make a slip up and try to go and attack the Lord themselves, and they will pounce on them. You see, they are all around it, but will the Simpsons take that bait?
Yeah, I don't think they're going to take the bait exactly. I think they're going to, Vanguard, we've seen how aggressive he's been. He's going to get vision. He's going to know where you're at, just like he is right now. He does take a bit of damage. Cold World with the knock up, but doesn't get hit by the ultimate of that Ashley Boy. But Bommy in the back line, able to get the kill onto Chesu, taking a little bit too much damage, though. Daggers not able to get the finish. Cold World doesn't want to chase him down, gets caught up from Greg and Bujoy. Punctures in. He is going to get caught up from that falling Star Moon as Greg keeps him at bay. And this way, we are going to see Bommy move over and stay alive in this. Bujoy now moving in onto Mantap. And while all this is happening, Bommy able to take an inhibitor away. Smooth Operator chipping away at this Lord. Cold World playing around the wall, waiting for the bush, waiting for the moment that he can come in and try to steal this retreat. But he has shown himself. I think he should have just waited. He might have been able to get the steal, but the Lord does reset. Cold World almost gets picked off from Smooth Operator. Will this be it? Is taken out. He should have just stayed in that tri-bush.
Yeah, he definitely should have stayed. He showed himself. He should have just waited. He got a little too excited, I think. Maybe his finger slipped up just a little bit, but that was just enough. They were able to come in and get that kill, which is going to be super important. We've already seen because they were actually able to get the Lord. They were actually able to defend that top, and now they have a full Lord coming at them with this bigger wave, with the stronger minions, with the actual momentum in their side. What is going to happen? I'm very excited to see if this last push will be make it or break it. What about you guys?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to make it or break it here. Can the Simpsons defend this T-Rex?
I mean, it's coming right down the middle. No tower to stop it. Bommy was able to take that inhibitor first. Falling Star Moon does lock on to daggers as Vanguard moves into the backline herself. Not much from that Luminous Blast as Cold World bounces around the backlane, sending Bujoy, but the Lord able to take the Nexus. And I'm looking at the team, and I'm not even paying attention to the Lord, just bashing in on the base, and I guess that the Simpsons weren't either.
Nobody was paying attention to that. I was noticing that, and I was crying because they all left the Lord alone. And I think they figured maybe Daggers could have taken him out, but Daggers' health was low. He had to do the smart thing. He had to go and get that top off on his health. But while he was doing that, the Lord remained there hitting with those extra added boosted up minions, and it just came out to be way too much because they didn't have enough damage to clear out the lane.
Yeah. And
you know what that means, right, guys?
Game
Oh,
3.
yeah. Oh man. No sweep,
Let's.
no clean sweep. So hey, we asked for a little longer tussle, and they are giving us a little longer tussle. But this is gonna be it. There's no time for mistakes. There's no more retries to think of. There's no more what ifs. This is now you know what you need to do. Each team basically had a feeling out for. Each team know what's going on. I'm excited because I know everyone is going to be. You see, they have works. That really threw me off. This is going to be an intense match. I'm very excited. What about you guys?
I'm ready. Ethereal will have first pick here, so Simpsons are going to be able to fire back with two strong picks. That's something that I think they did well in. They actually did well, I feel like, in the first game, with that second pick being able to respond a bit more. So let's not really waste any time. Let's jump right into this. We still have another series after this, and the winner of this team will go up against Team SEXI, so it is important. This is for the semifinals and then leading on to the grand finals, and it looks like Ethereal are going to take out that Lilia once again.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, always a great band. The first two games we've seen them, they absolutely have went for all mages. Will we see this again?
It's looking like it. It's the same lineup at first. You got your Cillian, you got your Lilia. We wonder if it's going to be another mage go down or if somebody's going to actually be like, hey, we need to. They actually didn't target each other. They just kind of banned the same thing. So I wonder if it's going to come down to, hey, let's run that back. They're going to pick basically the same champions. Or we're going to send some targeted picks. Maybe someone's going to be like, hey, that Clint is a little bit too out of control sometimes, and they might take that Clint off the board. So I'm excited to see who chooses to do what. Daggers has been trying his best. I'm excited to see what they do. I know Cole has something in his back pocket. Maybe we might see that Boxy again. Who knows? But I'm ready to see what's happening.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if we're gonna see the Clint ban this time. I just feel like it's the only thing that Smooth Operator's been picking up. It's been a very good pick. It's really been working out for the team, but instead they go for the Valentina here. Looks like they might be giving that up over to the side of Ethereal this time.
Yeah, having the mage bans all out are good. Getting rid of the Grok early on is a good pick here, but all assassins and all marksmen are open right now. So if someone can slip through again with a Clint, Smooth Operator on a solid Clint, I had a feeling that they were going to definitely be taking an MM here. We only have seen one Wan so far in this go through of the stream, so I'm wondering. But we did get a Ling. I think the Simpsons said we're done playing. It's time to take it to the big leagues.
Yeah, that's a good thing right there. I think they know that, like I said, they got a feel for him, and I think they were like, oh, they're serious. They're here to play. This is not going to be a clean sweep for us. This is not going to be easy for us. I think they're now, like I said, you got this Lings. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be some fun plays out here. And we got Mantap on the Esmeralda. So this is great. I'm loving it.
We'll see. We actually haven't seen Uranus pick. What? Ashley boy coming in with the Veil once again. And they did pick up a Kufra, which is gonna possibly be a little tough for the Ling there. So we'll see what goes down. The first game, their Kufra was the MVP. And now they do secure the Clint, the Veil. Once again, we've seen the Veil knows the stuff. So let's see if they can pull through it again with an Esmeralda there, Frisky.
Yeah, it's looking pretty great. You saw Daggers got back on his Brody, so we know he's good with Brody. We know he'll have good plays, but also Brody will be able to do some things like to mark actual Smooth Operator to be able to hit him maybe when he flips away or he gets away, to be able to get him even though they're out of range. I believe that's going to come into play here. And then we got the actual bans coming in for the second round bans. and they don't want to deal with Roger. They went ahead and banned Roger. Kagura as well is out of here. They are still on this. It feels like they are targeting mages just in general, and they haven't picked their mage yet. I wonder who they're going to use. Do they have a back pocket mage? Do they have someone who's going to do really good and outshine them? Because like we saw with Ashley Boy, they were able to, those veil setups, the ones that they did hit, they mattered. We saw that key one that happened in the jungle. We saw several times where that additional movement speed bonus helped the team and helped him get around the map. Will those things play into role to help them get in reposition with the not with the Brody, with the Bujoy when he ults with Kufra? Will those things help? And as a matter of fact, I think they will. I might be eating my words, but I still got my money on the team, the Simpsons.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. They still haven't picked their tank. From what I'm seeing here, they're gonna have to pick a tank that has some solid CC. So a Hylos, an Atlas. I mean, we haven't seen too many Belricks, but I mean, with them having a Clint, a Belric would be a good pick here. We need something with some solid defense. They did secure the Farza, which does make Vale job a lot harder when Vale is slow. So we should. Oh, but a Yuzong is a great counter to the Farza. Hellcurt.
Are we gonna see a Hellcurt?
What?
I wonder if this is gonna be a stall out and how we just playing.
Oh,
Manny Pacquiao, like what we got going on. This is gonna be an interesting pick because it's going to possibly tell us who's going to win, who's going to do what in that jungle.
Yeah, being the tournaments here. I mean, a Hellcurt's pretty strong in the mid game, but is really squishy in the late game. Would have been a good counter to the Farza because the Farza wouldn't have known where to ult when Hellcurt ults, which could catch her off guard, but they opt out to go with a Lance versus a Ling, and then Vanguard back on this Masha.
So we're finally seeing that Ling pick from Cole World, something I've been waiting for. The side of ETHEREAL decide not to ban it out this time. Is it going to be the make or break it ticket for the Simpsons here? You know, Dagger still staying on that Uzi. This time Esmeralda falling into the hands of the Simpsons, and we saw how well that did last game for ETHEREAL. So overall, but the Masha, I didn't, I stepped away for a second. I come back to a Masha again, and that Masha was hell in game one. It was definitely, it just opened up so much space for the side of the Simpsons, and I got a feeling it may do the same. So you have the heavy aggression, the heavy invade of this Masha. You have Cole World on this Ling, who also can push in. It's going to be maybe a little bit harder to catch Bomby on this assassin, but I got a feeling that Ashley Boy may have a problem if Bujoy cannot, he's going to be on constant guard here.
Definitely. It's like they're trying to get this. They're just pulling it out.
Oh.
But look at Vanguard. Oh, he better get out.
But look at him. He's still just sitting there like, yo, I'm not worried. Like, I'm just going to stand here. Yeah, you brought me down to my first bar of health, but now I have 2 again. And Bujoy may be going down as Chesu comes in and gets that kill now with the Wings by Wings, zoning in onto Ashley Boy. Greg forced to rotate into this blue jungle, but Vanguard continues to harass. No one can get him out. This is my blue buff now, all right? I'm the captain.
Yes. He's speeding through, and he's so fast. He gets in, he engages, he disrupts everything, and then he just out of there in the flash. And if anything, he gets you excited that you think you can kill him. You start chasing, and you run into a wild Farja just there, like we saw, that gave them their first kill. Now, is this a precursor to how the rest of the game is going to go? Will Masha get in, steal their buffs again, and then lead their team to victory? I'm very excited, but you see them tussling up. No one's doing anything too major right now, just to feel around, getting your jungles, getting your just different your minions. The wave clear is very simple and easy right now, but what is going to happen? What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, again, I like how much invade's going on and trying to lock down the Lance, controlling the jungle. We are seeing just a tad bit of a gold lead here. Having the Esmeralda and the Brody this time around, I think is going to be way better than the Dyroth and the Bruno they had before. But I mean, we're looking at Cold World being able to secure this turtle. I think Greg's gonna have a tough time with this Yu Zong down here. It looks like we have a stalemate going on here.
Cold World's waiting for it. We may just see something. He has that turtle buff also, but Bujoy and Ashley are here to protect the blue buff. But Cold World does not care. He is going to come in, waiting for that Tempest of Blades. There it is. Able to steal the blue buff away from Bommy, and now Bujoy on the run. Vanguard locking in, zoning in, gets the kill. Vanguard running out, and Ashley Boy will be next as Chisu comes in to take a tower shot, but get that kill. Wonderful play from the side of the Simpsons there, Frisky.
It looks like they're trying to set up
another one.
Vanguard, he took it for the team, but is it all? And it is for naught. They actually did just give up a free kill, and they got a little bit overzealous. But it looks like that Yu Zong is going to initiate on the Farja, go ahead and take it to her. It looks like going to get the kill. We should be able to get away with that stun, and it is too late. Yu Zong got the kill. Great.
I mean, one thing I can say from the side of ETHEREAL right now, they have some nice, the side of the Simpsons. Yes, Vanguard maybe got a little too aggressive there, which we've seen him do in the Masha, but just overall in their composition, they have such nice mobility. The Masha, so fast. You have the Farza, wings by wings anywhere in the nick of time. The nice Tempest of Blades coming down, followed up by the Falling Star Moon. Greg trying to survive. Man tap takes too many tower shots, and they're not able to secure that gank, and now Mantop will go down as Bommy comes in and takes the kill, G.
Yeah, we did see the Farza take out the Veil in the center here, which was a crazy play, and the downfall of all of that in the top lane. So it was interesting to see what's going on. Again, it's becoming a brawl, but we are seeing the Simpsons doing a little bit more of their microing and keeping the gold lead with securing the turtle. And just the combination, oh my god, just red and blue buff right under.
What?
Oh my gosh.
I think Bommy has gotten like 3 blue buffs in the past 3 games. Like, they have been on him nonstop. Game 1, the Basha Jungle stole every single one of his blue buffs, I think. This game, we got Cold World coming in. He's got the timer in his head. He knows when that blue buff's up. Cold World is zoning in every time. And like, seriously, a lot of players do like, know your times, know your regens. And Cold World is always there at the nick of time. But now he is coming in for the red buff also. Ashley Boy with the ultimate not able to land because of the Tempest of Blades. Cold World bounces back on the wall as Vanguard creates a little bit of space. Dagger's also here. Bujoy stops the first skill in its tracks and doesn't force the engage.
Dude,
I think that was smart.
Oof,
Don't force the engage
100%.
now. Because you still need a lane. This is still your laning phase. They're pushing and being hyper aggressive. Everyone still has their tower ups, and they would have engaged into behind the towers like that, they would never been able to get out. And I think they realized that, which they just kind of canceled out everything. But again, they're going off and they're kind of killing the minion waves earlier before this push. What do you guys think is going to be the key thing to get this moving into one of these teams' direction?
I mean, ETHEREAL is just going to have to, like, the Lance's farm is hurting right now. He's trying to get back 7 versus Ling's 9. And almost 10. Uh-oh. Got a slight engage. I don't think anything's going to turn out of it.
Another blue buff, though.
Yeah,
another blue buff. Another blue buff.
That's rough, and this is where the Simpsons are going to keep up. Oh wait, a nice engage from Bujoy, maybe a little bit too deep. Cold World, the Tyrant's Rage misses completely, and now Bujoy in a bit of a bad position, but Cold World doesn't want Bujoy. He wants someone else. Is he going to come on to Bommy here? No, he goes for Bujoy, I guess again. Torn Apart Memories goes off, but a big knock-up coming from Ashley Boy. They are finally able to take Cold World down, but Dagger's finally getting a kill under his belt, and he hasn't died yet. The gold is starting to look good for him.
And the biggest thing we have been seeing here is, my God, if Greg is just absolutely going in, trying to get 2 of them, just can't secure anything with the dragon. And now the Veil is giving Lance the room to breathe. And now we're seeing possibly Lance going to be able to come back, get a secure a turtle, and then the gold lead to come a little bit back towards ETHEREAL. So we'll see. I mean, it's some of these bigger plays over objectives are sometimes more key than constant fighting. So we'll see what goes on down here, T-Rex.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Cold is just all over the place. They have finally gotten the kill on him, but the side of ETHEREAL are going to need to be careful, and they are starting to group up a bit more. Starting to kind of, they've now rotating Smooth Operator around more. He also hasn't died, so we know he's going to start hitting that spike soon. I mean, he's already hit the spike. We're at 7.5 minutes. He's going to start doing some damage like what we've been seeing from him in the past 2 matches. And once again, the Simpsons need to be careful for the Veil seconds for that knockup, man. All it takes is one good play, one nice Tyrant's Rage, one nice knockup, and we can see a huge cleanup for ETHEREAL. But as we're standing, I do feel like the Simpsons, once again, are controlling the pace. They just need to make sure they don't make any small mechanical mistakes here.
Exactly, and it looks like what you said earlier, G. You said that they're doing things to actually get. They're doing objectives. They're getting like these turtle stuff like that. You see that now the objectives are becoming very important. These towers are slowly crumbling one after another, and even though they're not doing a lot of fighting, even though it's only 4 or 5 on the death counter, you see a lot of this tower is different. The tower is very changed, but they're going in and getting these kills, trading kills right now, and they're
This is the assassin versus assassin. This is what we all want. Bujoy will get locked up, though. The bouncing ball not helping him to get away. But wait, the Tempest of Blades. Can he escape this as Bujoy chases him down? Cold World gets away with just a sliver of health and moves on to his blue buff. For a second, I didn't see Cold World, and I thought he was already dead. Like, there was a slight delay almost between the animation of the... Like, he just disappeared, and I was like, oh, did they get the kill?
No tag came up, boys. I don't know what happened. This is
that was crazy.
It was. But the first Lord is coming up. 9-minute mark. Not gonna wait for the enhanced, but looks like oh my god.
Nice Tyrant's Rage on demand tap there. And this is, they need to be careful. Vanguard also a little too deep here. They don't, you had that early aggression, but you can't play that through the whole game. You have to slow down, but Greg will go down. A beautiful feathered airstrike to finish it off. Also getting some nice damage onto Bujoy. Cold World will get knocked up, has to use the Tempest of Blades just to run away, but Bomby doesn't want to let it happen. Misses the roses, not able to connect, and daggers now locking onto Bomby. Torn apart memories, does not land, but Smooth Operator will be taken out from it as Bomby is forced to retreat, and Vanguard on the chase catches him under the tower. Bujoy trying to go back to base, but Vanguard doesn't want to let it happen, and the Lord will be going into the hands of the Simpsons, G.
Man. Man, the gold lead is now coming back towards the Simpsons. I mean, the win condition for ETHEREAL here is going to have to be that the Veil is just being targeted nonstop. They said, I'm not going to leave that Veil. The Veil needs to be in combat and get some assists. That was what they were doing. They're playing passive, the Simpsons is. They just have to bring the aggression to the Simpsons and try to get some lockdowns. But it's really hard because they don't really have anything that's getting into the back lines. Uh-oh.
Ooh,
nice Tyrant's Rage, though, and the knockup comes in. Chesu annihilated from that Veil, but Cold World in the backline. Tempest of Blades locks down. Bujoy forced to flicker away as Ashley Boy continues to keep them at bay here, but Lord is coming down in that top lane. They have to make a decision here. We're going to have to lose this tower and possibly just defend our inhibitors. Cold World off takes that tier 2 in the EXP lane, and now the rest of the team closing in. Lord about to make the crash. He's not an enhance. He's just going to start tipping away, but we know how Smooth Operator can do. We know how this Clint can handle and just slice through them Lords, but still overall a nice push from the Simpsons there, Frisky.
Yes, with that, they were able to use the Lord not as only as as a gold or as EXP, but as a resource itself. It's like basically having another man on the field because you can use him for distraction. And we saw again they are using these things to keep on getting objective. They were able to get the bottom tower, and if you look at the towers, it is incredible. They also have their towers up. Their for the front tower only has a minimum of 25% damage probably, while they only have the inhibitors left. And I wonder if Smooth Operator, Ashley Boy, if Bujoy, if they can all come together, if this team can make one solid effort to do what they did and impress us the first time and turn it around to make this a fight worth watching, because it's looking like it may turn around and be a losing game for them.
Do you see the burst damage from Chesu right now? Literally just brought Clint down to half health in one feathered airstrike. And we saw that Farza in the hands of Ethereal earlier, and we knew it was a problem. But now, like, in the hands of the Simpsons now, it just feels so much better, especially with that Masha in front, you know, with Cold World, Kazime in the background, and Esmeralda, just giving it even more space, even more time to make those feathered airstrikes count, G.
Yeah, and I want to say the biggest thing here is that the Farza and the Ling locked down the Lance. Didn't allow him to secure any buffs. So being able to attempt this Lord is going to be really tough on the side of Ethereal. Uh-oh, Vanguard going in. Oh, gets set.
Tyrant's Rage locks on. But still, she's just so bulky, and that's just one of her health bars. Like, that's just one of them. You have to kill her 3 times. And with that recent revamp on her, she doesn't even need the CC to be annoying, you know? She doesn't have to be like Kufra, who can make these huge sets. She doesn't have to be, you know, like any of the other, like the Lolita, who can make these huge plays. She can just the fact that she is such a nuisance, so hard to take down, makes her so viable. Bujoy now forced to run away, and the Lord goes into the hands of the Simpsons once again. Mantap and Vanguard holding the front line, making sure no one comes through Frisky.
Yeah, they are all rolling together as a solid unit. And as you said, this wave of buffs and stuff that they did with these champions, we've been seeing a lot more Masha play. And this Masha is annoying. She's able to survive. She's able to get in and get out fast. She's able to recover health. So you can use all your resources on her and then end up all of that going for naught, because she just sits there, uses the skill, and she has a health bar back. And now you're just sitting there waiting for your 20, 30 seconds for her ult to come back. And those are precious resources you need towards this end game of the phase. And I wonder if this is going to be something that they use towards this with these final push, it seeming like, with the Lord and actually all the minions going on their side. What do you think, G?
I
don't know, but
this
the
might
Lord
be
is
T-Rex
coming.
here.
This could be the end here, as the Lord chips away in the last minion, will connect onto the inhibitor. Feathered airstrike saved for the perfect timing. Vanguard still just a tank. The ultimate from Ashley Boy is enough to take her off the map, and the Lord goes down to Smooth Operator, saving the day here once again. But that is 2 more inhibitors down. It's a 1-for-1 trade in heroes, but the Simpsons are gaining more ground piece by piece.
This is crazy. They were finally able to shut down Vanguard here in the base, just going a little too deep, trying to just only target the tower. But the gold lead is just, it's so much to handle for. There's not much. The Simpsons are just handing it to them right now. Like, they really can't do too much. So it's gonna be, I think it's gonna be coming down to another Lord, just because. I mean, they're unless they can just get an easy pick here in the mid, and then get a team wipe. I think it's gonna be coming down to another 56-second Lord. But we do see them ganking up on Vanguard here, putting everything in it, but just couldn't secure the kill. Man,
I don't even call it a gank when you try to jump on the Masha, man. It's just like, yep, another pick. But we do have Mantap with the falling Star Moon trying to land down. Cold World closing in on to Bujoy. Greg now with the Black Dragon coming around the side, and they're back on the defensive. I don't think Vanguard is the one that they should be focusing at all. Just ignore Vanguard at this point, because there is nothing you can do to that Masha.
Yeah, this is. I was looking at trying to get the chat and check. We have a bot in the chat, so they kind of threw me off when I look back at the action. Is getting intense again. And everyone is getting here right for the actual Lord, and this might be the final Lord. Last time they had that Lord actually, instead of going to the second tower like it usually do, it went towards the actual center. And I think that honestly saved them, but it's not going to save them now because the
Ooh.
oh,
Bami steals the Lord from the bush, survives another day, but Cold World is locking in. Tempest of Blades comes down. Bami's able to phase out, but he keeps pushing. Down goes Bami. Esmeralda gets the kill. Now you've taken Lord, but a wave of minions closing in on your base. It's 5v4. This is go time. Can the Simpsons finish this? They do have a Lord at the side. Boojoy with that Tyrant's Revenge, able to get down on Vanguard, and Vanguard finally goes down, but the immortality is up. A smooth operator able to get that kill with the Lord pushing out. Greg keeps on coming forward, but Chesu uses that feathered airstrike to keep them at bay. But now the Lord out of the arena. Daggers and Chesu are going to work away at trying to slow this thing down, trying to keep themselves at all their towers up, and that's what's going to happen. I mean, yes, a nice turnaround, a beautiful steal, a beautiful moment where Bami's able to prolong this game a little bit longer and possibly secure a win here, Frisky.
Yeah, that was exciting. They were able to do that, and that still saved their life, even though they did at least get a tower out of that, and they got a couple of kills. As we can see, they got some key kills. And now that the link is down for a long 45 seconds, I wonder if this is going to give them the time to actually reset, to get their jungle in check, to get some buffs, to get some items that are needed, and to push in these towers to get the gold that will go out through the team that they can use that to buy what they need, because now it's go time. And we see them actually trying to engage. Maybe they're trying to force them out of their jungle because they understand that, hey, we need to all reset. We need to all use this time to get our stuff situated and to keep them out of our jungle, because if they get another pick, I think it will be game.
Yeah, and I want to give a huge shout out to Smooth Operator here, man. They're just absolutely bursting this other team. They just every second.
Oh, Vanguard does get knocked up, but he's still just too tanky. Bami having to try to puncture in and out just to get away. The Fallen Star Moon not able to connect, but now Smooth Operator in a bad of a spot, able to use that dash to just slide away, but Tempest of Blades does come down onto Greg as all 5 members close in. The kill falls into the hands of Daggers, and Mantap Yang now in the front line. Boojoy sitting in this bush, waiting for a play, decides to use the bouncy ball just to get away. Vanguard, though, does close in as Smooth Operator fires shots from behind the wall, but more minions are coming. Will the Simpsons try to make the moment here? A nice stun onto Bami. In comes the Tyrant's Rage onto 3 members, but we do see the faded airstrike to try to fend them away, but a mega kill, a double kill goes into the hands of Smooth Operator, but he is taking out Cold World, locked onto the base. They're taking shower shots. Will they be able to finish it here? Chesu will not go down. The game goes into the hands of the Simpsons and the series.
Wow.
Oh, wow. That was, it came down to that one minion. I don't know if you guys saw it, but they cleared all the minions except one. And then they actually killed Farja, but that one minion was there to shoot and take off that last little bit of health. Oh,
Man.
wow. Oh, man, that was exciting.
We're gonna go over to the caster death. Well, maybe not.
Well, let's take a look at some of the items and things. Let's break it down. I know you like to see us, G.
Listen,
I can see it tell.
I like to, I didn't wear this pretty pink dress for no reason.
I understand. Very true. I didn't even bring my button up today. It was a long day. It's been a long week, man. Cut me some slack, We've been a lot of games we've been watching, a lot of stuff on my mind, on my hands, making sure these streams come off correctly. And tonight has definitely not been a disappointment at all. The Simpsons now going to the semifinals. But before we talk about that, before we get too deep into that, let's talk about what is the Simpsons here. Chesu coming in with the MVP right now. but really every one of them really holds their own, and Vanguard should never be allowed that Masha again for the rest of this tournament. Hopefully Team Sexy you're watching, because do not let that Masha through. Vanguard, he didn't get the MVP, but he still deserves a very honorable shout out, because that man controlled the map so well from the beginning to the end of the game.
Yeah, and man, I want to say the ETHEREAL, they put up a great fight, but it just came down to that the Simpsons noticed that last game the Veil was just devastating with all the sets and the tornadoes and the ult coming in, that the Veil just did not get to excel this time around. Smooth Operator and Bujoy over here just absolutely carrying their team, and then just the constant like hassle and attack of that Ling on taking almost every single blue buff in the whole game. Just absolutely just controlled it. The combination of the Simpsons team pulled through in the end there, and they said, we want to go to the next game.
Most definitely, and they did such a wonderful job. And ETHEREAL, still definitely a well-deserved shout-out. They made it to the top 8, and they put up one of the 3 most exciting games we've watched so far. Back and forth, all 3 of those games going past the 20-minute mark. And Smooth Operator, man, you are definitely a smooth operator, definitely the star of the team the past 2 games. Bommy also, Greg, Bujoy with some amazing Tyrant's Rage, some amazing sets, and even Ashley pulling out this clutch Veil that, some of us doubted, but still showed that it was a very viable pick in some of these team fights. So hopefully we see you guys in the next Challengers tournaments, because it is definitely well-deserved, and I hope they keep practicing. I hope they keep playing, because they are definitely a team to keep our eyes on, Frisky.
Yeah, it was a good game. Like it's nothing to sweat at to get to get through the top 8 and to come here to get where you are. Some definitely amazing different plays, but really great plays nonetheless. And as we all been saying, Smooth Operator on that Clint is something to worry about, to put other teams on notice. This is nothing to be ashamed about. They done really good. They participated very well, and like I said, that Veil has some really great setups. And then even Boomy, he with that great lore still at the end, towards the end of that last game. So it's like they are very well versed. They have good game sense. It's just that the better old operating machine of the Simpsons just were able to lay down the damage, and man, Vanguard was able to, like I said, control the field, to pace the field, to keep it quick, and they were just able to be better in their jungle and to control the full map. And I think that's what it came down to towards the end.
Yeah, a combination of like team fights. I was actually surprised when ETHEREAL was able to secure that sneak Lord, but sneaking the Lord there kind of got them. And then at the end there, they just didn't have that gold lead, and the Simpsons said, let's stop being passive, let's take it to them and get the win. They said, stop fighting for Lord. We know we just seen Ling's ret hands. We don't want to see that again.
Right.
Yeah, definitely some fast fingers on the side of Bommy there, able to steal that Lord, and a great play. Like, bought them a little bit more time to try to bring it back. But enough of that, because up next we have the game that I think a lot of us have been waiting for tonight. We saw Team Sexy earlier just completely dominate Extraction, and it's not an easy feat. Extraction Season 2 champions. They have taken a little bit of a leave the past 2 months, two or 3 months, and Team Sexy hasn't. So I think it was something a lot of us expected. But the thing is now they're going up against the Simpsons. These teams have played against each other. They've been playing in the league for the past 2.5 months against each other. They know each other. They know the picks. They know how the other team plays. So I'm thinking we have a really good game here. I don't think Team Sexy just steamrolls over the Simpsons here. And if they do, if Team Sexy does steamroll this game, it's gonna look like a hard game when they go up against Area 77.
100%.
I don't think they. I don't. Like I said, I don't think this will be a steamroll either. But what I am curious is if they each both watch each other game, are they going to be able to? Are they going to counter pick, or are they going to try to do what do what most things or most people do? Just remove that Masha off the board, or are they going to be confident with themselves to say, hey, all right, we know how they play. We've seen their game. It's fresh on our mind. Let's show them that we actually watch, we adjusted, we can adapt, and see if this changes Team Sexy's play style. And I'm very curious to see who takes the first move, who takes the first step, who is the first aggressor in this game, because I think that will set the pace of these two teams. Because we've seen when these teams get aggressive, and they strike, and they strike hard and fast. So I wonder who is going to do that. I don't like to brag, but I did win both of my picks of who's going to win these past games, but I honestly don't know who to pick.
I mean, you've been forcing G into the underdog pick. Let's just be honest here. He's like, yeah, I've been really calling him right tonight, picking all the overpowered teams, I really took a risk with those pocket aces.
Oh no,
man.
I'm not taking a risk.
No, what I think I'm gonna see here is that we've seen Vanguard play Masha so good that I know Team Sexy, they're gonna be like, they're not gonna let it through, or they're gonna show you how to use it. Really?
Well, I don't think I don't think the Simpsons are going to leave that Mosh on the field either. Like when they weren't first pick, they banned it. They understand it. They know how powerful it is. I guess a few other teams are a little slow to the race here, and the Simpsons know that's either a prio pick or a prio ban. There's no question about it. To them, it is one of the most important picks in the game right now. You either ban it or you pick it. There's nothing else to do about it because there's nothing that can really deal with it. And like the few things that could maybe deal with it, could kind of counter it, aren't really viable picks. I'm wondering, maybe the Ruby could do okay with it. Maybe the Ruby tank possibly, but it's not like you're getting it away from you. I feel like you have to get it away from you. Maybe the Veil, or the Valier, but that's even not, like, no one's really using that anymore. And would it be worth picking up like something? You got to get that Masha out of your jungle somehow.
Yeah. I mean, it's almost like when Hylos was doing really well in the seasons, like just constantly invading the jungles and just putting pressure on them. And with the combination of a Masha and a Ling, holy man. You just couldn't stop them.
You couldn't. Yeah, that just sounds outrageous. And it's gonna be great. I think that they put notice on Masha. Like I said, we all know that she got a recently buffed. She's been a little slightly tweaked, overtuned. A lot of people, well, I say overtuned. A lot of people think she's overtuned. I think they did make her more relevant. And it's just one of those things that now that she's back in the light, a lot of people kind of forgot either how to play against her or they just don't know what to do in that moment, because we've seen that happen where they all will chase her, and seeing Amasha go that fast, like, I know we're all excited about Sonic coming out and everything else, but she is speed. She was out there going, getting in, getting out, and then leading their teams into basically traps, whatever you want to call it. But she was like giving vision. Hey, you see where they're at, and then your team can quickly, we saw the team quickly use those brief seconds of vision to surround, to pick off, to isolate their team, the enemy team, and they were able to do boom, 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 boom. And here we are now. So I wonder if Masha is going to be one of their main picks, or if we're going to see the traditional every mage under the sun getting banned.
Most definitely. I mean, I don't think the mages make it banned because of Nicolette, especially after the game we just saw. But Masha, we're not going to see her. It's not, I mean, we're not. It's not gonna. I don't think this game we will. I think the fact that the last team let it through was kind of ridiculous. But we are. What I'm excited to see is, are we going to see any real targets here? Like, are we going to see any hard focuses? Will they really maybe try to find a weak point in Shark and pick off a lot of his picks? Are we going to see the Chow ban here, the Grok ban, the Lolita ban, and really just try to limit down onto Shark? But then there's still the Franco. There's still so many options for the side of Team Sexy. So do you target ban or do you kind of pre-plan your comp and ban to that? Ban what's going to hard counter your composition out. And it's a hard choice when you're going up against a team that has so much variety on how do you choose this out. So maybe the Simpsons does just kind of keep it simple and ban the overpowered picks. Like you just said, ban some of the regulars. Ban the Masha, ban the Sicilian maybe, maybe the Selena, something like that. Some of those more popular bans. But we do have a few minutes until this game starts. We got to let the Simpsons take a 15-minute break, of course. I can't just force them into another hour of straight gameplay after they just played 3 20-minute games. So we are going to let them take a quick bathroom break, charge their phones up, do whatever they need to do. So it's a great time for you also to do the same and for my casters to do the same if they need to. So we're going to put up the waiting screen, and we'll see you guys back in about 5 minutes.
A sweet adventure starts here. It's such a nice day for a picnic with friends. Let's go out and play! This way, my little friend.
This game is just like a walk in the park.
Pretty kitty, happy kitty, a cute friend of mine.
What should I draw today? Parent or a pudding?
Greenery and flowers below, sky and clouds above.
Hey, Dex, Beth, do you like it here?
Sweetness spreading. I need more models for practice.
Hello, friends.
Say cheese!
Poor little Melissa. Her mother has become an angel, carefully watching over her from above. But even a guardian angel can't protect her from all the ill intentions in this world. Her half-sister is a big bully. And finally, Melissa decided... Ooh. Huh.
You must pay for what you've done!
Oh, really?
Avenge me!
Get ready, guys. Well, the best is yet to come.
Help!
It's getting late. Let's end this quick.
Let them go! Otherwise, I will kill her!
Now, you're working my last nerve.
Aha! Here it is!
You don't know the power of the dark side.
May the Force be with you.
That's all too easy.
We are believer もっともっと強くなれる声今その絆を信じて心に縛るジレンマに潰されそう自分じゃわからないリアルで確かな強さは弱さを認め合うことでその扉開き出す僕ら未来のために誓う何もしないで生きていたくはない全てこの切ないだけで払って We are believer その光掴んで For century もう迷ったりはしない立ち止まりはしない Never lose Become braver 時を越え明日が really life of friends 今希望の旗を立てて違いのお姫様本当の自分見せられずストレスが加速する足が震えつまずいた時そっと上向いたら信じられるその言葉が聞こえるの負けないともっと強くなれると誓い何度不安の闇に落ちかかってもここで紡いだ絆の矢払って We are believer この勇気見せるよ We stand up ほら溢れ出した想い止められない想いでかちゃBecome braver飛び出せ Fly for a dream 今この絆を背負って僕ら未来のために誓う何もしないで生きていたくはない全てこの切なにかけて払って We are believer その光掴んで For century もう迷ったりはしない立ち止まりはしない Never lose Become braver時を越え明日が Really life of friends 今希望の旗を立てて We are believer この勇気見せるよ We stand up ほら溢れ出した想い止められない想いでかちゃBecome braver 壁を越え飛び出せ Fight for a dream 今この絆を背負って
giggling now. Let's make our debut in this land. I can be faster. Any luck you could run from this? Any luck you could run from this? Mega kill! Legendary! Long enough. Let's make our debut in this land. Any luck you could run from this? You have slain an enemy! Mega kill!
All right, we are back on, guys. Frisky G, are you ready for this next game? Team SEXI versus the Simpsons, Frisky.
Oh man,
Ready.
this is gonna be good. This is going to be a fight. It's gonna be two really good teams that both show their merit this night. We've seen one do a full sweep. We've seen the other do a back and forth, yes, but it was undeniable when those turns hit. You saw how well they played. You saw how the Simpsons came together when they needed to, and it was ended just like that. So I'm really excited to see these two teams bring their best and show who's going to push forward for tomorrow. What about you, G?
Same, man. I can't wait to see it, man. We're definitely gonna see a good game here. I mean, we have already seen what Team SEXI's brought, and we've seen what the Simpsons has brought. Now, let's see who can get the dub out of the two.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to just say that Team SEXI is going to roll over this game. Yes, they were very dominating. Yes, we've seen them play, but we have seen them lose before. And the Simpsons look better than ever. I mean, they're looking strong. They've, over the past 3 months, as I've been watching them, they've only improved their gameplay. They've only tightened up all of the loose mechanics of their team, and they have really brought it together. So this is the perfect time for them to show off. This is the perfect opportunity to prove that we are a team in NA that should be feared, that we can compete with all of the best. And they are going against one of the best here. If you're just joining in, we got Team SEXI with BTK Shark, BTK Zia, Nicolette, Sir Bossy, and Best Player up against the Simpsons, which is Cole World, Blazer, Hendrix, having a mind blank. They do Chesu, Daggers, and Vanguard. Had to pull up the screen real fast because they changed. Because what I remember them is they had Hendrik Lavzal as their tank. They had they still had Blazer, but from the last team to this team, they have made a few switches, but still, they're still, I want to say, like, Vanguard's still been part of the team. It's just for this tournament, they're using a slightly different lineup. Blazer and Cold are always a staple along with Daggers, but it seems like Vanguard and Chesu are coming up into the front five main lineup. I don't know if it has to do with time issues or what, but we've seen a lot of teams mess up because of that, and the Simpsons they look better than ever, honestly. And if there's any time for them to do it, let's do it now.
Yeah, I mean, real money involved. You know, you're looking at your reputation. You know,
Mm-hmm. Bragging rights.
Legends' reputation.
that MLBB rep.
They do like bragging rights. They do like bragging rights. So you already know Discord's gonna be lit tonight. I remember every time after one of the nights for the NASL, you'd have all the teams in the Discord just like losing it. There was a few times I had to like shut down the Discord just because of how bad it was getting. Like, I couldn't mute people. They were talking too fast. It was just too insane. Everyone's talking trash to each other. It just becomes this death ball in the Discord, like a mosh pit on keyboards. So it's definitely going to be some excitement tonight after these games. And I know that they are readying up. We've done the ping checks. We've done all the preliminary things that we have to do. So let's jump into this game. We just need the Simpsons to ready up here. Frisky, we know you've been going for the best teams tonight. Let me guess. You give it a Team SEXI.
You know it, man. I'm not turning my back on our girl Nicolette with her
Mm-mm.
She's a monster.
versatility. I
Mm.
think I think there's something else left with that versatility. I think she might have something else under her sleeve, which is gonna throw them off. And same with you got best player, you got Bossy, you got Zia. You have a wide variety of just really greatness on this team. And I really love what the Simpsons can do, but I believe if they can shut down that Vanguard and Cold World, I think they're gonna come out on top of this.
Yeah, and I kind of, I'm gonna just be the underdog guy today. I might be,
You're losing
I might
money
be
today.
0-2, but I'm gonna vote for the Simpsons, man.
I have a feeling G's never been a good gambling man. Always bets on the dying horse. I don't mean to say that the Simpsons is a dying horse here. I hope that sounded very wrong of me because, like I said, I think the Simpsons could pull this off. But enough joking around. Team Sexy will have first pick, first ban in this draft, and we are going to be jumping in right about now.
Let's.
All right. So what do you guys think? Is the Masha ban first ban here?
Listen, I didn't want to say it because I'm hoping they pick it.
I think it's gonna either be a Masha or a Ling ban. That's what I'm feeling. I think Sir Bossy and them, they are discussing this. They saw what they've done, and they know that Ling could be an issue with stealing all those buffs. Oh, but a Boxia ban.
A good
Yeah.
ban. We saw Cold World pick up
Yeah.
Abashia on game 1 of the last series, so we know it is and it's a pick that you don't want to always have to deal with, especially with best player hasn't been something we've seen him pick up. He's kind of stick to some of the same more bursty junglers. They're firing off quick.
Yeah.
Masha, Fanny, Masha.
Yeah,
It's a second
nah.
to talk, like
They are
we're trying to
not-
talk about your bands, guys. No. They're
they're not
attacking.
thinking about it.
They know. They came in this prepared.
Mhm.
I mean,
That's
both
why-
teams know each other very well.
Yes. They watched each other. They watched these last games, and they know the best thing. And that's just common sense. Putting one and one together. What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna knock out your best play. What you're really good with. I'm gonna knock out your main couple of lineups. If you know your major problem might be Cole, it might be best to knock out 2 or 3 of his champions out of our champions banning list, or vice versa. Maybe they know like, hey, we just need to. These are the things that we don't need to deal with because we're not either comfortable with it or we're not comfortable, with dealing with it in general. So I love it. Like I said, it's very fast. They slowed it down. They're actually going down to the last second with this ban, and I wonder what they're gonna do. What do you think, G?
Man, dude, listen. We already know what Team Sexy can do. We already know what the Simpsons can do. I'm ready to see an all-out brawl. I'm ready to see some intense fighting. I want to see some strategy played. I want to see some insane CCs, some bush ganks. I'm ready to see it. I'm ready to see it. Team Sexy said you're not stopping us. We're going with Yuzong. But then the Simpsons,
the Grok.
they gave up the Grok.
Yeah, they did.
Vanguard was playing great as the Masha, and in a sense, Grok on that tank role can kind of do the same thing. Not as like in your face, but still very annoying. Still, I'm running into your jungle. I'm keeping tags. I'm gonna keep tabs on best player all game, all 20 minutes. I'm expecting to see this, see Vanguard right up best players. You know what? I'm talking like. Nicolette, though, does get this Kagura, and Shark picks up the same exact thing for him. What Grok is to Vanguard, what Masha is to Vanguard, Cho is to Shark. So, I mean, we definitely are already seeing the field laid for one of these, either they both cross invade, or we see someone maybe get picked off a little bit early, which could be the deciding factor of the game.
Yeah,
Yes,
and what I'm seeing from to Team Sexy, Team Sexy, Team Sexy. I was looking at Shark.
Yeah.
But from Team Sexy, all 3 of their picks can get out and jump over Grok's wall. I mean, we're looking at a solid counter on that aspect. And I mean, with Shark, you got a decent control of a pick, and we've seen it. Like, what Simpsons needs to do here is not get caught solo. You do not want to be caught by that shark.
They definitely don't want to be caught by the shark. I mean, and those are the little things that are going to matter. And I think that could be one of the things that gives Coal World a little bit of trouble here. You try to make the engage, and Shark is ready with that Way of the Dragon, ready with that knock-up. So Coal World's going to need a little bit something here. My guess is Coal World may just end up going for the Tank Karina here. It's been a popular pick towards the end, towards these final 8. Whenever someone does pick it up, I think Best Player is probably one of the only people that likes to run it as a damage Karina. So what I want to see from the side of the Simpsons here, hold on a second, I'm seeing straight Zia bans, straight target bans, but the Wan still open, and you know he's been playing the Wan, so do they have an answer for that? Is that like, do they know, like, we actually want you to pick the Wan because we got something for it?
I mean, Coal World with a Karina can pretty much negate a lot of her basic attacks to be able to get in there. So it's kind of an iffy situation, but I mean, you got a solid control on Team SEXI side. Dagger's picking the Brody was a solid pick. Come on now, chill out.
What? Oh, he's not gonna pick the Khalid. Oh,
don't stop me from talking, bud. Chill out. Get your picks in.
Get your picks in. The Selena would help out with that aggression even more if they decide to lock this in for their mid lane. It is on Blazer, but my guess is it goes into the hands of Chisu after. But I do like the Selena, but that's just like, now you're really committing yourself to early game aggression, like hard. Like it's do or die at that point. You don't. Oh, they decide to go for the Farza instead, which is kind of the opposite. Now you've brought in, now you're a bit more well-rounded, I feel like. You have some nice early game push, but you also have zoning and some nice late game burst potential.
Just the one thing you got to watch out for Shark and Sir Bossy. And then going with the easy pick Granger. Let's I mean, we've seen Best Player, and his Granger's nasty. So we're gonna see a pick here. I'm really with a marksman pick in the jungle. Are they gonna go the double marksman route, or do they go to? Okay. All right.
Best Player with the Granger. I mean, and tonight we've seen him really mixing it up. We saw the Fanny on him. We saw the Ling on him. Now he's falling back into the Granger pick a little, giving himself a bit more distance, not as in your face. And Zia locking in the Claude, deciding not to go for the 1-1, which the Claude has been making a decent comeback in the gold lane, honestly. It's definitely not your prio gold lane pick, but when the Beatrix and the Clint and the Brody and some of those other choices are off the table, a lot of people have been opting to go for the Claude.
Yeah. And
I don't think I've ever seen Zia on it.
I mean, Claude's still, especially in this high-ranked area, people know how to get in, out, and all about, Like,
Claude is still relevant.
He's nice. He's nice. But I mean, we're looking at a decently maneuverable team from the Simpsons. So let's see if a Belric Grok combination can stop this.
Belric was a good answer to that Claude. I remember right after the patch came in, I'm watching this game. I forget what teams it was. I think it was TSU versus someone else. I can't remember exactly, but TSU pick up the Belric, and there's a Claude on the enemy team, a jungle Claude, and this Claude comes in, uses the Blazing Duet, and literally kills himself. Literally kills himself. I was talking to Private and I'm like, do you know what just killed that Claude? Like, it was blade armor and the skill, and then it was insanity. So Zia's gonna definitely have to position himself around that Belric, deciding when he wants to use that Blazing Duet, because if he uses it incorrectly, he could pay the price for it.
Yes, indeed. It looks like they're actually now are trying to. They did focus. They got the Wanderer, and now they're going back and resetting. But they kind of going deep. You see that they're actually fighting in the jungle, but they're trying to collapse on their Belleric is going down. But they look like they're going to reset after that. And then top is also being pushed. Just a little slight fill out of the lanes. Everyone is still playing safe. It's going to come down to a slight minimum gold lead. So people are just trying to get a feel of what's going on. And I'm ready for that 5 minute mark because I know it's going to get wild.
Yeah, and I mean, Team SEXI is gonna have to do something here, but it looks like Cold World, Vanguard, and Daggers are gonna be coming on Zia here. But what
Wow, that was
Yeah, goes down. A nice wild charge from Vanguard there. Shark trying to come in and help out, but not quite able to get there in time. A first kill, and that's an important first kill. You take it out on the gold laner, giving Daggers a little space, but Daggers needs to be careful here. Luckily, Shark doesn't have that level 4 yet, so he can't do any kind of flicker kicks here.
Yeah. This is, I mean, Simpsons is showing us a really, really great early game so far. I mean, we're not looking at too much of a gold lead. I'm thinking they're going to probably contest this turtle here. But Blessed Player looks like he's going to just continue his farm in the top area. Maybe even try to get that gold lane push, which is going to be pretty crazy. So we'll see what goes on here in the meantime. We got a Sir Bossy almost getting pushed here. The turtle is being zoned out. So we will see with what's going down here. What's your take, Frisky?
Simpson or Frisky? Frisky, you can go if you'd like.
no, yeah. I was just sitting here looking because it looked like you said, it looked like they're getting the actual. They zoned it out. They got their first turtle, and that's going to give them an additional shield and give them the additional gold that they need. I think it's going to go overall. You see them actually pressing on. They got the ult. They use the ult, and they're going to lock her down. And it looks like Kagura might not be able to make it out.
Nicolette always makes it out.
Woo!
She always makes it out. Sharks always got her back.
That was close.
This is one of the things that makes Shark so good. This is one of the things that, you know, really makes it's all since the first time I ever casted on a game with him. It's one of the things that I've always appreciated. He's always there. He always knows when to move in, how to protect his teammates, and he knows when to make the engage, when to make the big play. He's just he's one of those players like, nice way the dragon onto Vanguard. Nicolette readying up the umbrella. Desinata comes in, but he's only able to land 2 shots, and Vanguard's just a little too tanky. Nicolette continuing to try to fire in, not able to get the CC because that first kill was run, but Nicolette has to flicker out of this feathered airstrike, but now Shark coming onto Cold World. Cold World forced to run away there.
Uh-oh.
That was
Yeah.
impressive. We seen Zia getting taken out again for the second time. And then you have them pushing the lanes forward. So it's been a really something that I would have never thought to see. You know, they're getting very hyper aggressive, but you see they're going on to Daggers, but he uses ult and is able to get out in the nick of time with just a little bit of help. The Shark may go in and just take that, you know, but he's a little too slow. Just a little too slow. But he's getting out. He was able to intercept actual Farja, which is probably just as good because we know that would have hit Nicolette and they probably would have got another kill off of that.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised they didn't go in on Cold World there. A lot of them were there. It could have just been they didn't have any utility to be able to finalize something there. I mean, we're seeing, again, with what I wanted to see, a really, really good bout going on here. We know that Cold World did secure the first turtle, so I think they're trying to focus really, really hard on objectives here. Shark's not able to zone too much. And this Fars is putting in real work to keep this Kagura out. Uh-oh.
Oh, nice flame shot. Desinata coming in, only lands 1 on Vanguard, and Cold World able to take that Lord Shark now. A little low, forced to try to run away, but Sir Bossy comes in from the XP lane and gets a kill onto Chisu, wrecking havoc. Vanguard still very tanky. Nicolette trying to come in, not able to get the finish though, as Sir Bossy zones off Blazer. The turtle does go into the hands of the Simpsons, and even though the Simpsons are up on kills right now, they've even taken a tower, I gotta give it up to Team SEXI for keeping that gold deficit at a minimum.
Yeah.
That's very impressive.
We've always learned that turtles don't make the game always, taking out that first tower as fast as possible is where it's at, you know. So sometimes, you know, it's something else. But we got an engage here.
Ooh, a nice pick from Shark there, G.
Yeah, Kagura securing the kill there. Was a really great umbrella throw. And then Shark, again, this is what we were seeing in the very beginning. Shark wasn't able to roam as much as he wanted, but now he's getting comfortable. He's getting in the flow. The zone is his now. So we're going to see what goes down and see. I mean, it's going to come down to the Lords. The late game's going to be a little rough, but looks like Sir Bossy is getting jumped. And oh my God.
Going for it. Can he get the finish? He does fall out of that Black Dragon as Blazer gets that kill under the tower. Takes a tower shot, but now he's going to move in forward. And this is another tower going into the hands of the Simpsons here. And they're doing well this game. Vanguard definitely causing a lot of problems. Cold World wanting to come in. Is he going to go into tower? No, he decides to lock onto Zane, but the Blazing Duel that comes out does some nice damage onto Vanguard. But Dagger with the flicker in, trying to get the kill on to Zia. Zia in deep territory, flickers back, maybe a little too close to Dagger. Vanguard is here. Shark trying to help out, not there quick enough. And Zia does go down. That is 0 and 3 for Zia Frisky.
Oh man, I don't think none of us were expecting to see Zia have such a hard time against the actual daggers, and we know that daggers can bring really good stuff. And with this, it's crazy, and I'm very excited to see if they're going to turn it around, because now again they're getting Kagura. They're not giving up. That's what I love to see. He's not giving up. They're not giving up. I think they're going to take this time to just maybe reset, see what's going on, get a grip on them, maybe try to feed Zaya some of those kills so they can get the gold back in this way to get some type of items, because it's looking a little bit harsh for that 0-3 Zaya.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult, but we are seeing, I mean, they're not feeding too bad. The game is still equal in kills, and the gold is not too bad. So I'm definitely going to see it coming down to some key plays here. And again, we've seen that it can get a little tough for Team SEXI, but they'll normally get a pick here and there, and then they'll just blow you out of your socks, and you won't know what to do. So, oh my God, the damage!
Finally, some nice damage onto Vanguard there, but best player gets caught off from Blazer coming out of that bush, but a nice way to drag him back onto Blazer from Shark. Sir Bossy also closing in, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. Team SEXI does take something. Daggers finally getting Zia finally getting revenge onto Daggers there, securing the kill. So make that a 2-for-1 trade over the map, G.
Man, that was a good play by Team SEXI, but the Farza is just starting to hit so hard. So I'm thinking, I mean, Sir Bossy's gonna have to be focusing on this Farza in order for them to actually pull through here at the end. And then another set. Oh my God, the Farsa's damage.
With what help?
That was Zia gets out of there though.
Oh my God, that had to have been one hell. Literally.
Yeah, literally.
I saw not even a pixel, and I was like, wait. Oh my God, but it's a nice, good back and forth that we see going on here. We didn't see a lot of turtle going away, but now that the Lord is here, we might get ready to see people try to start setting up for the Lord. They secured the Wanderer, so they have that little extra speed bonus and vision, but Grok is knocking it out. They see where Grok is, but I wonder what they're going to do. If they're going to use that for their advantage to try to make a play on this. What do you guys think?
I mean, one thing I do want to... Right now, they're still dead even, essentially. Simpsons have the 1K gold lead, but, you know, you mentioned the Farza earlier, G, but I want to point out Nicolette on this Kagura 3-0. And Kagura, as long as, you know, that's exactly, as long as she doesn't die in the early game, she can do some nice burst damage very, very early, especially, you know, onto things like this Grok, onto daggers, catch the Farza off guard. Finally, Team SEXI taking back a tower, taking their first tower of the game, actually. But, you know, Nicolette's shown very well, but wait a second, big way the dragon onto Vanguard, finally taking that down, but Blazer is there to help out and try to lock them up. Sir Bossy isn't able to get the knockup, but he is able to take out Chisu. And now members of the Simpsons are going down. Daggers gets the outplay onto Zia though, and Cold World is by himself in the blue buff jungle. So overall on the map, Zia will go down and pay the price, but still a 3-for-1 trade into the hands of Team SEXI, and they're gonna roll on to this Lord now.
Oh my god.
See, Team SEXI knows that like they secure the first Lord, it brings the game back into their hands of taking over the towers. You know, of course they lost 1 or 2 towers here and there, but now they secured the Lord, which is now going to hopefully bring the gold lead up even more than what they got now into their hands. Let's see if the Simpsons can hold back this Lord.
Yeah, they don't even want to go for the Lord. We're going to take this tower. We're going to focus on objectives nonstop. We know we can go catch that Lord before it gets to that second tier tower, and that's exactly what they're going to do. So they turned that slight loss into their hands, and this is what the Simpsons look good tonight. They look good this tournament. They can definitely possibly give Team SEXI a run for their money in some of these games.
Oh yeah, the Lord did his job. They were able to at least capitalize and get 1 turret out of that, and got half of the middle turret. So that was pretty good. And it looked like they focused in heavily on Belleric, but Belleric is very tanky. Popped his as an active skill and able to get out of there. That was a nice ult, and was
down goes best player. Chesu is going to pay the price as Nicolette focuses into that back line, but we do have the kill on Nicolette from Cold World. Zia on the run as Vanguard keeps his presence known. He's going to move in. Shark just also trying to create space for Zia. Sir Bossy does take away that tier 2 tower in the top and puts those minions against the inhibitor. So now we're seeing a bit more of an even out on the towers. But the Simpsons still kind of holding a lead in some of these fights. Torn apart memories goes off. Shark gets away with just a sliver of health. Second skill locked on to Sir Bossy. Black Dragon coming up as Blazing Duets follows along with it. Cold World though dashes in to send Zia running, but Sir Bossy is a force to be reckoned with. The passive gets the kill onto Cold World.
Man,
it was the last bit of that passive too. It was the last bit of that passive that got the kill on her. And it's like, Yuzong, we've always been saying, we really don't see them that much. We really don't know their impact, but it's these key moments like this where they're able to push the top tower, able to come in and do these fights to hold them off when they need to. And there we go. They're back in the game. It's like they got their groove back. The 10-8. Towers are up, and now we're going to see how they capitalize.
Oh, big way of the dragon. Vanguard goes into the midst, forced to use that wild charge just to get away, G.
Wow. This is what I was looking for, and I was saying in the very beginning, I really wanted to see these brawls, and my God, did they bring it. And I mean, it's been about a 2K gold lead towards Team SEXI, but they're just absolutely coming to fight and brawl, and I love it. I definitely think we're gonna see another Lord here, and Cold World is gonna have to try to take this Lord this time around. So let's see if the Simpsons can contest this Lord. But the problem is having Shark being able to get those little easy picks. They're just so good at getting it. And here comes the Lord, T-Rex. Do you think they can secure this?
I don't know. They're gonna the dragon on Vanguard. He is caught off again. Forced to use that wild charge, just get away. But best player circles in and gets that killed. Destinata gets a couple of shots onto Blazer, and this is gonna create possibly enough space. But Cold World coming around that back wall. They're gonna need to be careful for the Lord steal here. Zia in a bad position. I don't think he knows he's there. He does put that minion in there, so he does know Cold World is there. Cold World coming in, takes some nice burst damage. It's a fight. It's a retry battle, and Cold World comes out on top, and members of Team SEXI are going down. 4 of them wiped off the map. Nicolette all alone, and the Lord also goes into the hands of the Simpsons.
What a play. Do they secure this right now? Oh my God!
Nicolette, chill!
This is rough. Nicolette does get the kill on to Daggers, but the thing
But
is,
I
these
don't think
minions
it's
are
enough.
coming. 10 seconds. They only have one cannon. Maybe Nicolette can get rid of it. She goes down. No minions. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. 2, 3. Sir Bossy, BTK, Shark. Can they come in and help this? We do have the G-Condo coming in. They decide to back off. Sir Bossy comes out straight into the Black Dragon. Blazing Duet also with the flicker, locking onto Vanguard. The Feathered Airstrike comes down, but Shark does not want to stop. He wants to push in, get you out of my base. The Lord is still coming, and Best Player will roll over to that. But seconds, guys. I mean, seconds. Team Sexy brings it and saves the day.
Literal seconds, man. I can't believe Nicolette went in on being able to secure that kill, and then ended up getting the Belric there just at the end because of the base. So again, I mean, this is what I told you. Cold World was gonna have to get that retreat on the Lord, and he did, and it was insane. The battle is ever going. Man, there's no gold lead too much anymore. We're gonna have to see. Who do you think's gonna pull this through, Frisky?
Man, I have no idea. This is intense because your whole middle towers is still up, even though there's only one hit most likely left. They got it. They just got it. But seeing these towers hit and seeing these towers still up, and I'm afraid it's like, yo, what if this happens again? What if this steal happens again? Coming in at the last second. Will they be able to hold off? Are they going to try to look for her now? Are they going to try to make sure without a doubt? Because we now see how quick and easy Cold World can get in, get out, and they set it up beautifully to even capitalize to get several, 4 kills on them, all of them, except one. And that Lord, they cannot afford to let that happen again.
Yeah, this is where that tank arena does come in clutch. You're able to last long enough, even if you're not able to do the damage. When it comes to these late games and fighting overlords, you keep that retreat on the field, and you make sure that every time the Lord comes up, we are gonna fight. We're gonna have a retreat fight here, and because that tank arena is she's tanky, man. She's so hard to take off. She's so hard to get rid of. So I think that as this Lord comes up right now, does Team Sexy try to make sure they get Cold World off the map before they even contest it, or do they make it another race to the retreat?
I think they're going to make it another race to the retreat, or they might even not go for it at all. They might just keep baiting and baiting until just one person can get an easy pick here. This is tough. This is tough. Everybody stays so far away from the Kagura just because she's hitting so hard. And Vanguard's doing such a great job of zoning and kind of keeping people active, stopping them from being able to just camp it out there. So, man, do we see a full play right here? Man, they're just this is the biggest stalemate in history. The biggest stalemate.
This is my favorite part of the game. This is my favorite part of the game right here. The battle of patience, the mental battle over the Lord at the 20-minute mark, but it looks like Cold World wants to make the first move here. Blazier does stun up Sir Bossy in the back line. A nice kick away the Dragon, but Grok able to get the Lord, and now Cold World moving in. Blazing Duet does come out. Blazier, Vanguard off the map along with Nicolette. Bossy make that 3 from the Simpsons as Cold World is the final member. Daggers and Chisu must go back now to clear up this wave in the top lane, but once again, the Lord is crashing towards Team Sexy, Frisky.
Yeah, and we also noticed that that didn't even honestly come down to a retreat right there. That was just a Grok being a Grok and having that strong, wild AoE attack, and I think that's what caught that. But again, no matter how they got it, they ended up with it. Though they can melt it down, that additional wave push, that additional little
what's Zia doing over here? Nice pick on to Chisu.
Yeah, and that's a 50 seconds. Another 50 seconds that they have to wait without having one of your main damage dealers. So now they have to play defensive. Question is, will Team Sexy take advantage of this 5v4G?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, they had that little pick, but dude, it's gonna come down to the Lord once again. I mean, the Simpsons do have more towers, but all it takes is one easy pick from Shark to be able to turn something around here. But we're going to see a huge battle possibly going down here. Vanguard doesn't want any of it, but best player is just being so aggressive, trying to control that map. Team Sexy's doing a really good job at doing the lanes and kind of keeping them pushed in. So we'll see. We'll see what comes from it here. Well, what do you think, T-Rex?
I mean, at this point, we're in the end game now. Everyone's got about maxed items. We're very, very close. But I mean, if they can get another, if Chisu slips up, but both teams honestly seem very evenly matched. If it comes down to the Lord fight, though, it does seem like Team Sexy have a bit of a problem. But nice way the Dragon onto Cold World. Blazing Duets does come in, but it does get stopped by that wild charge. Destinata firing off, not able to land to get the finish onto Vanguard. Sir Bossy a little too deep, takes a tower shot, and Daggers gets the kill. That is a long death counter, and that's exactly what I was about to lead up to. Who's going to have their first member dropped? 30 seconds on the timer for Lord here. You got 15 seconds to try to make a play before Sir Bossy is back on the map. Do they capitalize on that 15-second gap of when Lord comes up and Sir Bossy comes back?
They're doing a secret push into the top lane, though, trying to keep the Simpsons on their toes. Well, I mean, that's a good play right there. When you're down one person, push a lane, equal it out, and then take it from there. But 3 seconds till the Lord fight right here. Can Cold World take the Lord in 13 seconds beforehand? But we do see that Shark is just insanely in the back line.
A bit of a blazing duet onto Blazer. Feathered Airstrike comes out. Best player shot down to a quarter of health, and they're forced to go back to base right as the Lord is about to get started. And you know, one thing that will possibly decide this game, if this Lord does not finish it, will be the macro, which Team Sexy has been doing decently, but Cold World just wants to keep pushing forward. Sir Bossy with that Black Dragon coming into the back line. Blazer taking a little bit too much damage here. Can Zia get the finish? Immortality does come up, but the Lord will go to Cold World once again. You got to sweep him here, Team Sexy, because you might not be able to survive this Lord. Cold World and Blazer are gone. Oh, best player back off. Shark also a little low, but they should be able to melt down this Lord and possibly reverse push in here, Frisky.
Yes, I want to let's pull up the items real quick, because it looks like they are actually seeing if they're going to be building against each other or if they're going to be building for the actual advancement of their team. Because you see how you got Grok down here is building heavily defensive, as well as when he's around that terrain, he gets that passive. But it looks like they relied maybe a little bit too heavily on that, because you got them push it in. They got 2 turrets down the inside, and they have this advantage.
Hold on a second. They are coming in. Shark, though, does take a feather airstrike. Zia into the back line, gets a kill onto Zia, and gets a kill onto Chisu. And a nice pick from Nicolette. Takes a tower shot. Team Sexy will take game 1.
Don't doubt me.
Wow.
What?
Wow.
That was, like you said, a brawl, a drag out fist fight from beginning to end.
That's what we wanted to see there. And the Simpsons was leading that charge so well that it was so crazy that they were able to just throw that around. But like I said, it just takes one pick from the side of Team Sexy to kind of just throw it all over. And then what T-Rex was saying was the macro. Team Sexy had all the lanes pushed. So even though that they lost the Lord, they were able to get a pick during the Lord to be able to actually secure that push here. I mean, giving the MVP to Shark with the 14 assists, just constantly invading was insane. But then Zia coming into the back line of that base, being able to take the immortality from I think it was like Brody or Belric, one of those two, and then Nicolette just coming in with the combo of the umbrella and ulting the immortality, and then secured the kill there and just absolutely blew him away.
That was
Yeah, they
just
did a great job with it. I mean, and that battle of fruition, that battle of like coming into the late game, that's what happens when you pass that 20-minute mark. You know, it just comes down to those small plays here and there. But we're not going to waste too much time. We're going to jump back into these games. The Simpsons are going hard for the long haul, and they will have first pick, first ban here. Frisky, do you think we see a change up in any of these bans? Do they take out the Chow this time, the Cho this time?
I believe so. I definitely would. Especially seeing that outrageous number of assists. If they noticed that, they would be like, "Hey, this Cho is a problem. He's able to get in the back line to get to where they don't need to go." And I think they need to shut that down because, like I said, we saw that last final fight. They were able to get very deep, and that ended up costing them in the end when in national rationality, the Simpsons were leading almost that whole game until they got toward those last moments. So I'm thinking they're gonna cancel each other out. They're gonna block. They're gonna do what they need to do. And once they hit these bans, I think they're gonna try to actually ban the teams that we just saw play. That's what I think personally.
Yeah, I think I mean, there has to be some sort of change here. I feel like the Simpsons did do very well last game. They were winning for a portion of that game. It was dead even the whole way through. So maybe if you do let something slip through, if you do change something, you got to make sure it's going to work because, I mean, and that's for both teams. That's for Team SEXI also. If you decide to change up your bans here, if you decide to change up your picks, you got to make sure it's going to count because with how even it was last game, if Team SEXI messes up one bit in their draft, if they mess up one bit in the game, or if the Simpsons mess up one thing in their draft or mess up too much in their game, then it's gonna be a problem. Like you can tell the other team's gonna majorly capitalize on it. But there goes that Grok. There goes that Grok ban. So is the Simpsons gonna be as scary without the Grok?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's gonna be some change because with that you had that Grok and that Belleric. You had these two tanky that could also like one could really withstand a lot of damage while the other can take damage and deal it out. And I think that ended up hurting them more than they thought it was. I think they underestimated Belleric. I really do. So I'm surprised they didn't ban him, but I guess they figured they would rather have either one or the other, and I think they just bet their money that since Belleric is slightly more squishy, that they would rather deal with that than deal with a tanky, I can block anything, I can smash into you type of champion.
Yeah, it seemed like best player was like, I'm gonna definitely take this Karina this time around.
Yeah, he's gonna pick it up this time, and I'm wondering, is he gonna pick up the tank Karina, or is he gonna go for the damage Karina this time? G.
I just don't. I'm pretty sure the tank Karina is back, just because the Guardian Helm now has in combat regeneration. That's why it's making a lot of these matches on the side lanes with Uranus and even now that we're seeing Karina a ton of times, it's so nasty. She's so hard to catch and so hard to kill with that combination. But they do respond with Cold World and Esmeralda. Wait, Retry.
Yep. Seeing it here first. No.
That's not a real thing.
Yeah.
That's not a real thing. That can't be a real thing. That's not, no way. I mean, they don't have their
They end up pulling a mental left and they switch to do some weird off the wall stuff. And you see, and we're just sitting here starstruck again because the team pulls something out of nowhere. But I don't believe this is real either. I think Cold World, they're gonna do a switcheroo on us. But we do see, as always, BTK Shark going with that show. They're just good old reliable. No, that's
reliable.
Reliable.
Acting like he's like a 1960s sedan.
Not even like an old horse in the country. I got old reliable here. He's got me far in my life.
He has. He's been coming through clutch. He's not doing the most damage. He's not getting the most kills. He's not even dying the least. He's not doing, but he's being where he needs to be. He's protecting his teammates. He's engaging in fights. He's isolating heroes. Shark has been putting in that work, and I honestly probably would have banned Cho a long time ago if I was going up against him.
I mean, he did just pull an MVP. I mean, you got solid proof right there that it's quite nasty.
Old Faithful.
The whole
Yes,
faithful.
right?
Nay.
Stop. No. Where have we gone to, guys? Where have we gone to? So back to the game.
Jesus.
Lolita will get banned off here. I mean, decent ban, I guess. Blazer does. Vanguard can pick that. Vanguard just did so well last time, and I mean, I'm just wondering what are we gonna see here? I'm still so thrown by that Cold World Retribution right now. Kagura no longer going into the hands of Nicolette. A few mages taken off the field. We may just end up seeing, the Farza still out. Or are we going to see that Lu Yi here that we do see Nicolette fall into occasionally? And even though, I said it earlier in the stream today, in the broadcast, that it's not a super meta pick, but Nicolette and Shark and Best Player and Zia, they make it look so good. They make plays with that ultimate that I have not seen any teams make.
There we go.
There it is.
There we go.
You talk about getting into the back line. It's about to get crazy now. You're about to see them popping up in random bushes and everything.
Oh, jeez. I can't wait. I mean, the brawls were nasty last game. They kept us on the edge of our seats. You never knew who was going to win. It just took one pick of one team to turn around the game. So I feel like with a Lao Yi, that's going to be definitely like one of those things that come into factor here. But we're going to see if they go Esmeralda jungle here. What is going on?
Now, listen, the Hilda, so, oh, wait. You're talking about because the Esmeralda actually is jungle now. I mean, I guess in technicality, on paper, it may do decent against the Karina, but I don't even know. Like, yes, she does skill damage. She does some nice skill damage. She's bulky. She's not going to be an easy target for Karina, but Shark's going to be able to bring her back. And one more thing is, the Esmeralda's not going to be able to do. I mean, Nicolette with the passive of Lu, in this dive, in this like front running in your face comp from the Simpsons, I feel like Nicolette could be a huge problem for them. Of course, the Hilda's known to be aggressive, known to kind of be similar to a Masha almost again, and this seems to be what the Simpsons are like to favoring for their tanks right now. We want to stay on you. We want to try to invade. We want to try to push in early. So it's definitely some good picks from both teams, nice counters from both teams. But this Esmeralda jungle is definitely going to be something to watch.
I don't know if the Simpsons have what it takes. I mean, they have a Wan. They have a Lao Yi when literally team like the Simpsons is all frontline. Like, are they just gonna? Oh my gosh, just gonna go over here and invade here. Going on the Karina, didn't really get too much done. I don't know what they're gonna get done here, T-Rex.
I mean, you are slowing down with the Hilda. You're giving Cold World a bit more time because he's not going to be the fastest jungler here. He was able to clear through that blue buff a little bit after. So, I mean, you were able to do something there, but I don't know, man. Maybe they're pulling a rabbit out of a hat here, and we're gonna have a crazy show, and Esmeralda Jungle becomes the brand new meta. But I've said it before. You have to get crazy sometimes. You have to try something new every once in a while. Do you do it on game 2 in the semifinals? I don't know.
Maybe.
Oh, Vanguard will go down. First blood going into the hands of Sir Bossy. I want to talk about Sir Bossy for a second. The man on that Yuzong he's had some rough games over tonight. Over the past few days in some of the prelims. But tonight he has been on fire, making some amazing plays for his team.
Yeah, and we're looking at oh my God. I just love how Shark held out to be able to get that. So it thought he could get away and then gets murdered here. but it looks like maybe Sir Bossy. Oh, he's on the edge there.
Oh. And
Jesus.
Chesu able to use those black shoes at least, but in comes Cold World with a huge falling Star Moon right on top. He's gonna lock onto Sir Boss. He does get the kill. Actually, the hill goes into Chesu. A little revenge right there. So, I mean, maybe it was just coming out of nowhere. Yes, you caught them off guard. I wouldn't say that guarantees the Esmeralda jungle is good, but one thing I can say is a nice knockup from Blazier. This is the Edith I was talking about, those early game, and now Shark with the way of the dragon onto Cold World. They are going back and forth. Blazier and Vanguard now locking on to best player. He's able to get the turtle and walk away safely, but they are brawling in game 2. G.
Man, I didn't know that we were playing a fighting game and not a MOBA, you know? Like, sheesh.
It's Tekken. We're playing Tekken.
I'm telling you. Hadouken. Nah, we looking good though. The game's an all-out brawl. Everybody wants blood, but who's gonna secure it in the long run? I mean, gold is looking about dang near equal. Best player is just showing how well and how fast this Karina can move around the map. But like you were saying, Sir Boss, he's putting in some work here. Same with the Karina. Oh, Vanguard getting soloed out here, getting destroyed by the Karina. Shark just taking that pick where he wants it. And then Daggers gonna get a 4-man here. You better back out.
Yeah, you gotta get out of here. All of them coming in. Best player closing the distance. He tries to use that torn apart memories. Able to almost flicker away. Gets one last shot before he goes down. Nicolette with the teleport. Let's reposition. No, we decide not to because Cold World wants to test us. Vanguard also creating some distance. Zia does get deleted as Vanguard crashes down with that axe. Able to get the kill. Now he's moving on to Shark. But Way the Dragon locks in. Can he get the finish? In comes the falling Star Moon, and 3 members of Team SEXI are down as all 5 still stand tall from the side of the Simpsons. Nicolette wants to get this kill on the Cold World. I can see it in her. She's like, there's so
blood
low.
in her eyes.
The tiger.
Oh man,
they're brawling.
It's everywhere. Everywhere.
Doesn't stop. Blazier though with the knock up onto Sir Bossy, but the passive locks in and secures that kill for Sir Bossy. G.
Oh my gosh, man. Every lane is nothing but a brawl.
It's not stopping.
Who's gonna burn out and win this here? Oh my
16
god.
kills in 5 minutes, G. 16 kills in 5 minutes.
I'm telling you, dude, the blood is fresh. And are they gonna have a contest? Cold World with the emote here on the turtle. I want to give a shout out to Chiju here. I mean, it's 3-1, has really controlled a lot of the battles, but we got some going on here, T-Rex.
Another Way of the Dragon. Zia able to come in, but best player gets that kill. And once again, we have a 3-man close in, but Cold World and Chisu are here this time to protect Daggers. Sharks getting a little slowed down, forced to back off, but coming back in. They want to get this gold crab and possibly make another play here as Zia bounces around. Are we going to see something big? No, looks like they're going to disengage, come back to mid, because look what Cold World's doing, harassing Nicolette, G.
Man, and I mean, that's what you can do. Uh-oh. Oh, my God.
Another Way of the Dragon takes out Cold World, G.
Man, it's just back and forth battles, man. Cold World thinks they can punish and pick on Nicolette, but then the team just comes in. Sir Bossy, oh my gosh, Sir Bursty just absolutely taking out Edith.
Did you just call him Sir Bursty?
Did I? I thought I said Sir Bossy. I don't know. Maybe I didn't finish the word altogether.
It would have been a good pun. I was hoping it was a pun. You should have ran with it, G. We're gonna call him Sir Bursty tonight because he is bursting down this Blazier. BTK Shark circling around this blue buff now. Team SEXI is coming out on top of this piece by piece, though. Yes, the Simpsons are brawling back. You know, keeping up the right hand, trying to dodge some of these blows, trying trying to defend themselves in this onslaught of attack of what is Team SEXI right now. But Team SEXI is landing a shot, hitting the ribs, hitting the stomach, making sure they pick away these towers piece by piece, and they are putting the choke on the Simpsons as Vanguard tries to defend. Nicolette coming in, Cold World doing everything she can. Best player may finally be in a bad position, but she is dashing away. A flicker comes from Nicolette to get in a new position. The ult comes in from Zia, and the double kill is locked in. Daggers in Vanguard will be taken out. Zia does get knocked up. He's gonna get shut down. A killing spree going to Chisu, and now Shark and Nicolette are on the run. It's a 2-for-2 trade on the map. Make that 3. Nicolette will go down. A nice response from the Simpsons there, G.
Dude, it's an all-out brawl. We're seeing, but, I mean, even though it is an all-out brawl, the gold lead is still going to Team SEXI. They're just so much better at controlling their lanes, knowing when to fight, and knowing when to actually get in and out, and kind of just focus on what you need to do to control the world here. So, it's still, I'm telling you, it's anybody's game. You never know with both these teams, but you know that they both came to fight and get blood.
Yeah, they are definitely putting on a show. It's what we wanted to see. You know, it's definitely what we want to see, and they are giving it to us. Game 2, Team SEXI has taken the first one, and it looks like the Simpsons wants Game 2. They want to see 3. They want to go the long haul, but can they? There's just so much pressure. The whole top lane is gone. Cold World trying to defend his own blue buff. He is able to get it, actually, but now they're all stunned up with the Petrify coming from Sir Bossy, but Sir Bossy's going to get knocked up, and Best Player is fended off away. Esmeralda, though, goes down. Sir Bossy just making an insane outplay, holding on, keeping it going. He will finally fall, though, but at what cost? He's a 1-for-1 trade up against 4 members of the Simpsons, sitting at 6-3. Sir Bursty is a monster tonight.
We just gave him his first nickname. Let's go. Oh my god, Zia just coming in, possibly. Oh, jeez. Can't even use purple boots to get out of that. Team
Black
SEXI.
shoes.
Oh, dude, it's purple boots now.
Purple boots. Here comes Zia, though, with the ultimate. Now he's locked onto Blazer. Next is Daggers. Another double kill going into the hands of Zia. Fallen Star Moon comes down, but does not connect. Shark with the recalls. Team SEXI are having fun right now, G.
Man, this is a crazy game. Look at this teleport. They said, we're coming for you. Watch out.
They're not letting up, man.
They are
like,
not.
They're like, we are really, like, they just keep pushing, keep attacking, keep going. And yes, you're getting a kill from us here and there, but we are always coming out a bit more on top, always getting one more kill or one more tower. And it's, you know, this onslaught of pressure, normally it would be a dangerous thing to do, but Team SEXI is handling the blows that they take back very well.
They are. And I mean, just again, like we seen in the last game, just the ability to control the lanes, hold it out. They're going for Lord here, T-Rex. Uh-oh.
Ooh, Way of the Dragon does lock on to Vanguard, and finally Vanguard goes down. Zia with that bow will get the double kill. Zia on fire along with Sir Bossy. Now Sir Bossy coming in. Black Shoes does pop from Chisu in that back lane, but Zia's going to be able to make that triple. Can we make it another one as Daggers uses that torn apart memories, but it's not enough to take out Best Player. It's a 4-man wipe. Minions coming down the middle with 20-second death counters. Best Player gonna go and eat up that Lord while the rest of the team eats away at these towers, G.
Yeah, I mean, we're just seeing it's finally hit that mid game, and then now the Esmeralda is definitely falling off, but she's still doing a decent job, but I just don't know if it was worth it to go against Team SEXI. And we're looking again, like I was saying, in the long run, they really have way too much frontal on the Simpsons. Oh geez, we got some we got some TPs going. Jeez.
What's funny is they know, like, Blazer doesn't want to make that engage. He knows he's gonna second skill away. He knows he's not gonna make the play. So he's just, you know, I know you're there. You know I'm here. Will we see
Uh-oh.
something? Blazer does miss. It gets the knockup onto Best Player. Best Player's just too tanky, and in comes Best Player getting the kill, able to secure it. They are trying to fend this off. Nicolette pushes forward, and the passive from her, you know, every few seconds they're getting knocked together. Pulled back to the middle, pulled back to the middle, and you called it. I called it. This is the problem with that dive comp up against the Louis. And the way of the dragon comes in. Cold World gets deleted. Zia with the bow, make it a double kill. Gets out Vanguard. This is it. Chisu down, a 5-man sweep, and Team SEXI is going to the grand finals.
Jeez, congrats to Team SEXI here.
Yeah, what a finish too. What a final match. I mean, if I'm gonna watch a sweep, I want to watch it like that. If I'm gonna see a sweep, if I'm gonna see a team go 2-0, this is how it needs to be done. Team SEXI does not let us down. They will take the game.
Wow.
Victory!
What a game, man. What a game. I think it always came down, of course, like you were saying, sometimes you got to get wild. Sometimes you got to try something new. But was game 2 of the semifinals, was it worth it? Did you have an ace in your pocket? I don't think you did.
It didn't work out. No, the Esmeralda core definitely failed them. But the Simpsons do get, they're going to still be going for 3rd place tomorrow. We're going to get to watch their game. And I got to give it up to Team SEXI, man. Best Player has been on fire tonight. Some of the best games I've watched him play in a long time. You know, a lot of people have been saying that Best Player's fallen off, this and that, but tonight I beg to differ. Best Player was on fire. Not only that, but Nicolette, yes, she gets silver here. We saw her be a star tonight in the first series of the night. Sir Bossy also bringing his A game. Shark and Zia. I mean, every game, I can't choose who I want to give the MVP to because they all just do so well. But the Simpsons also, you made a valiant effort. You got all the way to the semifinals. You're going to play for the 3rd place game tomorrow against against Deuce Knights. Yeah, against Deuce Knights. So, I mean, that should also be a great game. Those are 2 teams that I really put at a similar skill level. So, but what about the finals game? Team SEXI versus Area 77. Any calls that you want to make, G? Anything I know you're not going to be there tomorrow, which is upsetting. Well, actually, you will be listening.
I will be there.
You'll be there with us in a sense.
I'll be in spirit. You just won't know it. No, I love both teams. Area 77 has always been one of my favorites, and to be honest, I kind of would like to see them win. But Team SEXI is just an overall nasty comp. Just overall how they know how to like go around the map. All I can say is Area 77, if you're going to listen to me, don't let them get you.
I mean, this is definitely a revenge game of the finals. Area 77 swept swept Team SEXI for the 3rd place spot of the North American Squad League. So, and I already know that Team SEXI, they know who they're going up against tomorrow. They want to make a stand. Yes, you swept us last time, but we're coming in on a hot seat right now. Team SEXI is looking like they're on fire. So I am hyped for tomorrow's games. Not only that, but we have some awesome casters joining us tomorrow. But before we even mention them, I do want to mention, before we jump into this caster's desk, it looks like Frisky had some technical difficulties. He sent us a message from his phone. Power went out in his area, so he is no longer on the caster's desk with us. So Frisky, thank you for joining us tonight. If you're listening right now, we really do appreciate it. But let's jump back to this caster's desk now and give our goodbyes, G. We have some big games coming tomorrow. And not only that, but we have some big casters. We do. Leo from MPL Philippines, also with Naisu from MPL Philippines joining us tomorrow. So it's going to be me, Leo, and Naisu. It's going to be an honor to cast with them. And not only that, so we don't only have some star casters some pro casters, but we're going to have
Oh.
one hell of a game. It's going to be a best of 5 series between Team Sexy and Area 77. I mean, what more could you ask for, G?
I'm telling you, man. I can't wait to watch it, and I cannot wait to see this all-out game go against Area 77 and Team Sexy. This is going to be insane, and I just can't personally wait. I'm going to be like, that when you're waiting, when you were younger and you were going on a field trip and you just couldn't sleep, that's going to be me tonight. It's going to be me tonight.
Me too. And then tomorrow there's going to be the anxiety of leading up to it. So I'm pumped for it. I'm pumped for tomorrow's game. I'm pumped for the future of these tournaments and how many teams are just getting stronger. I mean, even though the Simpsons got swept there, they played such an amazing game against ETHEREAL, and then ETHEREAL also. And the team, I mean, so many teams that did well in this top 8. I'm excited for the future events, and I hope that the viewers are too. So remember, tomorrow we will be going live. But before we jump into that, we do have a giveaway.
One
Don't leave
giveaway.
yet. We got one more giveaway. One more giveaway. So let's jump over to that screen. Remember, use the code, use the link inside of the description. It's only on the YouTube channel. It's only on the Facebook channel. So if you're one of the 200 or 300 people watching on TikTok right now, make sure you come over to those channels. And while you're there, type in this code. Make sure you leave a subscription and a like, please. We could use it. We are a growing community in North America. A lot of people say it's a dead server. A lot of people say these things, but we are fighting strong. We have some star players. We have star casters. We have what it takes. So make sure you help support us by throwing that like and that subscribe, whether you're watching on Facebook, YouTube, TikTok. Give the follow. And don't forget to check out the casters. G the Aiko, an amazing caster. Xia from yesterday. Frisky, 2 times cosplay. Private Dancer on Twitch. Me personally, T-Rex, if you want to. I put in a lot of hard work for this. I would definitely appreciate it. Check out the North American Squad League on YouTube. We'll be having the 3rd season in the end of May, where a lot of these teams that you've been watching tonight will be competing regularly. But with this giveaway, it's going to be 100 diamonds and a random hero skin card. So make sure you put that code in now. We're going to leave it up for a second. So who takes the game tomorrow, G? Because I'm not going to get to ask you tomorrow on stream. Who takes it?
I'm telling you, I want it to be Area 77. The sole reason behind it is just because like they had their chance before and they're coming back for another chance. That's what I want to see. And if you come back for a second chance and you get it, the hype on their squad's going to be insane. And we need someone to fill those shoes, to be able to represent North America and go hard. But if Team Sexy does win, GG's, I'm rooting for Area 77.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Area 77, the North American Community Tournament has slipped, or the Challengers Tournament as we call it now, there's been a little rebranding, but has slipped out of their fingers every single time. They've made it to the top 3, they've gotten 2nd place, they've always gotten so close, and BTK beat them in the finals when it was me doing analysis casting and Assassin Dave was hosting it. They got knocked out by TSU during Christmas. They always get so close. So yes, if I was, if this was a love story, I would love to see Area 77 take the game tomorrow. But Team Sexy, I mean, both, if there's 2 teams that I really just enjoy, the players, I talk to both players on both teams. I know them both. So, I mean, it's a hard choice for me to pick either of them. But I mean, when it comes to the story behind these teams, I would definitely, Area 77 definitely has a well-deserved win if they take it.
Yeah. And I'm ready to watch it. I can't wait to see it. And I've already seen how well Team Sexy is doing. They seem to be bringing their A game. They're not playing. So I'm down. Let's see it.
Yeah, it's going to be big tomorrow. Make sure you join us 6:30 p.m. Eastern. That is when the stream will start. We should already have the teams pinged up. We're going to see the third place game and then the grand finals. So thank you all for watching tonight. It has been a blast. Thanks again, Frisky, if you're listening in. We really enjoyed casting with you. It was so much fun. Thank you, G, for casting with us. And thank you, everyone. We'll see you guys in the next draft tomorrow.
Till next time.